should see my baby, she's spanking new. And she never says no, she's can do. Got a smile that shines like rubies and pearls. And I love that little robo girl. Well, she knows how to do that bump and grind. With four on the floor, she'll blow your mind. She's got rosy cheeks and strawberry curls. That's my sexy little robo girl. When I kiss her heated lips, she purrs like a kitten and twirls her lips. Says your wish is my command, telling me to love her like a real man. With the high-speed motors in overdrive, I've never felt a lover who's more alive. And my head gets spinning like a tilt-a-whirl with my kinky little robo girl. When she puts her squeeze on me, it's enough to drive me to my knees. She don't need no diamond ring. All she ever wants is to be a thing. Working all day in the rat race, dreaming of her eyes and perfect face. When I'm home at night, all is right with the world. Since I found my little robo girl. When I'm home at night, all is right with the world.
Out on the street, people pass you by. You don't meet their eye, you don't care. And out in the night, you see a light. From the cafes, there's more singing than despair. Hold me tightly before the night swallows the sun. And I'm done. At the bar, too drunk to sit. They're talking shit of what's been before. And the dancing girls, they twist and twirl. They sweat like beads of pearls, scattered before swine. Hold me tightly before
Welcome to my private garden. It's my own menagerie. If you're looking for a party, I own everything you see. Heavy is the head, where's the crown? They said it's my time, I'm gonna run this scene. If you don't like the way I rule my empire, you can go ahead and you can kiss my ring. All eyes on me, yeah. When I enter the scene, quit it. All eyes on me. All hail to the king, get it? If I say so, then it is so. If I say no, you better get low. On bended knee, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? Make way for the king, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? If I say so, then it is so. If I say no, you better get low. On bended knee, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? There's only room for one hustler, sitting way up on that throne. Guess I'm showing my true colors. 24 karat gold. I'm gonna wear that crown. Y'all better hit the ground. It's my time, and I can guarantee, if you don't like the way I rule my kingdom, you can go ahead and you can kiss my ring. All eyes on me, yeah. When I enter the scene, quit it. All eyes on me. All hail to the king, get it? If I say so, then it is so. If I say no, you better get low. On bended knee, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? Make way for the king, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? If I say so, then it is so. If I say no, you better get low. On bended knee, yeah. All hail to the king, get it?
We have in here the golden ticket to the DHL Super Drop. I'm gonna get the box over here. Two-drone Adventure Man! Are you ready?
I'm shaking.
Good. That's absolutely correct!
DreamLeague Season 24 is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
All right, folks, it's Dota time. We're back on another Dream League at Season 24. Would you believe it? Joined by Wagga here as we get ready for a shorter day of action. Wagga, a couple of series today, but plenty more to come in the next week.
Yeah, we get a little taste here. We're going to start out with some exciting stuff, though, not to get ahead of ourselves too much, but I am really looking forward to seeing Nigma in particular, see how they're going to match up in the first game of the day here. Of course, as they take on BetBoom. But anything you are hyped for today? Anything you're looking forward for, Gareth?
Yeah, I mean, it's the start of a new EPT season, right? We'll get into that in a second, but it's always kind of cool to see this, refreshed slate, right? Everyone goes back to zero. All these points have got to be gathered up. And we'll start things off with Dream League, right? This is the first event of the EPT Season 3, and we've got 16 teams all ready and waiting for us there, from Extreme Gaming all the way down to Azure Ray. Good to see some Chinese squads back in action again.
Yeah, of course, and not to forget, we have the team that we had a lot of fun with, Pioneer here in the mix as well. The Bread Stack, they've been making quite some hype in their games, but of course, a lot of the stock standard stable teams that we've seen a lot of course, here as well. And Team Liquid, BetBoom as mentioned, we got Falcons in here, some strong competition.
Yeah, and some logos that, maybe some wouldn't recognize. Avilus is in there, a reasonably new team. Team Waska from South America there as well. But yeah, the format for Dream League, as we get that starting group stage 16 teams, and we start whittling them down little by little over the course of a week or so down to the playoffs, which will be right at the end with a best-of-5 grand final.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned Avilus. I've got big hopes for my boy as always, Stormstormer. See what he can bring out here as well. And the rest of the team, of course, they've been playing some good Dota lately. They did really well in the RES Champions.
Yeah, they have. Absolutely. And yeah, we can take a look at those EPT points as well and the distribution across the tournaments. Obviously, as we start the season, the whole point in this is that earlier on in the year, tournaments are worth a little less. You get fewer points, excuse me, at the very beginning. And then at the end, you can see that last Dream League and, of course, the ESL 1 in spring of 2024 really build up in terms of EPT points to get towards the big tournament.
Of course, there's always a chance towards the end to turn things around, and that's to keep it exciting. I like the format, honestly. It looks a little bit confusing at first, but in reality, it comes down to exciting tournaments all the way through, especially the last one where there's so many points on the line, and things could be, swinging in the favor of some team if they have just some good placements.
Yeah, and it kind of fixed, I guess maybe for the lack of a better phrase, fixed that problem, which we had with TI, where, a team would win the first major. They would be in a meta where they were very good, and then they would do nothing for the rest of the year. They knew they had a kind of guaranteed invite. Now you do have to put in the work throughout the entire season to get points and make sure you find that spot on the final table. I'm just kind of thinking about heading into that series. Worth pointing out that BB Team, they were second place last season. They were up there with Team Falcons. They did not mess around when it came to the EPT tour.
Yeah, they really didn't. And of course, like you mentioned, you got to be on point from start to finish. The final season, so to say, or the last part of the season is the most important, where you can collect a lot of points. But you also don't want to, fall behind here early on. Collecting a win here is going to be big for whichever team is going to take the first place. As we can see, 3,000 points in the first placement. Of course, group stage as well has some points. The first place, 300. Third, 75.
Yeah, and I guess to put that into focus a bit, the points that were on the table last season, Falcons were like 18,000, BB Team with 16,000. Top 4, you had to get 10K to kind of make your way in there. So it's not just, not just win one tournament and kind of sit on your laurels and wait. You've obviously got to pick up some wins throughout the year. And there's the prize money as well, of course, for Dream League Season 24. 300 grand for first. And it's always nice to see a spread across all places, no matter where you are.
Yeah, it's a good payout. Good payout still for the top 3 as well. Even third place getting $120,000. Nothing to scoff at. And like you mentioned, everyone getting something is so vital for the teams that don't perhaps place high in the seasons. Still need, some motivation to put in the work. All these teams work extremely hard to get where they are.
And you can tell we've both been kind of shuffling forward to the edge of our seats, getting towards this first series of the day, because it is going to be Nigma Galaxy against BB Team. And of course, later on tonight, we'll swap casters and move on to Heroic versus Azure Ray. Wagga, this first one, though, I was looking, I couldn't find any data on these two teams playing against each other. I'm sure the individual players have met each other in pubs or on different teams themselves, but these two rosters for sure, and these two branded name teams, haven't actually played against each other.
Yeah, especially with the new changes that we had to Enigma not that long ago. It's only a month ago that they made their switch. Didn't work out that well at Wallachia, as we heard in the video beforehand as well. But even so, there's still a lot of hope for this team. I think they have proving grounds right now for themselves. Wallachia was perhaps a little bit too early after the roster swap, whereas now they've been under the radar. I was looking at Nigma and trying to find some data, but honestly, they haven't really played anything the last 3 weeks. It's pretty hard to find too much information on them, but you know that they've been putting in the work and trying to find their style, because anytime you have roster swaps, you're gonna need to change exactly how it's gonna work out. Fortunately for them, they moved the post 3 and 4 from another team into this. Sorry, I'm dropping names here. But Noob and Omar, they have worked together a lot before, so it's just about fitting them into this.
Yeah, and then Kuro kind of going from the captaincy to the coach seat as well. That's a pretty big shift for him. But I think we can take a look at that video and have a little peek into Nigma Galaxy.
Nigma Galaxy, the most bat-chest team at the event. Miracle and Samael playing in the same team. Is this their year? With the team struggling for a very long time, they decided to do something drastic and rebuild around the core of Miracle, Samael, and GH. Kuroki decided to finally take a step back from playing and is now coaching the team. To fill in the last blanks of position 3 and 4, Nigma Galaxy got the wonderful duo most known from PSG Quest, Noob and Omar. On paper, it looks like the strongest Nigma Galaxy roster in quite some time. In practice, they sadly haven't looked on top form so far, getting a 12th place at PGL Wallachia. Perhaps they need some more time together to really build up some steam. It's a very different team to the one we're used to, after all.
I waited 4 fucking years for this day. Guys, this time we're gonna rewrite history. Yeah.
This Nigma Galaxy roster is definitely capable of playing amazing Dota. The biggest question is if we will actually get to see some of it. Maybe just a little bit as a treat, please? Hopefully we'll get to see Nigma Galaxy cook here at DreamLeague Season 24.
My goodness gracious me, putting Miracle's face onto there. Well, yeah, see what they're cooking up. And yeah, hopefully we do get a bit of that old Nigma Galaxy as a bit of a treat here heading into Dream League. Because, you know, kind of alluding to it there, you know, Kuro waited 4 years for that TI Grand Final moment. Now he's been waiting a few more to try and get his team off the ground. And it's going to be against some stiff opponents as well. We talked about it. BB team, they were up at the top of the EPT last season. They are one of these big teams to beat. They faltered a few times on LAN, but Waga, this is a squad that, with again, roster changes with themselves, looks scarier than they used to.
Yeah, they do. They're very formidable opponents. You have a lot of strong performances individually with this team, but they also know each other really well by now. For me, anytime I look at this team, I always have my eyes drawn to Save. Like, Save plays so good overall, but then of course you have standout performances by, you know, Pure doing some interesting stuff on the carry position. Kiyotaka known, you know, for doing really well on Storm in some games. His Tinker used to be devastating. Fortunately, we're no longer in the Tinker meta, so don't have to be too worried about that. But he shut down games single-handedly back when that was a thing. I wonder how bad they have to feel that, you know, his ace hero, basically, his Tinker, doesn't really work on mid anymore.
Yeah, became a support hero then.
Maybe he'll find a way to bring it back, you know. If anyone's gonna do it, it's probably this guy.
Yeah, I mean, I think we did see Nothing to Say pick it up once, maybe twice. But yeah, it's definitely, I think you're making the right point. It's definitely down to these specialist players to kind of pull it out. And maybe it's not so much an ace in the hole as it used to be in terms of, you know, a draft mechanic that you've got that ability to kind of cheese people. That's a nice big mug of tea there, Katomi.
It's disapproved. This is a nice one. That's a lot. Even
moving his camera to make sure it's in shot. Yeah, damn right. Bit of honey, bit of lemon. There's a bit of bronchitis going around. I'm sure that's going to keep him nice and
you know what? It's because when you play Dota games, you scream at your teammates a lot. You know, you're yelling for those TPs. He's getting ready for, you know, calling the shots here. Get some energy as well.
There we go.
Players getting ready.
Adding in Katomi and Kiyotaka, maybe going to be a bit of a tongue twister for some of our casters. But yeah, taking some of these, you know, massive elements from other teams in the region and then bolstering your own just makes them such a scary force as BB team. You know, it's always sad to kind of see Toronto Tokyo, GPK kind of step aside. I know Toronto Tokyo went on a bit of a break, and I guess GPK finding his own way. But yeah, Kiyotaka coming back. Absolutely spectacular player, and I think, you know, back on that 9 Pandas team we used to cast, right, alongside Miero, they just look so good.
Yeah, Kiyotaka always strikes me as a very mechanically gifted player. I think for him, it's mostly about fitting into teams with like how they want the mid laner to have impact. And it's been hard. Like last few years has been hard, not just for him, but for mid players in general have had to sort of redefine into a much more active role than what it used to be. If we go back like 2 or even 3 years ago, mid players could be a lot more greedy. Nowadays, it's so much about tempo. So we've seen a trend towards those more active heroes. That's why we've seen them primarily play a lot of Storm Spirit lately. Also some mid Embers, mid Invoker is what they've been playing. Of course, the Invoker build with the Mage Slayer and double Wraith Band is very, very prominent still.
It can be very strong, and we kind of had that transition period as well, right? From that era you're talking about, then we went into that mid-era where every mid-hero had a Pugna, Kotl, Io, or something behind them, right? To help them kind of get out on the map a little bit. But now we're seeing, you know, Earth Spirit mid, level 4 rotation, you know, some ridiculous stuff to try and set early tempo sometimes. We'll find out how it all works out, though, as I think we're ready to get into the draft for Game 1. All BO2s here in this first group stage for Dream League Season 24. And find out how this all works out. You know, again, Nigma Galaxy haven't played against BB Team. Like you said, they've kind of been off the radar. We'll see if Kuro has cooked something up.
Yeah, we'll see what the draft is going to look like as well going into this game. BB Team, of course, they're taking away the Invoker here, not allowing that, as it's a very nice high action hero mid. But Nigma are just going to open up straight here with the Pango, which, of course, usually goes towards mid lane, but can be put towards that off lane as well. So they secure some team fight and some activity here.
Straight out with a TA.
I love it.
Wagamama.
It's always enjoyable for me to cast a game. I get to see a TA first pick. Kiyotaka plays a pretty damn solid TA, and I haven't seen Pure play it much, to be honest, so I'm more inclined to believe that this is Kiyotaka wanting it. Pure has played it sometimes, but not as much.
Straight out in that first pick. Is this a hero that you can kind of find answers to as Nigma Galaxy? Is that an easy thing to accomplish?
It generally is. It's sometimes when we first pick the TA, the thing is, it can be countered. There are definitely heroes that counter it really well, but it's a bit of a bait going down that route to shut down the TA. You might mess up your own balance. Like, teams will sometimes pick up a Viper just to have a good lane against TA, but if they haven't thought about exactly how they want to get the activity from the Viper, then it can be difficult to have your own draft function in a good way. So, yeah, opening with TA is definitely a bold statement, though. Still not a very comfortable thing to do.
I'll see where they go with it. Beastmaster Tusk, all going to get removed as well. Beastmaster, we've seen plenty of this. Just Aghanims rush, get out on the map. Again, early tempo to try and play as quickly as possible can be very, very annoying.
Well, Beast has been played in multiple ways. Lately, it's been a lot of Dominator builds actually coming back as well for Beast. Dominator builds with the pack leader facet or whatever it's called is really, really popular right now. Actually overtaking even the Aghanims build.
I just got options. Especially in the hands of Miero, right? This guy on his Beastmaster, Lycan, whatever it might be. Now, he's good on heroes like Centaur or Mars, but he's very good on the Zoo.
Yeah, it suits him the best. I think when you have TA in the team, you kind of want to have some lockdown as well, so Beast would have been perfect, because he's a Zoo hero with a good stun to set up for the TA to deal damage, even getting, you know, quite a bit of damage from himself. So that would have fit well. If they do go for something like Lycan, then they run the risk of having low lockdown with 2 cores who don't really stun or disable the opponent.
Yeah, looking back at some of BetBoom's games, they've been loving this Ogre Magi as a support, but it looks like they're going to go for a Clockwork for now, so that's going to give a bit of that jump, catch, protection for the TA, start a fight around that Pango maybe.
Makes sense. They've been playing a lot of Tusk otherwise, but Tusk was banned. Clockwork is pretty interchangeable with the Tusk, so it basically, if you can't get one, you take the other. Usually it's that, or you go for the third tier. It's like Spirit Breaker. He's the worst option. Does the same thing, though. That could definitely be the safe lane as well of BetBoom. It could be a TA Clockwork safe lane. Pretty solid lane.
I think it keeps the rest of your draft pretty open. Do you have an inkling this Pango is definitely mid? Do they swap it to, like, position 3?
I think it's quite likely he goes mid now. Now that you see the TA, you don't really want to go off lane and face the TA there. If it's mid TA, I think Pango does okay against it mid. It's actually harder on the side lane because a long lane is difficult to stay in, and you can't really rely on the bottle refill on the side lane. Side lane Pango struggles with HP refilling, so he needs to have a lane where he can actually go up. And if TA goes for the Void Blades facet in a side lane, that could be devastating for him. The Phoenix pick is smart though. It's gonna fit really well against the TA, always good. You have good refraction burn, you have attack speed slow.
And then Hoodwink adds a bit of catch and kill. So yeah, looking at Supernova plus Rolling Thunder, Enigma Galaxy was starting to get maybe a little reliant on their ultis. Hoodwink, make sure you're always going to be able to play on the map somewhere. You know, scuttling around in the trees, getting a catch on somebody.
That's a good one to allow them to have impact from far away as well. If you look at the draft so far, Pango, Phoenix, and Hoodwink is very long range initiation. Pango can roll in from quite far away, Phoenix can sunray people, and Hoodwink, of course, with that ulti. They don't have to get too close, which is also a good thing to have against the TA here. So they're drafting, without overcommitting to lane countering the TA, they're still drafting stuff that's good against her.
It's like that difference between reach and catch, right? Hoodwink has the catch, and then Phoenix and Pango have that reach to be able to make use of it.
Yeah.
Mr. Doom makes an appearance, though.
Miero not going to be playing a summoner here unless he decides to eat one of them. If he eats a Dark Troll, he could have some little summons, but not quite the strongest what we usually see him control.
Skeletons. Can you still get the Shard Golem Dooms?
Yeah. You can throw the little boulders with the Doom. It's Doom plus Snapfire lane.
Yeah.
It's pretty stock standard. A lot of damage, can push the lane easily. Does pretty well against most safe lanes, and that's also what they're setting up here. They don't know what the carry is going to be yet. They banned out the Medusa, but we haven't seen what Nigma are going to grab yet.
And you know you're against the Phoenix as well, right, as your enemy support. Could even just like little Shredder level 1 and just trade hits, blow up the Phoenix with a bit of damage.
Yeah, and I was about to say, no Shadow Fiend or Luna in the ban pool yet means that, you know, either of these heroes has to be the option for Nigma, and they're going to go with the Luna. I think it probably fits a little bit better than Shadow Fiend here. Would be a bit too squishy and ranged, whereas Luna is a little bit tankier to go close.
And then what do we need to ban?
I think you probably still expect a mid hero last here and say that this is carry TA, but you know, my expectation, knowing Kiyotaka plays the TA a lot, is that it could very well be Kiyotaka mid. So I'm curious what Nigma are gonna do here. Surely they have the same intel here that, you know, maybe you want to consider banning some carries, but I'm not even sure which ones you would ban at this stage.
Yeah, that's a hard choice. Like, I don't know, we need to ban
there could just be a safe lane. If they safe lane SF on Bet Boom and then have a TA mid, they have a ton of physical damage. And then they have minus armor from Snapfire. So that's one thing I could see. And SF Clockwork is one of the most standard combos as well.
True.
And it gives them more ranged right click to kill the egg. So that's something that Nigma should consider at least. Meanwhile, Bet Boom are banning out the Storm. They themselves know the activity of this hero, so they're actually expecting this to be a off-lane Pango.
Yeah, I mean, there's just so much flexibility. You know, every team knows how to do this now. Flex one of these heroes until the very end. Make things difficult for your opponents to figure out what's going on.
The Storm ban and Queen ban also signify a little bit to me that this is gonna be a mid TA more, I feel, from Bet Boom. Because would you really ban those heroes if you...
Or is it mind games, Waga?
Yeah,
look at him laughing.
Yeah, they're deep in thought here. We have a little bit of reserve time for both teams, so they have plenty of time to think about these picks. Nigma gonna have to show it first. They do have one more ban. They did ban out Puck as a mid hero, but surely they are arguing whether or not this TA is going to that mid lane or not, and what they want to remove.
It still feels like Nigma Galaxy are missing that go hero a little bit. Like for me, Pango he can start a fight, but ideally he'd want to be the second wave along with his Phoenix. And something like that Storm or Queen of Pain, just like blink in, start things, say, hey, look at me. Where, BetBoom, they've got Clockwork, they've got Doom, they've got a Cookie. They've got plenty of ways to just propel themselves into a fight and unlock the damage of the TA.
That's true. They kind of need an instigator, almost want some Nature's Prophet or something to actually start these fights, because Pango does really well at coming into a fight with his role, but it's kind of hard sometimes to start the fight with Pango until you have your defusal. They actually do go back and ban the Alchemist here, another hero that has been doing extremely well. Also would play into the minus armor strat, so that's a good catch by Enigma here.
10 seconds.
I mean, I guess the other way of looking at it, it was a very old school Kuroki Enigma way of looking at the game, that you don't necessarily need stuns and catch. If you're the ones who come out of laning stage decently with a hero like Luna, you can kind of set up those bunkers of attack, right? Luna's at the front, you've got 4 heroes sitting behind. If they go on her, you are that counter initiation wave of damage.
Yeah, and I mean, they do have a nice balance in their team. They have a good carry, like one of the best carries in the patch right now in Luna. They have team fight from both Pango and Phoenix, and they have a little bit of skirmishing from, again, Pango and Hoodwink do really well at skirmishing. So I like the way they drafted, and they're going to go for the Earth Spirit here.
I think that's exactly what my brain wanted, but didn't know how to say it.
Yeah. Yeah, some hero like that would have made sense, like Earth Spirit or Primal, some hero that just activates the team. Another hero that doesn't play on any long cooldowns, and if it is going to be TA mid against Earth Spirit, the matchup isn't bad for TA, but it is dangerous. If you ever step too close, you get kicked back, and he rolls onto you, stuns you, and suddenly you're caught either under a tower or chain stunned by supports. It's not as trivial as it may seem.
And Earth Spirit now all of a sudden says, hey, you need pipe, you need BKB, you need a lot of these defensive items, or maybe just a hero that can tank through it and blow people up before we get to those extended team fights. Kiyotaka Timbersaw.
Yeah, Timbersaw coming out, that's a good matchup for him against the Earth Spirit. Does really well. You get a ton of damage as well. It is also a hero that's pretty good at chasing after the Hoodwink into the tree line, of course. Just cut the trees down. And Kiyotaka plays really well on these hyper-aggressive type heroes, so it should suit him quite well. Overall, I think BetBoom's team is a little bit difficult to play in the mid-game, though. Like, if we take a look at their draft and how they're going to take the fights, yeah, if you get a good catch with Clockwork or Doom jumping someone and dooming the right target, everything is easy from there. But other than that, they don't have the big AoE control spells that we see coming out from Enigma here.
Right.
So I definitely give a little bit of an edge in the mid-game to Enigma's potential to take over the game.
Yeah, I mean, I may be wrong about this, but the kind of vibe of BB team is the load is spread across their 3 cores, right? You've got a kind of a greedier Doom, this Timbersaw needs a bit of money, and they're going to be outputting damage as well, alongside this TA. Whereas Enigma Galaxy, it primarily protect the Luna. Miracle's Luna is the be-all and end-all of this. We've got Sunray and Supernova to protect, Rolling Thunder to kind of protect and have team fights around her. And my main worry when we get in situations like this is, do they get on the front foot? In a positive way, do they get on the front foot and actually get Luna into position when she's farmed and ready? Or will they be using all these ultis defensively? Because quite often we have these situations where you get in that rut of needing to just Supernova defensively, protect the Luna, get her out of there, and make sure that she's safe when you do have all the eggs in the basket of one kind of hyper carry, really.
Yeah, Luna needs to have a good game, but at the same time, we'll see what style we're gonna have from both Noob and Sumail in this game, because if both of them just run around and fight non-stop, they can definitely do that, but they could also build up some items. Like Earth Spirit scales really well this patch. If he just gets 1 or 2 good rotations and ganks, he farms faster than you would expect with a kick. And once he gets just a few items, this hero becomes a monster. So difficult to kill.
Yeah, I guess my framing was very much thinking about they're going to all in on the Luna and team itself. But yeah, I guess if they're able to scale too, I should have a decent time.
Yeah, we'll see what the approach is going to be. We have a little bit of a pause here coming out from players, but getting quickly back into the action.
So Kiyotaka dropped the ward. Wander over, try and fake things out.
Yep, he's just standing there on the edge. He is being spotted by the Dire Ward that was planted. I like this Dire Ward. Checks the top rune. Very unlikely to get dewarded. Usually you do get to keep this one. Warding mid is really hard and has been for the last few years. The chance of getting dewarded just by someone going up and body tanking the tower, it happens so frequently. So just taking a sure ward like this is nice.
Especially that bait spot on the Radiant side, right? That like perfect spot near the camp above the rune. You love warding there as the Dire team. It just and that always gets dewarded.
Might have stayed too close here.
Is he gonna get caught? It looks like he is. Cool's just dead. I mean, talking about baiting, I've baited the Observer into looking at the Observer ward.
And he baited himself into scaling Refraction as well. He's playing Void Blades, by the way. This is not the level up skill up. Feels really bad on level 1 because he doesn't have Meld plus Psyblade until level 3. And with Void Blades, the entire idea is that you use Meld to both deny and spill onto the enemy. So this is gonna hurt his laning stage a little bit.
Yeah, definitely not ideal.
Great start there, of course, going over for Omar, getting the first blood on this Hoodwink.
And now pressuring Kataomi as well. So body blocking the Radiant Wave here means that Dire Wave's going to reach the tower, then push back. And you were talking about that longer lane being harder for the Pango, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is. So this is a very good way to offset that, as you were alluding to. Now, by body blocking, they make sure the lane is going to bounce back. They'll be in a comfy spot to CS. Of course, TA shouldn't be missing any last hit on the tower. It has the refraction, so quite easy to get the farm.
Oops. Misses one. That's all good.
It's one at least, you know. He's still doing fine. Now they just need to shove the lane really hard here. If this happens for a Radiant, they need to try and push out.
Sure. Refraction's all gone.
They're capitalizing on Clockwork going over to unblock the small camp, but wasn't actually even blocked.
And Save being burnt down as well. GH Phoenix up here forces the Snapfire away from that small camp. While mid lane Samael attempting a bit of a roll, but Kiyotaka's already stepped off. So down to that bottom lane, we had like 2 Dire sentries, a Radiant sentry. So he's got his small camp active again, Kataomi, so we'll be able to start pulling.
Yeah, both camps are available, so the big camp is available as well for Dire, and Pure cannot really stand alone here against both the Hoodwink and the Pango. Struggling a bit to get the CS as easily as he wants. A new buff to a fantastic start.
That's exactly what you want from your Pango there down here. Acorn shot, pretty irritating for the TA as well. I did get a little half pull though into that small camp, and Kataomi is going to try and make sure that large camp doesn't get pulled across. So well done by the clock. I mean, they're pulling out all the stops here after that first blood on Pure just to make sure they get what they can out of this lane. And is that a 3rd sentry from Omar?
It is. He planted a new one.
Goodness.
And I wonder, yeah, it is. It might actually be outside of the range of the Radiant sentry.
Is it?
Yeah, it is. Barely.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Wow, that one little corner that's not covered. The entire rest of the camp is covered by a sentry, but unfortunately not that spot, so he does block it up.
Goodness. Oh, top lane, what's happening there? Save's nearly dead, turns onto GH. Trade out the 2 supports, but now Miero's being hit down by Miracle. Luna with another Lucent Beam in 5 seconds. Should have this one.
Keep chasing.
Cut down the trees, chase down the Doom, and doesn't even have to expend that further mana.
Fantastic for Miracle up there as well. Bottom, we see more aggression non-stop here. Pure trying to fight back on this lane.
So Doom, wait. Okay, I guess he bought it after he died. I was wondering, why does Doom have a bracer recipe but not any of the components? But his components were coming on the courier as he was dying, and he's bought the recipe. So he's got the bracer now. Would have loved it a couple of seconds earlier, though.
I wonder if, specifically on Doom, you're supposed to do that law as well before you die, right? If you ever die in the early game and you have unreliable gold, you should just buy items, since you sell for 90% anyway on
just quick buy everything.
This fast of Doom. So yeah, you should only lose 10% of your gold at worst if you have small components to buy.
Or you spam buying branches then? Every time you're about to die.
That's some old Dota 1 memories coming back, basically. Buying recipes.
Save up for that Blink Dagger as Earthshaker. You're 0 and 20, but you'll get there eventually.
Mid lane.
Things looking...
we haven't... Oh, actually diving again on bottom. Kataomi now.
I mean, Noob, he's going to turn with Omar onto this TA, though, and Pure, he's just dying under this tower. Nice little cog play, though, from Kataomi. Buys a bit of time, and Pure will slip away. Dangerous territory, though, going very deep. GH has died up at top here as Miero and Save get a bit of revenge. Omar just always on the front foot there, stepping forward in towards Pure.
Yeah. Miracle trying to fight on the tower, but so many creeps and heroes on him. He does have 7 stick and the healing Lotus, so decide not to keep diving him.
Yeah, and GH is back up there now. Try and contest the pull across. Unsuccessfully so. Yeah, kind of just looking at the last hits, you know, everyone's having a decent time. All the cores, apart from the Doom, honestly, having a grand old time. What's the reason here Miero's kind of behind the pack?
I think it's just Phoenix having a lot of impact on top lane, to be honest. He's been doing a great job keeping Miracle healthy. GH, just good positioning, has been taking a lot of the aggro, and also always there to slow down the attack speed with his Fire Spirits to keep Miracle healthy, even stacking him up on tangles. So I think, honestly, it's just the impact of this +5 Phoenix is... it's not to be understated.
Kataomi being annoying as usual.
Well, they want to go on the Phoenix right now, trying to chase him a little bit, but they just disengage it, and again, it's Doom who has to run away.
That turnaround is so scary. Like, how much damage is Phoenix doing? Like 72 plus Fiery Spirits?
It's so much. It's so much burn over time. You go on him, and he has so much HP as well. Difficult to kill a Phoenix from full HP.
We've got level 6s on both mids. 6-minute rune coming up in about 15 seconds. And already we're seeing Enigma Galaxy kind of making the move across, as are the Bet Boom supports.
All the supports here. We see Vision being planted as well. Both the wards being checked by Bet Boom here.
They come in with everything. Wards, sentries, cogs onto Omar. Sumail's going to try and save the Hoodwink here, but he's dead. He does throw out the Magnetize and gets a good bit of damage back onto them. With Phoenix arriving, Kiyotaka's being burned down, but he goes aggressive. Straight in onto Sumail and GH, blows up the Earth Spirit. Does get done upon by the Phoenix now, but this is getting a little bit too close for comfort. The blood grenades are thrown. Kiyotaka's still alive.
Oh my god.
All 3 kills and keep the Timber up and running.
And watch that regen rune go back to full effect as well afterwards, as he doesn't take damage anymore. He's got a regen up. What a fantastic start for Kiyotaka. The first brawl here for him, and he just cleans up. Tanked so much damage, dealt even more. Absolutely amazing for him.
That was a 3v3, right?
Yeah, it was both the sports and both the mid laners, and it was a clean fight for them. They killed everyone.
I felt like they were just missing that little bit more.
I mean, it's regen rune during the fight. It's very tricky. Like, even though it doesn't give that much, look at his HP. Because of that small tick all the time here, regenning up.
5? Yeah. Went down to 5. Meanwhile, it's Wisdom Rune time. So Save and GH, they've grabbed a couple. Ancient Dragon's trying to kill off Kataomi, but Noob slays him. And Kiyotaka took down GH and is looking for a little bit more. He's a hungry Timbersaw, taking down trees and losing his curry in the meantime. Onto Omar he'll go, but now he's surrounded by Sumail and Noob. Surely there's no way out of here. He'll chain back closer to the dire base, but he knows that his end has come.
End of the road for him, but he will happily go back to base, get full HP and mana. Of course, Noob gets some redemption there. Miracle top.
Yeah.
Slowly burned. Has the loaders, not panicking.
Is Doom still... Yeah, he's still level 5. I was wondering where's the ulti from Miero, but he's not quite got it yet.
Yeah, Luna, on the other hand, gonna unleash.
Yeah, there's Omar and Miracle. Take down Miero.
That is, again, Miero not off to a very good start here. CS-wise, it's looking kind of even, but we start seeing the difference in net worth as the Luna is pulling ahead here. 3.9, only behind the Timbersaw, who's having a fantastic game, of course, at 4.2k gold. Even giving him some stacks now.
Yeah, it's a huge boost to him. So that's going to be Kaya. Amplify all that damage up even more. So yeah, a lot rests on Kiyotaka's shoulders to try and play into that top part of the map, kick the Luna out, maybe get some kills. Yeah, you're really kind of centralizing your efforts right now around the Timbersaw. As we can see, Bet Boom and both supports are in behind him, forcing GH to dive away.
It's smart. It's smart of the supports to keep playing around Kiyotaka. He is the one that wants to fight. Doom, meanwhile, just going aggressive here with an ulti.
Onto Miracle. It looks like he might have it, though. The kill's coming. Miero gets it, takes down the Luna, and he dies to a neutral creep as well.
Oh my god, that is so big for him. Did he die to a little kobold?
I don't know. It was something small.
I think it was kobold even.
A Vul assassin?
Yeah,
Hill Troll Berserker.
Yeah, that was exactly what he needed to get back into the game. So Bet Boom just firing on all cylinders here.
Incredible. And that's so much relief for Pure as well, right? He's not had the best laning stage, died his first blood, but now he's had some uninterrupted farming time on that TA.
Yeah, he also sees that his team is doing well. That Luna dying there Of course, Pure is going to feel happy now that he knows that should bring him closer to her or even allow him to overtake Luna's farm. But also seeing that Timbersaw is so massive, he knows he's going to have space to farm up this game. And he's going to go for a Dragonlance first. Of course, the very usual build. We'll see if he's going to go into just a Deso type build or if it's going to be Mjolnir. You know, still options here in this game.
Oh, big smoke from Nigma up top. Right onto Miero's Doom. With a ton of damage onto him, being split around onto the creeps though. Miro buying a bit of time for his team to come in, but they're not fast enough. Save has showed himself. Was thinking about returning fire there, but a good little move in from Nigma Galaxy, bringing 4 members up top to kill the Doom again.
That's a lot of heroes though to bring down one Doom. At least they didn't feed more on Bet Boom, and meanwhile they do stay on the map doing other stuff. But Nigma needed that kill, I guess. You would wish that that effort would be shutting down the TA though, as she's kind of building Doom no matter what, you know. Even if you kill him, he's gonna buy items. He doesn't lose much gold.
Kiyotaka, get the hell out of Clockwork's lane. It's 10 minutes in, he needs his level 6.
Oh, snap ulti onto the Luna right now. Miracle trying to stay alive.
Yeah, just being burned down. The fire and the flames from the Doom and the Snapfire, and potentially now a bit of a push on that tier 1.
It's that long range damage that we were talking about as well, coming in this time from the other team. Snapfire with that ulti.
God, it's wild how much emphasis these teams are now putting onto like one area of the map. Think about the early laning stage with like quadruple sentry, double observer ward bottom, ward in the jungle. Now, Bet Boom are doing a similar thing top. There's 3 observer wards all up there. Are this like guarding an area for TA to farm later on? Or is this to play aggressively through top lane?
It's where they want to make plays. So it makes sense to have a lot of vision in this area, see if Luna is farming anywhere near. But I also foresee that once they crack this tower, this is the area they want to hang around. So the wards are just preemptive in that, for that. They didn't see the TPs coming in from Nigma here though, sitting in the trees. But all of Bet Boom are joined forces here. 5 of them on top, baiting with save right now.
And they're going to see the Luna heading to lane pretty shortly. Let's see what Bet Boom do, because they're getting rolled on by Sumail quite early. A cookie onto Miero gets him distance as he throws the Doom onto the Earth Spirit. Trying to get out of this magnetize. He creates a bit of space with a hookshot and cogs, kicking them around. And that looks like Bet Boom just disengaging, while GH, the haste rune grabbed up, gets away from the grasp of Kiyotaka.
Oof, nice rune to get there for the Phoenix. Gets himself out and to safety, but that was still a big ulti burned. The Doom being on cooldown, and Earth Spirit doesn't even take that much damage from it. He's happy to keep fighting. He has 2k max HP at this point. With the Spirit Vessel builds, this hero gets so tanky so early.
He's incredibly buff.
Yeah, so he's looking to defend top tower. He's also looking to take bottom tower. That's what we see now. Bet Boom not feeling as confident with the top tower push. Probably just send Timbersaw at it, but TA left the area.
And now they see 3 down bottom from Nigma. They can make a move. And Noob's got himself that Diffusal Blade. Sumail's, like you said, Spirit Vessel coming out pretty shortly. Nigma Galaxy, I could start hitting the gas pretty hard in the next couple of minutes. I mean, are we thinking about an early Roshan for either of these teams?
I think Bet Boom, if they manage to open up the map a little bit, could definitely look towards it. They're building towards the Deso. Look at Pure, though, gets diffud here. Oh no, he follows.
Sharpshooter, and the Sun Ray still comes through pretty hot. And Noob, he's got this deeper connection on to save. Looking at Kiyotaka's Timbersaw to maybe reinitiate, but Save Snapfire stuck down in the low ground in this river. Katomi can offer some protection, but in we come with Earth Spirit again. Save is dead. Omar picks up the kill. Noob in these cogs, blowing up Kiyotaka with the Eclipse out of Miracle, and Katomi's just on the run. Nigma Galaxy, the brute force attempt here, running straight over Bet Boom to kill off 4 in a row. No, Katomi's hookshotted up to high ground. Is that enough distance? Sumail says absolutely not. I'm going to catch up to you. Long range, reach and catch. And there we have it. Nigma Galaxy coming straight back into this one.
And Noob on his Pango. We see why he's a Grandmaster on this hero. He's just shining. He knows exactly what he can do. The first ulti killing off the TA was good, but he connected that into something more. Chasing and getting good vision onto the entire team there. Finding all of Bet Boom as they were trying to run away. Using that diffusal. Nobody gets away. It's so difficult to run from a Pango at this point.
Yeah, and it just feels like Nigma Galaxy, their synchronization here, you know, in the fight is good, but overall that macro style of we've got all our items ready to go. Let's go for this 5-man move. They get a pick off on Doom a couple of minutes prior top, which was nice, but this is so much bigger.
Yeah, it really was. And that enables the Pango as well a lot in this game. We can see him still staying competitive here in net worth now, 6.5k gold. He's building towards an Aghanim Scepter next. So not rushing for that Blink Dagger. Wants to be able to dish out good damage here. Get the Aghanims and get some extra procs as well. Against the TA Refraction, perhaps. And this slows down. Like, Betboom, they had a great start on the Timber, but now they feel a little bit shook. And this is where their draft struggles a bit. You hinge so much on the Doom. He does have Blink now coming out, so you can make a rotation with Doom ulti being ready. Probably important for him to try and get a pick off on either Earth Spirit, Pango, or Luna here. Get one of these cores down.
Yeah, because you can't keep getting stuck in this. We're waiting for next item, waiting for the next hero. You know, oh, TA's behind, we're going to catch up with her before the Doom is ready, and then Kiyotaka's thinking, hey, I've been ready for 5 minutes, let's freaking go.
Yeah, Kiyotaka yeah, he just wants to brawl, but at the same time, he needs the initiation to be someone else, and that's why we see the smoke move coming around, going behind the tier 1 tower. Looking for an angle for Sumail. Yes, Illusion Rune.
There's the hook shot right onto the Earth Spirit. Illusion Rune and a Sun Ray. Oh, the kisses landing over the top should be able to take him down with Kiyotaka's final touch of damage, but he's gone far too deep. Miracle Noob and Omar turn around and slay the beast. So what started out as a potential nice pick-off from Betboom, it's a trade.
Yeah, also difficult now. TA was running towards this fight, but changed her mind. Meanwhile, Luna is just pushing into the tower. So, yeah, it's a 1-for-1, but you're losing base. And meanwhile, TA isn't even safe.
No, she's still getting caught by Noob. He stepped up the staircase, bouncing around on the cogs a little awkwardly, but should still be able to move into position. No, he's crashed the wrong way, allowing Miracle, though, to come in from the side and a supernova over the heads of Betboom to catch another.
Oh, they're really just exerting pressure with their better teamfight abilities here. So much is coming back to this Noob impact. The offlane difference right now is huge. Doom, yeah, you found a nice Doom target on mids, but, you know, that's one kill that still turned into a 1-for-1. Whereas these Pango rolls are devastating. He is just absolutely wrecking people.
And it's like what you said in the draft, right? Kind of navigating these mid-game team fights is a little awkward for Betboom because...
It is, yeah.
They kind of wait. You know, the TA's not ready. You pointed it out. She kind of came and then didn't, went back to farming. Timbersaw wants to go, but then Doom was waiting for his blink. Katomi's clockwork wasn't level 6 until like minute 11. So there's a lot of these very disparate pieces. Like the cogs aren't tied together. They're not being greased up properly. And on the flip side, Enigma Galaxy are waiting for no one. No man will stop them. They are just running down lanes.
Yeah, for sure. They realize that they have a lot of heroes who can start the fight. You can start either with Pango or with Earth Spirit. Both of them play similar roles in that, and both are durable enough to go in first. Meanwhile, Betboom, like you said, they want items. TA has yet to be part of a single kill this game. She has run to these fights, but it hasn't worked out, and that's the worst case scenario. Either you want to be farming up and getting big, or you want to get something done. But here, he's been trying to help out the team, but it just hasn't really worked out, as they lost Kiyotaka too early on mid there.
Noob with a little chuckle there. You know, you just pause the game after winning a team fight, and then you say fixing hotkeys. You know, yeah. Imagine how much of a morale dampener that is for Betboom. It's like, yeah, I just won a team fight and team wiped you all. But I'm plugging my keyboard and monitor in. I was
sorry, I'm playing with mouse only right now.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
let's rub it in a little bit.
They're feeling good right now, and this gives Nigma a lot of opportunities, so let's see what they do with it. They should be taking over both the rune control and maybe eye up an early Roche attempt to snag it away from Betboom if they can ever get in position for it. Also, they have Luna, the tier 2 tower pusher of the carry roles, you know, one of the best at cracking those tier 2 towers early.
Yeah, she sure is. Well, Betboom, time to reset and rethink. A lot of space out there for Nigma to farm down bottom, push into waves. They're playing pretty spread here. There's a grouping of 3 down bottom to protect Miracle. And of course, Earth Spirit with that roll can catch up as well as they just go straight on onto this Timbersaw. Kiyotaka shows himself in lane for a second, and Omar is there.
It was the perfect timing. Omar just got his Rod of Atos flying out. They had big timings coming up. Luna also just finished her Manta Style now, but that Atos delivered and allowed him to chain stun, hold the Timber in place, and allow for this kill. Even Phoenix coming in with a bit of extra damage. Power Spike is big and effective right now.
Sumail just kicking rocks.
Again, this Hoodwink is just eyeing for kills. Some defensive lane ward coming out from Radiant. They know about it. Want to be cautious. They have 2 wards on the mid lane. They have one between the Radiant Tier 1 and Radiant Tier 2, or Dire Tier 1 and Tier 2, and then they have their own. So just keeping track of the traffic on the mid lane.
Yeah, where's the down earth spirit? Where's the hoodwink hiding in the trees?
I mean, he does usually roll by mid lane.
I don't know, I feel a little surprised we're not seeing like a triple BKB build up here from BetBoom. Are they just kind of aiming for later on in the game, or does TA not feel like she needs BKB anymore?
I think TA just wants to be able to use the stuns that she has in the team in the best way. That's why she wants Blink Dagger. Even if you have BKB, it's still not going to guarantee you that you will survive in the fights. You need Blink Dagger to coordinate with this team. So I understand it. It's not a bad choice, and it's an earlier power spike. This game is slipping quickly, and he has not had any positive impact yet for his team. He's just farming. So getting the Blink Dagger is giving a power spike like, hey, we can go right now. If you go BKB, that's 2,000 more gold you got to farm. And right now, everything is falling out of control very quickly. So I like the more aggressive, sharper route that he's taking, going for a fighting option.
Yeah, the question kind of stems from the fact that Mira has just finished off his, and then Kiyotaka's Timbersaw looks like he's got no intentions of going in. Aghanim Scepter's up for him instead in a couple hundred gold.
It's similar, right? The Aghanim's effect is very similar to a BKB for Timbersaw, except it has some aggressive component to it.
Right.
You basically make yourself difficult to kill. That's what BKB is supposed to do. But the Aghanim's for Timber is also a huge amount of damage. Like, once that blows, you do so much damage to a hero if they're right next to you.
Rest in peace, Kevin the Kobold. He's out there, he's scouting. Well, they know where Enigma Galaxy are right now. Minute 20 is about to come. It's that potential just to go into Roshan after a team fight. Absolutely here. And that waiting period of BetBoom finally coming to a close, where they've got 3 massive items that kind of has to lead to a team fight victory for them.
Yeah, they do. They need to make some plays happen around the items that they've combined now. They kind of want the Blink Dagger on Doom as well, but he still has 1,200 gold to go for that one. TA setting up to take an instant Tormentor.
He bought it and sold it, right? I'm not crazy.
On the Doom, yeah.
Yeah, Doom had a Blink, sold it, bought BKB, and now he's rebuying it, right?
Yeah, it's something that, you know, you love to see. If people pick this facet, you better hope that they're gonna actually use it, because for a long time we saw a lot of people take this facet by default, it felt like, and then the only thing they sold was like Magic Stick Embracer in the mid game.
Yeah, just didn't do anything with it.
Yeah, it didn't really give you much, but if you're gonna play this, you might as well go for that Blink Dagger and then sell it. He hasn't been spamming Midases or anything this game. Just, you know, one purchase and sell.
Yeah, because we even had Ramses kind of go for this. What is
the Midas Blink alternating? Yeah.
Well, yeah, he did Midas Blink and then alternated and sold them. Then he bought a pipe.
Yeah.
And then he sold the pipe late game to like rebuy a Midas or something. He did a lot of funny stuff.
Yeah, Ramses was the most exciting one to watch, probably, as he did a lot of switch back and forth. Very hard to pinpoint and keep an eye on what your opponents have when they do that. You also on the Phoenix is looking to set up.
Won't be able to find it on Miero. But like, so much happens in the mid game. Like, oh, someone's bought this, someone's bought that, and you're just like, I'm so sure he had a blink a second ago, and now he doesn't.
Yeah. This Yules on Phoenix, by the way, you should keep an eye on in team fights, because if he is in the right position to save against Timbersaw, yeah, he's gonna be fine. Noob actually wants to turn this. Let's get over here.
Straight back onto Kataomi. Again, just there's a ridiculous amount of catch they've got. Diffusal, Rods of Atos.
Did he just roll down through the cliff there? Huh.
He kind of drifted down, yeah.
That was so weird. I think he should have bumped the high ground.
Don't have a
yeah,
staff?
good turnaround by Noob. Ultimately, not too scared about the initiation there. I think it was a bit disjointed. The Clockwork Hook.
Ah, they found the pesky squirrel, and they're going to kill her off. Yeah. Omar, this time just stepping a little bit too far forward into enemy territory.
Doesn't feel amazing though to throw a Doom away like that, because now you give so much momentum to the Luna. She can just go. She has Aegis in hand. Doom is on cooldown. This is just all green lights for Luna to go and do whatever he wants. And Miracle, he's not about to sit around and do nothing.
It still feels like someone on BetBoom is throwing up that red light and saying, we're not ready. Now, when that's all happening, we've got Pure Split pushing top, Kiyotaka's down bottom, looking to cut waves.
I mean, the reason is this, Gareth. They just know that they have weaker teamfights. It's as simple as that. Right now, they're fighting into Aegis, and they have worse teamfight spells. You're not fighting against the Phoenix plus Pango plus Earth Spirit. Should actually be respected in teamfights too. Magnetize is a serious impact spell. And even if you have Aghanims on Timber now, it can be countered. So it's not a big power spike for BetBoom, sadly. Even though they have their components, they can't really manifest it in something bigger than, you know, pickoffs.
Yeah, I guess the little victories for them is this net worth lead hasn't really built, right? It's been sat around 2-3k for quite some time now. So Enigma Galaxy, you know, they're getting room on the map, they're stretching their legs and finding pickoffs. But so far, you know, cracking a tier 2 down bottom, and maybe finding Kiyotaka down here as well. Miracle and GH diving up on him. They've got that Yule Scepter, like you said, perfectly timed. And Samel there with the roll to continue that chain stun.
That's the liability as well of going for the Aghanim Scepter. I always feel like Aghanims on Timber looks insane until the enemy team actually just says, okay, we'll buy one cheap Dispel, like a Yule Scepter. And then it just looks completely useless. You have 4.2k gold. You could have, like, he could be TP'd out there.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's a curious item. I'm not sure if it's good or bad, even. It's very hard to say. GH has the solution, though.
BKB for Pure. GH right over the top of Kataomi with Noob to blow up the clockwork. I mean, at every stage of this game, BetBoom have just had a hero dead.
Yeah, pretty much. They're bleeding a lot of heroes, and you're also not feeling great because, yeah, the net worth lead is still pretty close, but you're playing into Luna, and you have TA. TA is supposed to be the momentum, you know, early game strong carry, whereas Luna, we usually see as this pushing carry and strong late gamer. So you don't really feel comfortable going late game against the Luna as TA.
And the timing from GH on this. Like, what, maybe 0.7 of a second worth of that Aghanim Scepter used, and he gets
he knew exactly what was going to happen. He was waiting for it, and building himself towards the Bongo Boots next. The Boots of Bearing.
Oh, another catch onto Omar. A bit more breathing room for BetBoom. And Miero's even going to BKB TP away.
No Basher yet on the Pango, but looks like he's queuing up a Lotus Orb, so he's thinking more about the being as strong as possible as 5 here.
And Pure sticking around a long time to push out an additional wave down bottom.
Yeah, 30 seconds on the Aegis for Luna. Considering pushing a bit. Oh, TA wants to steal the Tormentor, but this could backfire.
Oh, where is he?
Oh,
he's
he's
in the
fine.
trees. He's out.
That was so close.
Funny business.
Good spot to TP out right there. Stay safe. Instead, rolling onto a Tormentor. Clockwork attempting a snipe with the rocket, but it's a level 1 rocket and was a little bit too late. If he would have stolen Tormentor with a level 1 rocket, though, that would have been quite the value for one spell.
Yeah.
One
I mean, that's
point.
a Dream League moment. Like, absolutely.
We've had a lot of those funny things happening.
Oh, still a bit of calm. You know, BetBoom haven't had their base broken yet, but you can just feel this impending doom coming. Like you said, Miracle on this Luna. 19,000 net worth and running across to that left side of the map. It's Miero's doom.
Even without the Pango roll, they don't need it. Got one
Oh, they
TA.
saw Pure. That Observer Ward placed in the lane, but Pure is out of there.
Yeah. Kept his calm too. Didn't BKB during that, so only 4 staffing and blinking afterwards. Stay safe. But the smoke failed, but top though, Doom might be forced to BKB TP again here. Needs to find the pockets.
That physical damage comes through pretty quickly.
I guess he's fine actually. He's tanky enough.
Okay. It's crazy how much of a difference like just a lane ward can make, right? It goes from being we're hunting Doom or TA to we can see the TA.
Yeah. It's very scary when she is in vision. If they had roll from Pango, he rolls in, blinks on her, that would have been, you know, death. Fortunately, that was on cooldown. And can survive against the Rod of Atos setup. I was actually betting looking for a fight bottom. Everybody TPing though.
I can imagine Kiyotaka's just screaming. He's been ready for 12 minutes. He's been waiting for everyone else to put their shoes on.
Yeah, and he also is even more ready than ever now. He has his own BKB and the Aghanim Scepter. So now Yule Scepter doesn't counter the Ags anymore. He used the two in tandem, and he's going to be completely fine.
Enchanted quivers for both of the ranged carries. Very nice.
Yeah, I definitely think that TA is going to be even happier than Luna, but Luna, once she gets that Kanda and Quiver, you can pop a lot of damage very quickly.
Oh, Omar again. This slips into position. Enigma Galaxy playing this very hand-holdy style of gameplay. 5 heroes all together, and it might net them a bonus kill, but looks like Pure again with the blink. Always calm.
Very difficult to catch him with the Yules like that. Can always blink when he lands, unless the refraction runs out. See them trying to swing back here. BetBoom have really felt like they're on their back this game, just struggling to, correct themselves. Now gonna go and look for Miracle, the perfect catch.
Oh, he missed. Miracle's still going to get doomed and kissed down by Mortimer, but potential here for the Luna to slip away with just a little bit of help. Noob and Sumail in from the back. Mira BKB's up, chasing in onto the Luna. Miracle gets to high ground and now protected by Omar. Gets to safety, stays alive while in the back lines. It's Pure is being chased. Sumail and Noob right on top of the TA. Miero and Pure dead, and BetBoom in shambles, being run over by this absolute bulldozer of an Earth Spirit and Pangolier. Sumail's come out with a double kill, and another roll forward's going to get them 4 in a row.
Yeah, beautiful pickoff.
Stand a chance.
Yeah, Clockwork is not even looking. He's on the other side, fixing lanes a little bit. Kataomi is like, yeah, oh, he actually gets out. Nice. The BKB TP at the very end there, but that was a very, very close to them catching the Luna. Unfortunately, the initial stomp there from the Doom didn't connect on Luna. Gets away, Hurricane piking to the side, and now they're looking for a punishment. They know that cooldowns are up. TA did for so long. And once this tower falls, we've seen what Luna can do to the racks. So if the tower goes down, the racks are almost never surviving.
It's inevitable.
Yeah, that's how it feels.
And they have a glyph, right?
Yeah, they actually used it already. They used it for a tower. You get a new one on the melee racks.
Jump in. Noob. Oh, just about gets the distance. Miracle. Pushed around by Cogs. Pops the Manta and BetBoom. They're trying to chase this one. They are desperate for anything.
Again.
But look at Nigma turning. They know there's blood in the water. They can get in right on top of them. That Miracle damage. The Luna just shreds through them thanks to Noob's roll.
Yeah, the Kanda beam with the level 20 talent. The 2 glaives fired on the Lucent beam means that he does so much damage with a single click. It's devastating. And now, not wasting any time, they're backing up and checking if Roche is up. Actually, is a TA walking out on lane?
Oh, Pure. Oh, hang on. Oh dear. where is Pure fine? I'm sure Pure is absolutely fine. We'll watch the rest of his team die.
Yeah, it's been so close so many times now that Pure has been caught, but of course, that's the strength of TA. If you have refraction up, you can get yourself to safety quite easily. She also knows for sure that Roshan will spawn in 40 seconds, but Nigma don't know the exact timing here, so they're just controlling the area. Everything has really unfolded here in the last few minutes. We said that it was pretty even for a long time, but now suddenly in 10k lead for Nigma, we start to see real difference in the damage dealt by the carries as well. I don't know how much damage he has been able to do at all this game on Pure.
Pure?
I feel like it's not even in the 5 digits yet.
No, it's like... I genuinely can't remember the last time I saw him hit a hero.
Yeah. I feel like he's done like 6,000 or 7,000 damage this game, whereas the Luna is probably closer to like 25 or even more at this stage. She had some nice ultis too.
Enigma Galaxy just...
Noob is ready. You can hear him revving his engine.
Vroom, vroom. GH steps forward. The smoke breaker. BetBoom, this feels like one of their last couple of chances in game 1. Jump in from Nero. Right onto the Phoenix to kill him. GH has brought back, and look at the damage from Miracle. They have lost Kataomi. Kiyotaka has to BKB. Tries to chase deeper into Enigma Galaxy, but they've all split and spread, making sure that the BKB comes to an end. And now the turn back onto Kiyotaka. Broken, nearly dead. A bit more damage to come his way. Should finish him off, and there it is. Sumail with the roll. Finds the takedown on the Timber Saw as the kisses providing a bit of covering fire. BetBoom They force Nigma Galaxy into an awkward spot now where Sumail's nearly fallen, but Miracle, he shows off his guns with a good amount of damage onto Pure to keep the TA at bay. Now Katomi is slain, and, well, Noob is found by Miero in the backlines. A very scattered fight, which BetBoom are executing pretty damn well. Pure is finally unloading the damage, stays alive on the TA. Pure can turn back and come into play onto the Miracle Luna, get an ultra kill for Miero.
Oh my god, the turnaround. Miero doing so much in this fight as well. Buybacks coming in as well, but I don't think they can do anything with this. Buyback.
How many
on
buybacks
Omar.
was that? 5 buybacks.
Yeah, the Phoenix was the first one to buy back going through the portal, but they camped him, kept the silence there as well with the trap. So he came through the portal after his buyback and tried to dive away. And he got the dive out, but he also got silenced beforehand, so he couldn't stay safe. So he got brought down very quickly, giving the number advantage, and they just kept snowballing on that. Miero with this sick frontlining, nobody really wanted to focus him.
It's like, where did Miero come from?
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, all of a sudden, I just see Miero with, you know, Assault Cuirass and Cloak of Flames being this unstoppable force. I think only Luna can bring him down at this stage. And Luna was focusing other heroes, so not that easy for her to deal with him as well.
This has gone from a game where I was literally saying BetBoom has, you know, a couple of chances left to now being them ahead with Aegis in hand.
Look at the net worth swing, dude. The swing is so hard. They were 10,000. We just talked about how they were 10,000 gold ahead. Now they are 3,000 gold behind. It happened like that, Gareth. So very fast.
In an instant. Yeah, and also TA did about 6,500 damage in that fight, so doubling her damage numbers.
Yeah, I would assume so. She was left unattended, and all of that thanks to these frontliners doing their job as well. The Doom jumping in with no fear. Timbersaw was also in there on the front line. Now we see another brawl on mid, starting to build up here.
BKB's up. Straight down to half HP from that immediate damage out of Nigma Galaxy, and it looks like BetBoom deciding to run. The TA is trying to close in on this, making her way over as the turnaround onto Noob blows up the Pango. Nigma Galaxy overstepping, and Pango's dead for 100 seconds. Kiyotaka knows this.
Yeah, they're bleeding a lot. 100 seconds with no Pango. This is a big moment. They could actually crack some base here, even out, or even get an advantage on the barracks situation. TA already in a good position top, pushed all the way. Closing in on level 25 on TA as well. Gonna get a big power spike there. I assume he would go for the bash here. Either talent is good though. You see again the Pango just being a little bit too far forward compared to the rest of his team. Also didn't get the Lotus out before these spells come in.
And now it's BetBoom hunting. And how quickly this script has flipped. Like, Pure is now the one on towers, setting up the bunker for BetBoom around him.
Yeah, spamming those traps everywhere, keeping taps on the opponents.
Roll in, blink away. Jump out from Pure. Sumail.
Still see how tanky some of these heroes are. Sumail takes a hit from TA, loses like I don't know, 5% of his HP.
Tier 2 dead. Are they going to go for it? Timbersaw's the one with Aegis, so it's a little awkward for Pure to step up high ground.
Yeah, it's a little bit complicated to go high ground. I think they're happy just taking over the map right now, and they're realizing that Luna is out somewhere on the field. Look at Miero, man. Again, he's just playing really well this game. Had a rough lane, but he is
hunting. Farm that camp. The Rocket Flare sees him. In comes Miero. Can Miracle blink TP out with the Luna? Barely gets back to Fountain before Miero would find him.
Yeah, the blind hook shot not on point there. Gets himself safe. I wonder if he knows exactly how close that was. The hook shot was actually clicked.
I mean, my toes were curling into the floor. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, they do get Tormentor as well on the back of backing up the base here. Side of Nigma, so at least taking that before you lose even more of your advantage. Speaking of Nigma's position now and what they have going for them, looking at their power spikes, they do have the Swift Blink coming up on Luna. The full thing is being delivered right now. So quite a bit of extra damage and mobility for her. I think the speed from the Swift Blink is quite vital this game. She needs to be able to reposition. We've seen how good BetBoom are at chasing people.
How is that next fight going to break out? I mean, what's Luna's goal? Does she want to try and jump the Snapfire first, or?
I honestly think that they need to get on the TA and lock the TA somehow. Either like bait out the Hurricane Pike early. Like, it all comes down to TA mostly for me. Which, you know, I'm a TA spammer. Maybe I'm just saying that, but I think he was doing tons of damage in the last fight. TS KDA still doesn't look impressive. 1, 4, and 7. Like, yeah, she has to be shut down. She's doing too well.
The last hits though, man.
but yeah, her damage output with Daedalus and Swiftblink as well, you cannot ignore her. And focusing on the Doom or Timber, I think either could be a trap to go on. So either you take out both the supports quickly or you focus TA.
Yeah, and like how different this game is for people like Noob, right? Where the first 15 minutes was very easy breezy, free flowing, use ulti whenever you want to. Now he's rolling into Doom and a TA standing her ground, just raw damage coming his way.
Yeah. I feel like he really wants his Basher as well. We saw that early Aghanims, but he hasn't really been shining as much ever since he got it. The Lotus Orb really hasn't done that much as well. In theory, it's good against the Doom, but this Lotus Orb is mostly just to get him unsilenced. Like, it's mostly a utility against the TA silence.
Hello. I'm fishing a little bit there.
Mystery deepens.
Yeah.
Some tier 4 neutral items coming out as well. I saw the Luna pick up that cloak, so a bit tanky now on the Luna with more evasion, more magic resistance.
Do you know what's funny?
What's that?
Right now, the players have one thing they know more than we do in terms of actual game state. Pure knows when the next Roche is respawning, and we don't. We're casters, but we don't have access to the information right now. The TA fast at that play. Homie with a crazy dive in.
Where is he? Is he in the enemy base? He's dead now, though, isn't he?
I mean, he didn't have any teammate nearby when he went on that, so that was a wild hook in. TA was very far away. And this gives a little bit of a chance for Nigma to get on the map here. Sumail looking for it. They need to jam, man. Look at all these traps everywhere. Aggressive wards as well. Like, they need to clean out. This is way too much information for BetBoom.
That's so freaking dangerous.
Yeah.
As a TA spammer, what's your guess on Roshan respawn?
Oh, I see. My innate should work just by being a spammer. It's probably going to be like a 45-second respawn, yeah?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah, it feels like it.
Plus or minus 10 seconds?
Plus or minus a few minutes.
Plus or minus 1 minute 30.
Yeah, it's something that they can strategize around on BetBoom. They actually will know like the exact timing. It's still a pretty weak innate compared to what a lot of heroes got, I think, considering she has the traps. Could already see Roshan when it did spawn, so the only thing you have is that you know ahead of time now. Which, if you compare that innate to some of the other things that we see on heroes, it's kind of weak.
I mean, can we make judgments based on how they're moving right now?
We're good.
Because it's Radiant Roshan, right? So it's bottom right corner, and they're playing top part of the map. So it feels like it's going to be like 2 minutes 20 spawn.
Yeah, probably. If
Unless
they're
they
playing
immediately all TP bottom now. That's a Parasma on Doom. Hang on a second.
That is a Parasma indeed. That is a wild build on Doom, my brother. What? Sure.
That projectile speed is so good for Doom.
He's gonna become a ranged hero? Well, okay, so hear me out.
Well, hang on a second.
Never mind. Hear me another time.
Noob is just rolling in, but they've lost Omar immediately. Buy back out of the hoodwink here, trying to hold their ground outside their base, but it looks like BetBoom have conquered. They've come and seen what they wanted and taken it.
Yeah, they also forced out the rolls.
Wagga, you were pretty freaking close with that guess, weren't you?
Yeah. That's
49 seconds.
So 4 seconds off. My innate is working. Fantastic. This Parasma is amazing to me. It's very curious. One thing to mention is that it does deal a lot of damage through the BKB as well. Like, this thing is still nasty to get by. I don't know. I've never seen a Parasma Doom before. So Miero just onto some next stuff. The stats aren't that bad, to be honest. You get some armor, get some attack speed. The 40 int is kind of random, but it gives him the mana pool for his refresher.
That's true.
I feel like there are other items you probably could buy. Like, this Parasma instead of Octarine is a choice for sure.
Well, Doom's also got that level pain, right? Like level death.
Yeah.
If someone's lower level than him, there's 15% more damage. So you're getting more
Your auto
damage
attacks,
from
yeah.
Parasma.
So this is an auto attacking build. It's gonna slap people.
Absolutely. Well, Enigma Galaxy smoked up.
Pure with the smoke
As our
reveal.
Bet Boom. Pure in a little pocket there. Yeah, they've been waiting for this Radiant side Roshan, but right now it looks like both teams well aware of what's going on. Kiyotaka rooted up for a second. And Pure gonna deal, or try to deal with this Lunar Illusion. Oh, these kisses. The vision given for Kiyotaka and Miera. Oh, the illusion bait. That was a fake. Now Miracle protected by the Supernova. They've blown up Katomi. Clockwork's down, has to buy back. Noob's rolled in onto Pure. Miera trying to stand there and defend the TA while Miracle and Sumail unloading their payload onto Pure. Half HP, but BKB's up. Pure stands, turns, and fights. Back into the Earth Spirit with a tremendous amount of damage, but Sumail still stands strong. Miracle manters out of a bit of an onslaught from Pure. Save and Miera, low HP, trying to skip away. Kiyotaka, in the meantime, has killed off GH and forced to buy back out of the Phoenix, but it's Miracle and Omar up on the front that have killed off Pure. The big takedown on the TA. Noob might still be in trouble, though, hey? In the backlines, that tick out from Parasma. Serious heavy hitter from the Doom.
Doom actually doing a lot of damage here in this fight. People cannot run away from him. More importantly as well, Pure tried as hard as he could to dance backwards there in the fight as they dove him relentlessly. The TA got forced to use his Blink and his Hurricane Pike defensively, and they kept going on him. But in the end, they did lose a lot of resources for this as well. Buyback on Katomi, buyback on Noob and GH. So BetBoom's still very happy with this fight. If they don't get forced to buy back on the TA, it's still amazing for them.
Such an awful lot of back and forth, though, isn't it? Pressing forward, finding the backstab. You lose track of Kiyotaka now on this right side of the fight. He's going to come swoop in from behind to kill off GH.
Oh. The Luna gets slowed up a little bit here. Getting chased.
Trouble.
Yeah, he has the Invis from the Trickster cloak, gets himself to safety, and then blinks away.
Invulnerability.
That's one of the nicest neutral items to get onto carry. You know, you already think they're annoying to deal with, and suddenly they have Invis as well as a lot of evasion and magic resistance. Miracle's played a really good game here as well. He's 12-3 and 10. I think he's doing a lot of work here with his Blink and Hurricane Pike, juking and jiving in the fights.
Oh, hello there. Templar Assassin has the big item. The largest of items.
The big one, yeah. The damage is coming now. Full Rapier. Is she coming in time for this fight, though? She has to go through the gate. There's a ward as well that stops this. He warded.
This is a little spooky.
She's hopping through to her team.
Omar, the bushwhack. In jumps Miero, though, straight into the back. GH getting caught and forced to supernova quite early on. Sunray not really going to accomplish a whole lot, and BetBoom, I mean, they
cancel on Pango.
Well, they jump in with Pure, looking for GH, but now the turn, Sumail and Omar trying to catch up to Pure. Let's see if they can follow through on this, because they're right into the back, onto this Luna. Miracle standing, but not surviving. Dead to Kiyotaka as the Timbersaw comes in clutch. GH now in trouble, and down they go. 2 in a row for BetBoom. They've got buyback on the one. Luna can return. But they've got to find something in the backlines here. Noob and Sumail, with Miracle coming in, they kill off Save, but Kiyotaka's damage is tremendous.
Miracle is the target now, chasing after him, trying to find where he is.
This is so dangerous for Nigma. I mean, Pure is going to find Noob here for sure. There's no escape for the Pango, and what, does the Luna just have to TP home?
They're pinging him. They actually know where he is. He TP'd in, so he can't TP home. They know he has to be somewhere. They see him now in the trap.
Over the trap, Hurricane Pike and Manta style, has a BKB. Let's see if Pure can catch up to this Luna. The shot misses. Miracle, though, going to get stunned up, turns to try and fight it back, goes invis, but down you go. Dead for 2 minutes, and BetBoom have gone from an unwinnable position, it felt like, to now 46 minutes in being the dominant team in game 1.
Yeah, how did it slip from Nigma like this? They were so solidly ahead, but this fight particularly, the Pango got forced to cancel his TP to the outpost. After that, BetBoom just pounced. We saw at the start of the fight there how he was trying to TP in, but felt like the location is a bit too dangerous. And then he's stuck all the way over in Fountain while the fight breaks out. And without Pango to frontline, they just falter. They do not have enough to stop this onslaught of Doom running in, Timber charging forward, and then Snapfire raining down the kisses. They just all basically ran for their lives in that fight. No damage was really being done.
Yeah, I guess this is where, for me, it's felt like the kind of tricore of BetBoom have finally got that wind in their sails. They're finally all ready at the same time. As Enigma Galaxy, the Earth Spirit and the Pango, who had a very good early game, have kind of had to relinquish a lot of that control and presence to the Luna. And as soon as the Luna's dead, we saw Miracle die, buy back, try to come in again, not able to withstand what BetBoom are throwing their way. And Omar just gets slain by the TA. Jump in again onto GH. Kiyotaka just pressing forward and forcing Nigma to cower in their fountains while the tier 4s and the throne is dying. Now that's the stun onto the Pangolier. One more hit will do the trick with a hook shot, and Kiyotaka's damage. They should have noob. They've tried to jump the TA in the back with Sumail. Pure is dropping. Down he goes, but he's got the Aegis. Rapier still in hand, Sumail dipping back into the fountain, hiding in the well, GH is stuck in the trees, and that's got to be it now. Game 1, BetBoom are fountain diving Nigma Galaxy, starting off their Dream League with a bang.
What a great comeback from BetBoom as well. That early game looked so rough. Nigma were in good control, but they find a way to get back into fight. One single fight turned everything around. They were 10,000 gold behind, found that one amazing fight for themselves. Buybacks used as well on the back of, I want to say, Miero and his Doom. I think that's the player that stood out the most to me in this game. The way he played that bottom fight, he looked confident, strong, and just found the way into the fight in a beautiful way. And of course, a lot of work was put in through all the players here, but he was really the pillar stone in these later engagements.
Especially with the kind of comeback, right, where he had a pretty poor laning stage. It wasn't easy for him. Didn't have any good connections in that early game. It was quite a challenge for BetBoom to get there. But I don't know. Once we got to that Roshan fight, that kind of first one in the bottom right corner of the map, where it was like, this is, doom or gloom. This is it. This is where BetBoom have got to do something. I'm kind of curious who the calm voice is in BetBoom saying, hey, just chill, just wait, relax. We'll go late game, we'll synchronize, we'll get our item timings to hit, and we'll defeat this Luna. Because Miracle was so scary for a solid 20-minute period in the middle of that game.
I think they made the collective call there. I think it has to come from the carry, basically, because Pure is the one who has to read there, like, can I fight? How strong are we at fighting?
Right.
And ultimately, he got his timings, right? We talked about how, he has Blink Dagger now, maybe they can go fight. They didn't rush to fight. He got Blink Dagger and didn't really do too much with it, just kept farming, using the Blink to accelerate that farm even more, and then build towards the full BKB and Hurricane Pike. When he had all that, then they started engaging. That's when they got the really good fight, with the Daedalus as well for damage later on. He was actually a big threat.
Yeah, the BKB on Doom, Kiyotaka with that Ag's BKB timing as well, and just kind of swooping into these fights, finding the pickoffs they needed. And it felt there was also a big change in terms of, how confident they felt, obviously, with the way the game turned, where it went from Omar, who was non-stop being that pest, right? The classic squirrel nonsense, stepping into the trees, getting catches, and it was this sequence of events where Omar would see someone, catch them, Noob and Sumail would follow, and then Miracle and GH would follow the followers. As soon as BetBoom, 3 in a row, right? They saw Omar doomed and kissed him with the Snapfire 2 or 3 times, and Omar all of a sudden stopped looking. He stopped hunting because he was scared.
Yeah. I mean, they showed that they are not going to hesitate. Miero doomed him more than anything else, I think, this game. He made sure that this pesky little hoodwink was not allowed to play his game the way he wanted to. And just very, very aggressive reactions to whenever hoodwink was overstepping. And I think that's what they needed to take over the map. Also, I have to mention one more thing. They had vision control for a lot of the game, BetBoom. Even when they were behind, I feel like they had so much vision and intel from the TA traps. They had the rockets from the clockwork, and they were allowed to play good because of that. They had information on where Nigma were. Nigma don't really have a vision draft here, and they didn't buy an early gem to prevent all this as well. I think they picked up a gem, but they lost it. And then we just saw how they got kind of stuck in their base, predicted a lot because of the vision.
Yeah, and kind of stepping into positions and needing a lane ward to catch someone, but then that leaves you with no ward to kind of take that area, right? Thinking back to that moment you were talking about, the triple wards top from BetBoom, where they were looking to kind of encapsulate that area, really take control of it fully, triple observer wards plus the traps, that gave them a third of the map, whereas Nigma were kind of trying to move their positions around and find stuff with the Pango and Earth Spirit from quite an early point. I mean, a devastating loss for Nigma, right? Thinking of how that game started, where it was heading, and then just being turned on its head so very quickly. Super challenging one for them, but a good victory from BetBoom to kind of pull things out and go late game. I think we're ready for a break. We can head over and wait until game number 2. We'll see you right around the corner. Welcome back, everybody. Game number 2 is coming your way here between BetBoom and Enigma Galaxy and Wagga. Game 1, the start of DreamLeague Season 24. We had that inevitable move, you know, the potential for Enigma Galaxy to pull out a victory, and then they were stopped in their tracks.
I don't even really still understand how that happened. They were in such a good position, and I thought that even the fight that decided it and turned it around, let's say, where BetBoom jumped and doomed a Phoenix who had buyback, I thought that was a good start for the fight for Enigma, but they just didn't really have enough to bring down the right targets. They didn't shut down the TA in that fight, and I think that allowed BetBoom to get some momentum to take over the map, and that they did. BetBoom just showed that you cannot cut them out. Doesn't matter how much gold advantage you have, you still need to play the game properly.
Yeah, it has to be one of the most, patient and disciplined team play moments I've seen from any kind of team, but I guess Pure and BetBoom have been known for this ability to pinpoint a moment or a combination of items that they needed to say, hey, we're ready to go, especially in the face of such devastation, where every time BetBoom would step out on the map, there was an Obs ward watching them, a lane ward that sees them so the Hoodwink can catch them, and then they have Pango and Earth Spirit literally just steamrolling over the top of them to kind of get past that, meat grinder of death and find openings is just tremendous in its own right.
Yeah, BetBoom, they had the composure to not lose too much at any given point. Like, they were falling behind in net worth, and it was looking grim. But ultimately, they did hold their base in a pretty good way. They only lost the bottom racks, and against the Luna, it can so quickly fall completely out of control. Yeah. But on the back again of Miero just playing a fantastic game of Doom, I think he was just integral in these fights. His positioning, not only he was chasing people down and killing them, also that Parasma build was wild for chasing people. But on top of that, he also positioned himself between the TA and the opponents, always trying to guard her, allowing her to deal damage. I really think Miero, we hype up his summon heroes, but he played so well in Doom in this game.
He really did, yeah. Really putting out some pretty tremendous numbers. But it's a fresh game, a fresh draft for Game 2 in these 2-game series, starting out DreamLeague Season 24. So we'll find out if Enigma Galaxy are going to go down the same road, or if they've got something else cooked up by Kuroki up their sleeves. So far, I've got a couple of bands coming out. We'll get the draft on your screen momentarily here, as we'll find out exactly what we'll be dealing with. I've also noticed that Enigma Galaxy have tagged themselves up as GH2 007.
Yep.
We've got some funny names.
Yeah, I see that. Some fun. I mean, Enigma, they strike me as a team that should be able to embrace that as well. These players are, known to have very, very lovable characters and personalities on this team. So hopefully they have a lot of fun with it. Even though they dropped the ball there in Game 1, they should be able to bounce back and don't get too down from previous outcome.
5 seconds remaining.
Batrider, Muerta, Invoker, Shadow Demon, Pango, and Sniper all gone. So no Pango for Noob this time around. He's going to have to play something a little different.
Yeah.
And first picks was Pango into TA, right? It was Pango from Enigma Galaxy, then TA.
Yeah, when Pango TA was the 8 and 9. And now we're going to see an opening here from BetBoom coming in with the Enchantress.
That is a scary, scary hero.
Yeah, you never enjoy seeing Enchantress go through like this, especially an Enchantress that almost every single team almost always ban against them. It is actually rare to see Enchantress being allowed through the pool. Like, looking at their recent games, they've played so many different series, and it's almost always banned, man. And when they get to play Ench, it's usually quite a good show as well. So we'll see how it's gonna manifest in this game, but Katomi, very happy to get this one.
Yeah, or save, right? That's the thing, right? BetBoom now has 2 position 4 players.
Yeah. Saves Enchantress is also super solid, so both of them can do it. Which also means they probably rate it even higher, When you have 2 players, they're both gonna sit there and scream like, Ench, they gave us Ench.
Which lane am I winning?
Yeah. Who's taking it? They probably have to do some rock, paper, scissors right now for who's gonna get to play it.
Probably.
Okay, so they let Ench through, but then pick the Nyx. So that's a hero that can kill the big creep if you mana burn it. So it is premeditated that they say, okay, it's fine, we can let Ench through, we have a plan. And Nyx has looked really good lately. Overall, this hero is quite oppressive with the speed from the ulti. We've seen Nyx just walk around scouting and then pressing that ulti and just scutter away.
Was it us casting OG quite recently? It
Yeah,
was, right? And
it was
Ari
like
played
close
it like...
qualifiers, yeah.
Yeah.
We had the qualifier games where Nyx was super impactful, several games.
Yeah, being very irritating.
Yeah, the heroes provides a lot of different stuff, but it is a weak laner, so when you see this early Nyx pick, it does tell you that Nigma might be running a vulnerable offlane, where Nyx might just want to run away, farm some big creeps, you know. You probably don't want to match up the Ench against the Nyx in the lane as well, so perhaps if this is going to be a Nyx offlane, you want to have your Ench be on the enemy safe lane. I don't think you want that matchup.
5 seconds remaining.
Boom banning some of these toxic heroes. Visage and
Getting
Dazzle.
good rest here before the game as well.
Oh, he's run out of tea. He's like, oh, I should have made another mug.
He's really
What have I done with
thinking
my
about it
life? I've got to go boil the kettle. Wait, hang on. What's this? It's water. Ah, it's water.
That's just tea without flavor.
Look, he's so angry. Why am I drinking this? No lemon.
Why is he so angry?
Watch
They
him,
just won.
watch him get the mug and just pour the water in the mug. Mix up all the little remnants of honey and lemon you've got in there. A nice new drink.
Yeah. Katomi. We'll see what he's going to get to play in this game if he is getting the Ench. Perhaps he's mad because he knows he's not getting it. Perhaps it's already been called. Save is having it this game.
Oh, Mr. Tasky Task. A hero that's found himself in that early ban phase more often than not in the past couple of months. Like, since TI, basically, right? It's like...
Yeah, even after the TI nerfs, I still think this hero is absurdly strong. The drinking buddies is still very, very powerful. And the fact that the hero is still playable even after the changes he got means that it was absolutely busted, which, you know, no surprise. Boxy showed us all how broken this hero is. And it has very high skill caps, so you can do a lot of funny things with it as well. Between both the pulling yourself to juke stuff or to get closer to things, and then also having the ice shards to manipulate your position. It was really like a puck from the support role.
Lots of fun stuff you can do. Right, Bet Boom, where are we heading? Are we going to see Miero's hero early? You've shown Pure's hero last game in the first slot, and now you've shown one of your supports. Both supports now, it looks like, with a Dark Willow on top of the Enchantress.
Yeah, Ench.
It's like
Dark Willow. Dark Willow is generally very good against Tusk. It's one of the best heroes against it. And there we go. We talked about Miero, Beastmaster in the previous draft. They banned it out then. They didn't ban it out now. Gonna be interesting to see how they're gonna play this. Ench and Beast is a lot of tempo.
But you're playing into Nyx, but Nyx can only kill one creep, right? You've got Helm the Dominator plus Ench creeps. The speed at which Bet Boom could play out of the lanes is pretty scary.
It is. He also can only kill one creep, but he can also only kill the Helm of the Dominator creep, not the Helm of the Overlord if he gets an Ancient.
Right.
So if he rushes Helm of the Overlord and Beast, he can still have a creep that is very difficult to deal with. We'll see if he goes for that build, if he goes Aghanim Scepter. I've seen more and more Helm of Dominator on Beastmaster lately. It's definitely the more favored one. The win rates are looking better on it as well. So I'm curious to see that build coming out here. And
Yeah, I think even during the
tempo.
Yeah, sure. I think even during the qualifiers we cast, we started to see that Helm build kind of pick up tempo a bit. But I'm just thinking about, like, if Bet Boom have... they've already, like, secured lanes with these heroes. It feels pretty freaking strong. The lane bleed, like, into mid lane from Ench and Beastmaster with summons, with, you know, a gauge rotation into a push into mid lane can be very scary for Nigma to contend with.
It can be, but Nigma also set themselves up here with a Shadow Fiend. The carry hero basically lately, at least, has been looking outstanding. He is matching up very well together with either of these melee supports as well. And can be tricky for Beastmaster, since you want to keep those boars alive. The minus armor aura can make them go down pretty quickly to just like 3 auto attacks, or, you know, a race and an auto attack and they die.
Oh, Mr. Sandy Claus.
Yeah, good way to get damage into these supports of Bet Boom. The Bet Boom supports are pretty tricky to damage if you don't have some AoE damage, but tanking is not gonna care about your Untouchable or your Shadow Realm.
Everybody's got stuns to protect the Shadow Fiend. Tons of stuns.
More stuns coming in as well for Bet Boom here to get themselves the Earth Spirit.
A good way to get in on top of that Shadow Fiend. Gonna pair with the Dark Willow with that AoE control. We're just missing Lion from Nigma Galaxy now, actually, and we have all 3 of the Earth Spike.
Yeah. Well, you need Tide as well. Don't forget the Ravage. I mean, it still counts,
yeah,
even though it has different.
The
different
Tendrils.
Yeah, it used to be Impale. Okay, it counts. We grandfather that in. It's fine.
Good old Impale. Do the Impales still have that weird like extra range on them?
I think yes.
Rough question. I'm sorry.
On some of them, yes, but not all of them. I think Lion definitely has a little bit of extra range.
Lion
but
has like
Nyx,
extra 25 range or something.
Yeah, but Nyx doesn't. I don't think. Nyx done like looks to be as long range as it is, basically. And then Burst Strike is, you know, once he gets Bloodstone and Burst Strike, it actually has more AoE, so it has more range. It always looks funny. It looks like you miss a Burst Strike, but it hits because of Bloodstone AoE.
I mean, that used to be a thing, right? You used to have to ground target to try and hit a hero that was further away.
Yeah. I mean, that's still how you do it with Lion. Lion has good initiation that way.
Stun the ground. Alchemist and Morphling gone. Monkey King joins them in the realm of bans. So what is that, Monkey King to protect the Earth Spirit mid?
I think so. I think it's also perhaps respecting that it would be a good tempo hero for them, and maybe it would be too much tempo coming out from Nigma, and they don't want to see that. But yeah, Earth Spirit is one of those heroes mid who gets punished by Monkey. Monkey King just flat out win certain matchups. Morphling ban coming out as well from Nigma.
And we're expecting a carry for Bet Boom and what, an offlane from Nigma Galaxy?
Yeah.
Is Sand King off? Yeah, I was wondering about the Monkey King, but is it SK mid?
I think it could be a mid, to be honest, that we should expect from them.
Yeah.
I think Nigma, they can flex, of course, but yeah, maybe you put Sand King against the Earth Spirit. Either works, really. It's down to what they want to match up. I think the Sand King more likely might go into the off lane here, though. Comes down to what we're going to see with the TA on the safe lane. I think Sand King is going to go there. Good hero for dealing damage, but of course the Void Blade's facet is very oppressive in lane.
And then Nigma Galaxy have potentially left themselves the flex of the Shadow Fiend, even though he's been more of a carry hero. I mean, would you flex him mid?
You could, but I would say he should be carry nowadays, because the Mask of Madness build works so well from safe lane. And if you go mid, it's a little bit tricky with the itemization compared to carry right now. Because safe lane, you just go for the early Mask of Madness, get into Hurricane Pike, and just dominate. Yeah, they're going to go for a Primal Beast instead, so wow, they really show their intentions. Nigma are coming to run at you. 4 melee heroes and a miracle.
And a miracle Shadow Fiend, yeah. And everyone's got stuns. Everyone's got some kind of reach and catch. That's pretty insane. So these 2 lane-winning squishy supports on Bet Boom could actually struggle in that mid-game, just being trampled on.
Yeah, we got Sumail looking pretty happy here. Thinking about this game. We'll see what they can bring. Sumail on the Sand King. And Noob, of course, on the Primal Beast. So it's going to be the Primal Beast going up against the TA instead. And then the Sand King should have a very good time against Earth Spirit. Not a hard lane. That's where you can really flash farm easily as Sand King. Earth Spirit a little bit better at getting to those side lanes though, and having impact early, especially with the 4-minute timing. For me though, I think all that we talk about, like the SF and the TA and whatnot, I'm gonna keep my eyes on Miero, dude. His Beastmaster, he's going for the Wild Hunt facet. I can see it already. He's gonna get that Dominator most likely, and I think he set the pace previous game, and here I expect him to do it even more so.
Go down the throats of your opponent. And save. Looks like he's having a bit of a chuckle to himself as well. I'll find out which way it goes. Bet Boom showed their resilience in game 1. How they're able to turn the tables and come back from a pretty disastrous situation. Game 2 here feels like they should have more solid lanes, easier ramp up into this Templar Assassin, feeling more comfortable. But I mean, Nigma Galaxy, both games now has very much felt like a 4 Protect 1, but not the same 4 Protect 1 we're used to, right? It's not this anti-mage who's AFK farming. It's 4 fighting heroes, and then when Miracle feels like he wants to join, he'll join.
Yeah, but the carry position is also very, like, all positions in Dota now are very active. It's so seldom we see a carry who can truly just say, oh, guys, I want to farm for like 35 minutes. Can I just not be a part of the game and just build my items? That doesn't fly right now. You need to have a hero that's active early. That's why we see these carries. We see the SF, we see Luna in the previous game, and, you know, TA being played back-to-back here. They believe in her potential as well. Not a hero that has been doing that great this patch, but obviously worked out for him in the previous game.
Even just being used as bait, right? You have to have some kind of use. You know, dangle a carry.
Oh, you're always useful in one way or another in Dota. You know, I'm underfarmed. Yes, exactly. That's my friend. You go first.
Save and Noob. A little bit of a head-to-head in that mid lane, just showing themselves. No wards placed just yet.
Late smoke up here for at least Radiant. Maybe both teams, actually, as we see Kataomi ready to click his. Yep. Nyx not part of this.
Interesting. He's coming through the gate, is he?
Yeah, he's just sitting and controlling the gate right now.
30 seconds.
I think he wants to possibly block up some
the
spawns.
boars. The smoke breaks on Miero, and that early warning system is there in the right place at the right time. Enigma Galaxy going to have to scurry back to the bounty runes. So what is this Nyx doing?
He's just looking to block up camps and control stuff. He put a control over on the gate for now. He has the observer there. And he gets spotted by this dire observer ward, actually. But yeah, he wants to block up the camps so that the Ench can't get good creeps, I would imagine.
And off he wanders back to lane.
Yeah, he actually is holding on to his sentry. Didn't block any of the back camps. I was thinking he could do that and body block the small camp, but it's like he's just gonna go and join the body blocking of the creep wave.
It is quite common, this Dire Observer ward in the top jungle, right? Against the Nyx Assassin, we saw, again, going back to the qualifiers, watching Ari do it a bunch of times. You kind of drag waves around, go and farm jungle. Nyx Assassin feels like Marana of the old days, where you're position 4, but you are getting quite a lot of farm from the map.
Omar actually skills up the stun level 1 instead of the mana burn here, so using that to secure the range creep as well as deal some damage to Pier. But this top lane should be very, very strong for Dire. Enchantress TA should be having an easy time.
It's still mana burn in your head as well, huh? I avoided saying the spell name the entire round.
I still call it that. Yeah. I mean W. I'll call it W. Mind Flare. I mean, it still looks the same, so...
Yeah.
The spell is...
And the enemy has to have mana to use it on them.
That's true, yeah. If you have mana, you die if you're a creep.
Well, a bit of lane manipulation going on. They do turn with some good damage onto Kataomi, though, with a stun and a blood grenade. But Noob looks like unable to finish the job. How far is Noob from level 2? Can he onslaught soon?
Yeah, he can, but he can W after him here using the W trees, so he gets closer.
He's got it.
And that's boots for him. That's so big for them. This top lane was supposed to be a bad lane for them, but already getting a start for Noob that's going to help him. And Omar takes the chance to pull the creeps.
Right, tremendous start, and save is dead down bottom as well. These two supports that are usually quite domineering in lane already being shut down from an early point. It's a good sign for Enigma Galaxy.
Yeah, always nice for Shadow Fiend as well to get a kill in lane. Now his aura is even stronger. It kind of ramps up. Now you have the boars having -6 armor when they get close to SF, so he has to be very cautious with how he micros them. Of course, Miero no slouch though, so surely he won't be feeding them away too easily.
Well, it seems like Kiyotaka's grabbed the water rune up north, and he's going to get the southern one as well. Drops the chat wheel lines, so I guess he's been kicking the Sanking around. Samael coming out the worse for wear in that mid lane. While Kataomi, again, being chased down by Noob and this Primal Beast. Not enough to finish her off this time around, though.
Yeah, and now he's going to be happily just turning into this right-click menace. The Enchantress always laying in the auto attacks. Skilling up the impetus in this lane as a reaction to the Nyx. So because Nyx is there, he doesn't skill enchant. And because Nyx knows that, he doesn't skill Mind Flare. It's like the double step here. Or at least level 1, he didn't kill it.
Yeah, let's see if he goes for it. And he can always go kill some jungle creeps. Yeah, dragging that wave in behind their own tier 1 now. Puts Pure and Kataomi in quite a forward position.
Yeah.
Not really a chance for Sumail to like move or anything. Yeah, Sumail's actually just going back home.
Yeah, a little bit awkward for Sumail there. Mid lane, I thought it would be having a better time, but Kiyotaka so far getting a little bit of the upper hand. Still very even in CS, but going to base and TPing out like this is not a good feeling. Bottom lane, attempting a go. Miero.
Here they got Beastmaster, Miracle, and GH. What have they got left in the tank? Is there another raise or anything like that to try and finish him off? Looks like they'll kill the Hawk, but Miero, the hero, will survive.
Too long cooldown on the ice shards. Not going to be able to trap him again here. But still bullying him down to really low HP. So difficult for Miero to stay on lane now. Past the helm, of course. So plenty of armor and regen. Even get a salve up.
He's in that threshold of not wanting to show in the lane again. It looks like even though Sumail had to leave mid, Kiyotaka doesn't really get a massive lead in terms of last hits. Slightly ahead on the levels, though. Sumail's going to throw whatever spells he can the way of the Earth Spirit. Gets rolled on under tower. Takes a few more hits than he would have liked.
Yeah, still fights back decently. Just a Sandstorm doing so much damage to Earth Spirit as well. Noob not having an easy time on top lane now as the TA has her own boots and gloves. Anytime he gets close, he just gets a Meld Strike to the face.
The Shard Golem's throwing some pebbles at the Nyx. And comes the Primal Beast, though. Set up stun from the Impale. Omar and Noob. Do they lose the Nyx here to the Golem? A final bit of damage, it was enough.
That was so close. That was an auto attack from the little one.
Miero getting raised and snowballed upon by Miracle and GH, even turning on to save now, who spent all of his spells, so a little bit more damage from the Shadow Fiend should do the job with that final raise. And this late TP coming in, and Chandra's not really going to be able to save the day at all.
That is a beautiful start for him there on Miracle. Again, off to a good start, just like last game, 3-0 and 0. He has Power Treads, 660 gold as well, pretty close to a Morbid Mask.
I didn't realize the Primal Beast has kind of slipped behind the rest of the pack. It's felt like Noob has had a good laning stage, getting that kill, pressing forward. But
it was always going to be a rough lane, so that's why I was so excited when they got that early kill, when they got a good start on the lane, because otherwise this lane could have been devastating.
So this is the case of this is the best as you can get. A roll into Snowball mid, though. Sumail, he's been given the chance to Epicenter and dive straight back in. Kill off Kiyotaka. And Bedboom, they just don't have the numbers. Enigma Galaxy have 4 bloody heroes here. They're ticking down, but they will survive.
Yeah. Meanwhile, top rune at least gets claimed by Kataomi, not allowing that one to be ball up. Bottom lane, Miero. Look at the range on that snowball coming in.
Oh, jeez. He's got the catch on him. And Shadow Fiend just unloads so much damage.
Oh, no. They killed him before the aura disappeared as well, so that's 3 stacks now on Lasting Presence. Of course, any kill will reset the timer on the existing ones.
Oh, 7-1. A mild net worth lead for Enigma Galaxy, but it's felt like every move they've made has paid off for them. Still having some difficulties up top, though. This Pure and Kataomi dual lane with Kiyotaka arriving could undo what's left of Enigma Galaxy up top, especially around the 7-minute mark. Wisdom Rune, Carapace, not going to get him, but the stun is back out of the Nyx and the Sand King with a trample over them. Kiyotaka and Pure very nearly dead, but the follow-through just not quite there.
Bedboom get away with it. That was a risky move, but it works out for them. Barely getting the Nyx kill as well before the Sand King comes in there.
And then GH was on the other side of the map, getting the Wisdom Rune there.
Yeah, so still 1-for-1 on the Wisdom, but that was a very important move to bring that many heroes and steal this the Radiant Wisdom, so to say.
Carapace and a stun, Omar's dying breath. It looked decent. And for a second, I thought that Baby Roshan Courier was another hero coming. And I was like, Enigma Galaxy, they've got some kills. But they just didn't. They didn't.
New heroes coming as well.
He's so shiny. He's got particles flowing out of him.
Yeah, some couriers truly do look like a full-fledged hero.
Yeah, I'll grow up one day.
More particles than Morphling.
I think, I mean, you've more polygons and particles than waffling for sure.
Yeah. Probably either. Bottom lane still looking so difficult for Beastmaster here. Both offlane are struggling a lot because we talk about how, you know, the Primal Beast is not having an easy time on offlane, but same can be said for Beastmaster. Primal is now activating here, running into enemy jungle.
Save. Being pummeled. It's the death squad from Nigma Galaxy.
All five?
All 5 of them.
I think Miracle was trying to get over there to get a reset on his minus armor again,
Oh, yeah.
but he didn't get there in time.
He's got some stacks to take.
I got the -1 at least, but meanwhile, Betboom are wasting no time. They take the top tower.
I mean, that's the big difference, right, between this and game 1, is Pure is having a good early game.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a fantastic start for him. He now has started occupying the enemy Ancients area, and TA with maxed out melds farms it very fast with this facet. So he's going to be ramping up his farm faster than anyone else right now. But SF is also cracking bottom tower.
Yeah, see if Betboom are actually able to respond to this. Looks like they're rolling mid and trying to play there with Kiyotaka having a bit of a poke onto the Primal Beast. And Sumail's set up camp in this enemy Ancient spot. Omar and Miracle off to the right-hand side as well.
I like how both teams are stealing the enemy Ancients right now.
Yeah.
Little Kobold will come in and give the information.
It's like an agreement to play opposite sides of the map.
Good agreement for Nigma since the Ancients were already stacked before they got here.
True. But maybe also a good agreement for Betboom because Nigma are the ones with 5 stuns.
That is true.
You don't want to be playing into them right now. It's kind of a tricky one for Kiyotaka, honestly. Noob gets rolled on, magnetized out, but in comes Sumail with the help of the Pulverize and Earthspike. Got a lot of damage. The snowball straight back over towards Kataomi as they blow up the Earth Spirit in the meantime. Nigma have kept everyone alive. Noob is still going to survive through the Shadow Realm, while Miracle joins in the fray to blow up Miero. Sumail gets a double kill. They kept Noob's Primal Beast alive, and now they're charging forward and looking for a +1. The cherry on the top could be saved Dark Willow here. A snowball into Walrus Punch. It's enough to steal the kill from Miracle, who surely would have wanted it.
A Walrus Punch with that lasting presence actually does so much damage. I didn't think that GH was going to kill him there. Also a slick play by GH. Nice pickup, pulling over onto the Enchantress there. You saw that save onto the Primal Beast. He not only chain stunned in a good way, but he also moved them over to the Ench, getting them out of danger here as we see the reinforcements coming in from Betboom from the side. That's just a very slick move.
It feels like Nigma Galaxy just kind of walk it forward.
Yeah, they're feeling very strong around the SF right now, so around him they can do whatever they want, I think.
And then they go for more. Sumail's seen the Enchantress. This is money towards Bloodstone, but the Dark Willow is there in the nick of time to stop them with the Brambles.
Yeah, if those Brambles weren't there, one single auto attack from the SF would take away like half HP from Ench, so he gets away safely. Do have to be careful not to chain feed against the SF. He does have 3 stacks right now. Do not give him another one. Of course, it only starts really compounding when he has level 15 and the buildings are the ones to suffer afterwards. Get the minus armor affects buildings talent.
What's Shadow Fiend's second spell called?
Feast of Souls.
You actually know it? What does it do?
It increases your
yes, Griff, it's Shadow Rays. Haha, that's the second.
Oh my god, it's a trick. Feast of Souls is just attack speed, but you lose your souls, right? It's so bad.
Does anybody ever skill it until like level 26 or whatever?
But I think it's a mistake to do it. Almost every single SF just skills stats instead. Plus 8 to all stats just feels better by far compared to this, because no SF likes losing your souls. So yeah,
it's antithetical, whatever the word is, to the hero, right?
Exactly. It's not thematic. You want to keep the souls. Like maybe you could use them as economy, but not for this. It would have to be something more exciting.
Like a big crit.
Yeah. I mean, anything really other than just this. The 40 attack speed up to 70 attack speed and then 100 attack speed when you use it. But you lose damage. That's the thing. You lose so much damage.
Oh, Miracle coming up top to put that damage to use. Down goes the tier 1. While Betboom, well, they get a move on. They head down south and they're going to spot out Miero down here as Omar and Noob TP bottom to catch the Beastmaster. He was softly pushing down his bottom lane. Does finish off the tier 1 in the end.
Yeah, but he's still really struggling here. He is bottom of the pack, not really getting into the game the same way Noob is. Noob can just go together with his friends and keep fighting because he's a primal beast. He has no cooldown, nothing to wait for. The Beastmaster needs to farm his way back into the game. And the Helmo Dominator has completely missed its timing. Normally, you would want to see Helm of Overlord finishing up about now.
Right.
He still doesn't have a recipe or the ultimate orb.
Oh, do they have vision on Pure? Here with Omar, they definitely do. But he misses his stun. Needs Sumail to come in to get this one done, but Pure will turn and slay the Nyx. Now it's BetBoom's chance. This is your time to shine. Turn back onto Nigma, get some big kills here. The 2 supports should fall shortly, but it looks like the rest of the heroes with the streaks, the big cores, are surviving until Kiyotaka rolls back in, misses out on Sumail, kicks a rock across the front. Noob's gonna onslaught back. Full disengage time. Kiyotaka's still got a lot of reach though. Continuing forward. Trying to catch up to Noob here, but his team can't keep going.
Yeah, he doesn't have enough help. Used a lot of rocks for this as well.
So they'll dip on that bottom lane. Go to the twin gate and think about playing top.
I think this is the thing though. BetBoom, they can take fights as long as Shadow Fiend is not in the area. SF with his friends is way too strong to fight into right now. But that bottom fight proves that as long as SF doesn't really have a chance to hit, then who cares? The Blade Mail Earth Spirit is happy to go in. Oh, nice W from Willow. Stays safe here.
Noob's into the back though on the TA. Nice 2-man stun. Omar trying to set up this fight for Sumail as Kiyotaka rolls away. Threads the needle right in between them, but GH has managed to catch up to him. They need to keep blocking the rolls here with the tons of stuns they've got. Perfect chain disables onto the Earth Spirit as they claim a couple of lives.
Yeah, very good fighting again here from Nigma and BetBoom. They're trying to put up an early fight, but again, it feels like they want these items similar to what we saw last game. TA wants that Blink Dagger. It was close to her going down there, actually, but managed to stay safe.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
GH looking for pickoffs. It's a ward that sees the Beastmaster.
Zave's going to have to call the number at the end of his name in a second. Needs some assistance. Sharpish, because he's blocked by the shards. Miracle. Can't quite tag him up, though. And BetBoom have vision over the Shadow Fiend. The Centaur after Brambles. It's a little bit annoying, but they're not making a go on him.
Just gonna go on the poor Centaur again. Another Dominator creep falls, and we have Nyx in the area. Could hunt if he wants. Not gonna be so aggressive. Aggressive though. Aggressive?
Aggressive, yeah.
It's a new word.
Precocious, aggressive.
Yeah. I think they are setting up to go into the Roche right now, though. They're really taking over the area. It's top Roche. I don't know how easy it is for BetBoom to hold on to. Not gonna start yet, though. SF wants to farm Ancients a little bit more.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Sumail with an Invis rune. Could cause some problems down here. But it looks like he's just going to show on the wave to clear it out and defend his tower.
Happy to defend it. Invis rune also pretty handy to have.
This Sanky's pretty scary, right? You called it out in that draft, thinking about the support heroes of BetBoom. The Sanky. Oh, Omar. He's
staring him down.
Pure starts it off. Okay. But where's the follow through? It's not coming.
That was a little bit odd. I'm not sure what he was going for with that play. I guess he wanted to mess with the TA a little bit, you know, burn her mana, but there were supports in the area. Quickly come over and punish him.
It's just showing Pure that he's being watched, you know? Just like,
you know, Pure will happily take that, like a sushi belt, just feeding him. A support coming in alone. 300 gold, just like that. We take it. Also take the Grove Bow. TA very happy with the tier 2 item there.
And the fresh shard as well, I think she just purchased.
Yeah. Meanwhile, the SF has the Pupil's Gift. An underrated item still, I think, on SF. 2.5k HP. This man is not that easy to fight into.
Oh, pretty damn strong. And again, kind of going on him is quite hard when Enigma Galaxy have so many ways to turn around a team fight with all their disables.
Yeah, especially when like one of your initiations is roaring with Beastmaster, and Tusk could save against it.
Right.
That's the problematic part. Tusk didn't go for a Blink Rush or anything. He's going for Drums here, which I think is a better build as well. Drums will work really well with the Primal Beast and with SF. Get auto attacks, get damage, get speed here.
There's the Roche for them. So Aegis for Miracle. Now it's quite early to go high ground, right? This is going to be tier 2 towers and pressing forward on the map for Enigma Galaxy with the lead they've got.
Yeah, they have to be careful about bottom. There's a troll down here and the TA pushing. Actually, they're losing tier 2 very quickly.
I mean, Noob, he's kind of stuck in the bog here as Kiyotaka and Pure try to finish off that tier 2 tower. A good terrorize from Save buys them time, but the tower's still standing while Kiyotaka, he tried to roll and TP out, but Omar and Miracle were ready and waiting for him.
A good position there. Coming in from behind, they get the pick off. They keep the tower alive as well. Good use of the glyph there as they overcommit a bit. Thought the Earth Spirit was gonna get away at first, but nice move by the rest of Enigma to follow up. Now we should be seeing what you were alluding to, that tier 2 push. The SF has the aura as well. He has the presence aura affects buildings. It's pretty much aligning perfectly with the Aegis timing. And Pure. Ooh, Blink on cooldown now. That's dangerous.
Oh, this is scary. He's going to see them coming up the ramp, silences them, but Sumail didn't get tagged by the trap, so the stuns will come thick and fast. And Pure's Templar Assassin, the first death of the game. 50 seconds on the sideline while Enigma Galaxy are shoving down these lanes. But they're also coming back to try and maybe catch Betboom, who started to cut this bottom wave.
Yeah, Miero just trying to stay on the map and do what he can, cutting wave, but he does have a save nearby. They're gonna try and kill Noob.
And with the roar, the skellies, the rally damage, and save coming in, they've got a lot to pump into this Primal Beast, but he stays alive. He can't be dealt with.
Crimson Guard, those little skeletons were not doing any damage anymore.
Miero's still here, throwing wild axes at the next assassin, but he's going to get caught out by Sumail. No, Sumail has missed his stun. Now Omar's in trouble, he's dead. Miero's going to be able to run back a little bit further from this, but he's got no backup coming. Sumail and Noob should be able to finish him off eventually. I've got to be careful with the Primal Beast though. At 200 HP left, the balls are slowing you, and Sumail has the epicenter to kill off the Primal Beast. And the Beast Master. Dear Lord.
In the end, the ulti coming out from Sanking as well just had enough of him. Bring him down finally. As all this was happening, Miracle basically just been pushing mid. He did get the tier 2 tower mid, then enjoyed some easy free farm where nobody really wants to contest him. He has the full Hurricane Pike and the Manta Style. He just for 2 more minutes. Enchantress gets a very useful delivery there by TA as well, as we see some recap. The shard went over to Eng, so she can now dodge and disjoint stuff. Disjointing SF auto attacks is probably one of the most useful things with this Broink here.
Are we rewinding to watch Sumail miss his stun? Where are we going? Pure is going to stand up by his ancients.
Yeah, here comes the push to bottom. You see Betboom want to play the area and defend, but at the same time, I don't think they are strong enough at all, so Pure straight towards mid. You know, Earth Spirit and Beastmaster just getting whatever farm they can the rest of the map. Miero actually opted not to go for Helmo Dominator upgrade due to the timing being so late. He went for Vlad's instead.
Oh, Pure makes a move on Sumail. Kataomi and Save backing him up, but the Sanking's pretty tanky. That impetus damage with a TA just launching projectiles down takes him out. Miracle, the high ground ward there, spots this attempted Requiem. And now Bedroom again have found themselves in a spot where they can be aggressive. They can maybe crack Enigma Galaxy here.
Yeah, Enigma need to recenter around the Shadow Fiend and play around him, basically. When they get away from him, that's when we see these pickoffs happen. The Sand King's still pretty squishy. Even though he was having a great game, he was 4-0 and 8. Now, his first death of the game here. Once he gets his Shivas, I think he will start becoming harder to kill. But until then, there's still a timing window he can die.
Well, the roar on the Primal Beast. Kiyotaka and Save with a ton of damage. 8 one charges on Noob. That's never going to save you.
No. No way. Even if he popped that, still definitely dying there. We see the damage. Dark Willow doing quite a bit to add into that as well.
Oh, Enigma Galaxy starting to bleed a little bit. Sanking dead, respawns, Primal Beast dies. They're trying to catch Kataomi here, and it looks like they've got him. A very quick line drawn by the Primal Beast there to shove out that top lane.
Immediately calling for pushing, but at the same time, look at bottom. Pure has a Deso, has the creep wave with him. This tower is definitely gonna fall. It's pretty low HP, so you could say like, oh, that's whatever. But Pure is probably gonna stay here. He has a full BKB, so he can keep pushing and forcing somebody to come defend.
Soaking up all the farm on that side of the map as well. That's what Pure has always been so good at. You know, push that extra wave, farm that extra camp without being caught the majority of the time.
Dire are scanning.
Enigma Galaxy set up a bit of a camp in that top jungle. The Aegis has gone.
Miracle still hasn't died a single time and has 7 kills, by the way. That's a lot of extra necromastery he has.
Oh, hello and goodbye. Very quickly dispatching with save.
Nero going to cut the next creep wave. He does not want the tier 2 tower to fall. Sneaking behind. He's being pinged out.
And a much different game.
Omar
here.
is on him.
Oh, yes, hello. Blink
Can he
back,
get out?
TP,
I don't know about that.
Vision, do we have it? Not quite.
He didn't see him there. Wow, what a good spot for him to TP out. They're still looking for him, but he found the perfect blink spot to TP out. I thought Nyx would get vision walking by.
I thought so too. I couldn't quite see him.
Well, he cut only one creep wave. They're still gonna go with the next one. Nobody on creep wave cut duty. Actually, the first one already reached the tower as well as the range creep survived.
Yeah, how much harder is the comeback this time for BetBoom? Like game one, we saw the elements, right? We saw their kind of timing come to fruition. This feels much harder with the Beastmaster and the Earth Spirit feeling a little lacking.
I would say significantly, yeah. I think they just have a really great lineup this time for Enigma to keep bullying the way they're doing. They have Nyx for hunting. They have a ton of heroes can initiate. You have the Blink Dagger over on the Sanking as well, so he can catch people. And yeah, once they get the next Aegis, I think that's going to be a timing to crack base. Right now, they're just hunting for kills. Boom.
Smoke breaks. Sumail roared. Can they save the Sand King?
There's the snowball. There it is.
Snowball there. Buy some time. Omar will fall, but they've kept Sumail alive. Try and turn back onto Kiyotaka and Pure, but this BKB up for Kiyotaka lets him roll even deeper. Goes to the back lines as their front lines are dealt with. Noob is down. Enigma Galaxy lost everyone bar the Shadow Fiend, and that might not be true for much longer. Do they have reveal?
They have a dust on the beast, but 10-second cooldown still. He's hunting.
He's out of there.
It's too late. That backfired so hard. Sanking just got a little bit far away there. The snowball was there to attempt a save, but
hang on a second.
Was still tricky.
Pure, where he just got body blocked. He sees the courier. He's like, what's going on here?
Yeah. He's just going over. He wants to steal the enemy ancients, play this area, maybe even start threatening the tower.
Raw into roll, the Requiem there.
Yeah, Miracle tried to auto-attack a little bit, but realized that he can't really bring down the BKB Earth Spirit that quickly. And then he just ran away. And once he leaves on the SF, that's when you know there's no more damage going in.
No, it's fight over. And that's one of those situations where, you know, if the snowball had been 1 second sooner,
yeah,
it would have been huge for them. Or even just if there was, you know, you want a snowball there, but I'm just imagining a world where the snowball doesn't happen, the Requiem saves Sumail, and then maybe the fight. Oh, you're right.
Fine. Never mind.
Kiyotaka's there.
Yeah, but the SF would connect as well here, but
yeah, definitely an awkward one for Enigma Galaxy to find a way to put all those pieces together.
No, you're definitely right. It's very timing based whether or not you can save people or if you just turn into more feed. They just smoked under a dire Observer Ward. BetBoom are saying, never mind, we still just keep going with this Roche. I think that's the correct call. They're killing it very quickly. And we can see Enigma are very slowly moving up here. It didn't rush all the way.
Do they still want time? Do they still want to fight? They're trying to get in position, but BetBoom have come in, taken Roche, and TP'd or gated away.
So clean. What a nice play by BetBoom. Again, BetBoom just flipping the script on this game. Even though I said that this should be a really hard game for him to turn around, on the back of a good catch in the river there, and then, you know, making the advantage extend even more by taking this Roche. They are now ahead by 2k gold, and they're also building on their lead in general here. The experience is looking really nice. Level 22 on TA.
Yeah, I gave you a chance to say it's the easiest comeback in the history of mankind.
I don't want to undersell what they're doing. That's why I'm saying it, you know. This is impressive. BetBoom are playing the map in a really good way. Just understanding how to get the most out of it. And this is where you could say Nigma Galaxy, yeah, sure, their draft is very good at going on someone, and they're good at playing around the SF, but they are not that good as individual components, right? This draft is strong at team fighting. It's very, very good at chain stunning people. But if you split them up a little bit and you start going alone, then the Sand King doesn't do that much anymore. The Primal Beast isn't that strong anymore. Whereas BetBoom, they're kind of building. The Beastmaster had a hard start. He's actually recovering.
Yeah, not looking too bad now. Does he never go back for the upgraded helm?
No. No, I don't think so. I think he's just gonna go down full aura beast with, you know, BKB probably needed against all those heroes. So yeah, he went BKB, has Blink Dagger to initiate, and now Assault Cuirass is coming up. That AC is mostly to mitigate the effect of the SF, but also plays very nicely into the TA on your own team.
Oh, setting up down bottom now.
And not to underestimate, the Enchantress is getting there. Kataomi has the full Hurricane Pike soon on the Enchantress, so he'll be able to do some right-clicking too.
And the classic scaling Enchantress from the position 5 role. Just cutting out that wave, making life very challenging for Nigma Galaxy to get out of their base. A couple of heroes
starting
top.
to look a little bit more lost on the map after what happened the last few times here. Full BKB is being purchased by Miracle. Miracle still hasn't died a single time, by the way. It's very noteworthy, especially as he is a Shadow Fiend, so he has a lot of extra damage due to that.
But is that like an indicator of anything? Like, is that a good thing, or is that a bad thing that he's not died? Like, he hasn't been involved enough?
No, it's amazing that he hasn't died. He's played great. But the bad thing is that sadly, his kill momentum has kind of stopped. He was getting tons of kills, but that was like 15 minutes ago. Now it's a different story. High ground being held here by BetBoom. Difficult to go up that ramp.
It's such a good spot for them to play from.
Yeah, they have a gem on the Enchantress as well, so they're just taking away all the vision here. If she goes a little bit north, she can find a Radiant Ward.
Sumail's in. They've got a taste of the pure here. Where's the rest of BetBoom? Can I come and defend? Yeah, Kiyotaka, he's tried, but he'll die. Now the Aegis is down. Miera comes in with a roar. Pure, he needs to get the hell out of here, but the stuns just keep coming out of Nigma Galaxy. Sumail and Miracle stand their ground, but Pure has found a way back up to high ground until Noob chases forward, trying to get a grab on him, but Pure's out. They'll turn onto the Kataomi Enchantress instead, with a snowball there. They'll claim her life as Pure TP's home, defended by the rest of the squad.
Yeah, I mean, Pure lived, but his support to his mid is like, yeah, we saved you, buddy. Like, we did that. He went very alone into a lot of heroes there. Played pretty aggressively, pretty forward, and we saw all of Nigma ready to react. The moment they saw him, look at them, just pounce.
It took a little while for them to finish him off, but once Kiyotaka's gone, that's a lot of your team fight just disappeared.
Back in the game, we have SF just shoving straight towards mid. Glyph already used.
I'll just run it down a lane. Get that damage going. And they're going to try and kick off a fight in the mid lane. Sumail's there stunning them up. Quite a bit of damage onto Pure's Templar Assassin, and that massive crit finishes her off. 90 seconds, no TA. Nigma Galaxy now in the dire base. The flip-flop back and forth in this game has been pretty spectacular, as now it's Nigma Galaxy looking
minus
at a potential
13
victory.
Armor from this SF. The buildings are paper. Yeah, they're going straight for it. He doesn't have buyback. Oh, this is so costly. He spent all his gold. Pure.
I mean, what a massive turning point. They'll get onto Miracle. Snowball, though, this time, early from GH. Keeps the Shadow Fiend alive to turn back onto Miracle. Kill above his Kiyotaka, slain in the blink of an eye. The heroes just disappear, flop flat on their faces as Miracle showing off his Shadow Fiend in a spectacular primetime Miracle gameplay moment. He is unkilled, untouched, and absolutely monstrous.
Damn, nice game there coming out from Miracle. Well played by all of them really on the side of Nigma to turn this game as well around. BetBoom, that was a game that looked like it was going to be a repeat of what we had game 1. They were falling behind early, then they flip it, but then Nigma on the back of this monstrous SF just punished Pure's mistake. He overstepped a little bit once, and that's all it took. He used his BK for that. Later on, they got the fights.
So Omar just looks so confused. I guess this is already after the game is done, but I'm just imagining Omar making that face when Pure jumped in, like, what's happened there? What's he done?
It was very appropriate for it. But yeah, that one move really cost them in the end. And Pure spending all his gold as well. Probably didn't expect this, but when you play against SF current patch, the push is so insane. Again, we see GH with this clutch save here. This is still an early game when Nigma were dominating the game, right? 10-2 at the start of the game.
Crushing it.
Yeah.
And this was the moment where it potentially, started to fall to pieces.
Yeah, that was a difficult position to fight. They had to go into the river, and by doing so, they opened themselves up for the right clicks here, coming in from TA on the high ground, and just a hard position to hold overall. And this is, of course, the closing moments. They just minded the TA, and look at them. Determination to bring down the TA, and you don't have a proper way to save her. You don't have saving support. You don't have, like, maybe you can kick her with Earth Spirit, but that's tricky to do. And he was way too far up.
And this time, good resilience from Nigma Galaxy. I mean, they're playing their kind of classic karaoke style of game, right? Pick a ton of stuns, go play 5-man Dota, and then kind of hold hands and play together.
Either a ton of stuns or no stuns. You gotta have one or the other.
Yeah, the karaoke classic. There we go. Tying things up 1-1. Nigma Galaxy. I mean, you could argue they should have 2-0'd BetBoom here, but I think overall, thinking about how things went, BetBoom absolutely worthy of a draw here.
Yeah, I think so. They fought really well, and second game, they almost turned it around again and held on to it. They were in a good position, but just minor mistakes, and Nigma show some real dedication there to when they see an opportunity, they pounced it and did not let go. And this time, the opportunity was pure on the TA. If you overstepped, they punished it. But that was a good recognition of how they could turn the game around again. So excited to see what we're seeing from Nigma here. Playing pretty good Dota. At the same time, BetBoom still looking sharp.
Yeah, good, fun, exciting Dota as a little bit of a treat, as Odie was saying in that video we had about Nigma earlier on. But that wraps up our first series of the day. We'll have a quick break and come back with an interview. We'll see you in a bit.
DreamLeague Season 24 is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
What is up, everybody? Welcome back here to Dream League Season 24. My name's Cryptic. I'm here with, of course, Z-Quixotics, my right-hand man. What's up, Zach? How you doing today?
Hey, I'm good. I'm ready for more Dota. I was just watching some great Dota, and I was thinking, man, I'd love a whole new tournament to start over. Oh my goodness, here we are. I'm ready.
Right? I feel like it hasn't been very long since we've been watching and casting, so nice to just be right back in the saddle. As you guys know, for everyone who's been tuning in, we just came off of a very exciting series to kick off the day. Now, if you missed some of those moments, we do have some highlights, of that first series. So let's just kind of go back through, give everyone a little bit of a recap, kind of what's going on, because BetBoom had an insane comeback in game number 1. And then, of course, game 2, they swing it around for Nigma. Looks very nice.
Yeah, I'd say game 1, even though Nigma ended up losing, they were in a pretty good spot. Always frustrating to lose that, but it does show like it wasn't just like a stomp either. So pretty promising for Nigma, which we haven't gotten to see them play in a moment. We did see BetBoom play recently, and they were looking pretty good. And I think that got showcased in this game here.
Yeah, I think we were really impressed with BetBoom in some previous events, and they looked solid with the new roster. And right now, this is kind of Nigma's showcase of, all right, let's see how they're gonna do with, I want to say, like, some insane talent. Of course, like, this team is so good on paper. We just have seen them struggle to make certain events, and here we are. We make it to Dream League Season 24. They qualify, and they've got not a bad tie, a draw against BetBoom, which, like we said, probably one of the best teams at the moment. So I think that's a good showing for them. And it could have been a 2-0. So Nigma fans looking good right now,
Yeah, I mean, it's just the first series, so everyone's got to stay calm. But they're so back, maybe.
They're so
back.
What is back, though, is our upcoming series, and I'm happy to say it's one of my favorite teams, Heroic. These guys, obviously coming off of a major win recently, right? Like, this team has, I think, gathered a lot of fans. Yeah, it's the first South American team to win a Tier 1 event, and these guys are incredibly talented, a lot of them being in the scene for a long time. Obviously, the new blood of Parker, kind of known, as he powers up at night, and if I'm not mistaken, it's getting pretty late over there, so for Heroic, I think they've got the nighttime buff right now.
We'll see if they've adjusted to the time zone, because here it's still daytime, in the, the South American time zones. But you're right, getting later over there, that's the Dota player hours.
Oh yeah,
they're keeping the room dark. They're simulating it,
They're ready.
They're getting ready.
I love all the different jerseys they've got hanging on the walls. That's cool. That's fun to see.
It's pretty fun.
But Their opponents, of course, one of the best teams coming out of China, Azure Ray. I mean, there's a few well-known players here. One of my all-time favorite supports, Planet. I think this guy is incredibly skilled. He kind of grew up on this, or kind of exploded, I would say, rather, onto the scene back in like 2021, 2022. But has now, kind of been one of the front runners in that position for quite some time. But these guys are super talented.
Yeah, I think, like you said, talented players coming together for this like new season. So still need to prove themselves going forward. Didn't have the strongest performance in the last tournament, but I mean the competition is very close. We're seeing many
Super
games
close right
that end up quite long. And part of it's the patch, of course, but I think it's showing the competition's pretty close right now. It doesn't feel like there's one team, two teams that's just dominating everyone. Like, maybe just a year or so ago, same teams in the grand finals every single time. We still have a couple teams that usually make it to the top, but I don't think a bad performance suggests that you're a bad team, right? It could just be like, you know what, you're a little off that day. The other teams are a little on. Everyone is so close that, I just got to see more games. And fortunately, boom, brand new tournament. I'm sure they want a much better performance. So let's hope that time off was put to good use.
Yeah, I think there's a lot that I'm looking forward to, because I think Lowe's hero pool right now is pretty sick. And when it comes to carries right now,
pretty sick.
That shirt is that goes so hard, actually. Oh man, I love seeing the swag some of the players bring out, and I feel like China never disappoints. A lot of the Chinese teams come out with some really cool stuff. But yeah, what I was saying before, I was very much distracted by that shirt, in a good way though. His hero pool now, Lowe's hero pool specifically, I think is really good. We're into more of a farming meta, I think, than we were in the last couple of patches, where like the one position is really getting a lot more space to pick up farm, and Lowe is so good when he gets space.
Yeah, I'd say bracers being nerfed a little bit. Such a cheap item that allowed you to be so tanky, get really active. Aura's got slightly nerfed. We're still seeing a lot of early active play, but those nerfs did impact the meta a bit, like you said, pushing it a bit later, and maybe even more than that, because I was looking at the games played at the last tournament. There's quite a few games going towards that 50-minute plus mark.
Dude, yeah.
Quite a few going over an hour. We actually get to see tier 5 neutrals. So, I don't know if that was just so happened, coincidence, or really it was the bracer. The bracer was causing games to end so early.
Dude, I was gonna say it was the bracer, the like aura items, and because it made it so much easier. Like when you were 10-15,000 ahead at 20 minutes, because that was like reasonable. You could get 10 to 15,000 ahead in the last patch and by 20 to 25 minutes, like pretty reasonably, if you won your lanes. And then you just are the team that has all the auras and like 4,000 HP on your supports, and the other team's like core has 1,500 HP and no BKB, right? You're just like, all right, I guess we win. It just made the game so easy to snowball. But this patch, we're not seeing as much of a focus on the aura items. Like usually you'll see a pipe or a Guardian Greaves occasionally, like on a support, but it's a lot more focus on the late game itemization, I've noticed.
I think so, or at least like a couple heroes will, right? Like sometimes you do still have an aura draft, but it's been nerfed enough that if you want to go for a different draft, a different game plan, you can. And like you said, we do see a few more late game oriented plans. I mean, still like the other heroes doing some space making early, right? Devi Llama here, he'd be doing that for his team from that offlane role, which I think in this game should be pretty interesting. I think there's a couple really broken offlaners. Like I'd say supports, offlane, and mid lane, which I realize is most of the roles, but those three, it feels like every draft, depending on the team, you focus on one of those in the bans, and the others are then left open. I don't know if there's, like, at least in this series, if you're gonna bother with the offlane, because Devi pulls out some really weird heroes. Like, they don't care. Like, you take away the OP heroes, he's like, I didn't want to play any of those anyways. Like, it's perfectly fine. So I feel like we'll see more of a focus on, like, the supports or the mid heroes being banned out, and we might see, even though I just said that, if you leave the broken offlane heroes in, then, New and Devi Llama, they're gonna pick them up and have a great showing on them.
Yeah, I think this is one of the things I like the most about Heroic is they're very capable of just adjusting their draft when they feel like they need to. They have a pretty deep hero pool. Azure is this kind of similar though. Like I think they do have a lot of depth in their players, right? Siamese Cat is probably one of the most consistent 5s. I don't think you can do a whole lot with the 5 hero pool right now. I feel like it is mostly kind of limited to like the really strong 5 positions, and then occasionally you'll see kind of an oddball pick of like a, I don't know, Treant Protector. We've seen an Ogre in the right hands, but for the most part, I feel like Siamese Cat is really happy with the 5 positions that are available to him right now because he's really good at them. But yeah, I think the carry matchup this series is what I'm mostly excited for. Watching Low and Parker kind of go head to head, I think is going to be a great show.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are very excited about Parker, who he's been playing on some of these top SA teams. There's been some strong performances, but I think just that last tournament really popped off, right? So everyone's got very high expectations for Parker. And this is what I'm very interested in seeing. Just the consistency from Heroic has been something that it's been the downfall, right? They usually come in pretty strong group stage and they look good. They take the games, the best of 2s, best of 3s off of some of those top teams. But doing that consistently, it feels like at some point they get figured out. It's like, oh, here's the draft that they're going for. They have answers, and then Heroic starts to drop. But Parker, the new addition to the team, seemed to help them get through the whole tournament, right? But now, from that first tournament, everyone's gonna be looking at them. They're like, that looked pretty good. What are they doing right? Right, so now they're a bit more studied, and now I'm very excited. Like, can they do it again? New tournament, essentially the same patch, right? The meta develops a little bit, but it's not that crazy different. So can you do it again, or have you been figured out? I think that's what a lot of us are looking to see, and a lot of South American fans are especially are hoping that's not the case. They're still gonna pop off. They're still gonna destroy everybody.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, you're right. Like, I will just. I have to give it up to him as a player. He's just so good. I was looking back through some of Azure Ray because they've had a little bit of a roster swap, right? Faith Beyond left back in September. They've picked up Nui in the mid lane, or not in the mid lane, sorry, in the off lane. But Han is back after like a short break away from the team as well, because I think he had like an injury of some kind. So it's not that they are. It's not like it's a new roster by any means, but it is one of those things where like they are kind of back with some of their original roster and now a new offlane. So I am kind of curious to see how well they perform for this event, because they did a really good job through to get here, but they've still got a ways to go. Some big teams to go through, and Heroic is going to be a pretty solid testing ground.
Where do you see Pango, Monkey? So here's the thing. I think there's a couple broken supports you have to consider and still want to ban out, namely the Naga Siren and Shadow Demon. But otherwise, I kind of expect to see a lot of mid heroes banned out, because Heroic will cheese you, and they'll cheese you in multiple lanes, but in the mid lane especially, Analog just has so wide of a hero pool, and I feel like they're gonna try to hammer in on that. Like, okay, first we have to take out the meta mid heroes, and then we're gonna take out the cheese mid heroes, and you can only pick one lane to do that in, right? So I don't know. I have a feeling it'll be the mid lane, just because of how wide the off lane hero pool is, but it's less cheesy. He'll like pick something weird, but it's not like, oh, we lose because he's playing Lycan, right? But in the mid lane, it's like, he Huskard us. Okay, game 1, that's it. Go to game 2. Oh, he Vipered us. Game 2 now, right? So I feel like there's more concerning matchups in the mid lane that Azure Ray might focus in on.
That's very true. There's kind of like the damned if you do, damned if you don't scenario, where it's like, if you decide to try and ban out a lot of Analog's heroes, you're not going to get them all, and then he's going to just come out with an Earth Spirit and wreck your team, right? And you're like, that's so.
Okay, there you go.
There it is. Okay, so I was a little bit curious if they were going to pick this early. This has been probably Analog's favorite hero in recent performances. It is so good. His Earth Spirit is absolutely wild. He gets very active on the map. It reminds me of the Keeper of the Light days for him, where he would play a lot of Caudle mid and was just active, rotating very quickly with a level 6 and early Urn. Earth Spirit doesn't really go the Urn nowadays, but he still gets active. Early Blade Mail is super tanky. So I like the decision to go for the Earth Spirit. The response from Azure Ray gonna be the Storm, which has been a super popular hero recently. It's been getting first picked in a lot of tournaments, in a lot of matches. It's not the easiest matchup. I think Storm should struggle a little bit here in this lane.
I think fortunately you're a ranged hero and you take electric slides. That helps a lot to, like, usually what Earth Spirit does is literally just kick you away and then deny creeps in front of you. But Storm Spirit will have a little bit easier time. The scary part is the silence being essentially instant from Earth Spirit can definitely get you killed off in the early game. Once you have Zip, it's a little bit safer, especially if you're choosing to go in. But I do think that early game leans a little bit towards Earth Spirit, but then as the game goes on, it doesn't really matter, right? They'll both do what they need to do, and I think that's why it's such a safe response pick for Azure Ray.
I agree. I think I'm mostly curious whether or not we're going to see the Pugna now. This has been like one of the heroes that's actually synergized really well with the Storm Spirit.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the Pugna can definitely work. A little bit of respect ban getting rid of the Dawnbreaker. Not something we've seen a ton of, but has been getting a little bit more attention. The Clockwork removed as well. We're going to see the Muerta come out. This is a little bit of a deny pick, but also very good because this hero just plays into any of the Spirit heroes very well. So like Storm, Ember, Void, and Earth, like all of them struggle to the calling. If you have any stun to set up or root, like it's just super easy to hold them in place long enough to get the kill. Earth Spirit's likely tanky enough and does build Blade Mail, so he might be able to survive, but Storm Spirit doesn't have that luxury. So I like the fact that they pick up the Muerta here.
Yeah, and I think like another hero that's really good is Tusk. Still in the pool, but Muerta is good versus Tusk, right? So they grab it for themselves. If Tusk tries to snowball in, if he wants to blink in, snowball save, something like that, right? You end up going through the calling, or maybe she dead shots you away. You can't do that save anymore. So just pretty good versus the Earth Spirit and potential other picks. Instead, for now, they'll get the Lion. Kind of like Pugna, right? He gives mana over to your active mid hero, in this case the Earth Spirit, who's going to want to get really active. The instant lockdown, also very good versus Storm Spirit. And in case they were thinking about the Lion, because Lion with Storm Spirit's also good, right? It's a bit of a steal. A Pugna is still available, but I think Muerta's lockdown, like she has it. She has a silence, she has Deadshot. Very skill-based, right? Yeah. Not easy at all. So if they take Pugna, it's good with the Storm Spirit, but they would be lacking some crowd control compared to the Lion, who could still help Storm, but has much easier stuns to start off a pickoff or a fight with.
I absolutely agree. And I think this Omni pick is kind of sick when you think about the like threat of that the Muerta can bring to a hero like the Earth Spirit or some others. So obviously positioning is going to be a big deal for Heroic this game. Like you have Lion, who's more of a kind of he is either going to be your blink initiator once he gets there. Otherwise, he's going to be kind of waiting on the backside, looking for like the Storm Spirit or someone to kind of jump in and respond with a Hex. And Omni, he is full-time sit-in jungle, which it's going to be played by King Jungle, so maybe a little bit of role playing there, but he just has to stay off vision. He cannot really afford to be the one that gets jumped. But if that's the case, I think bodes really well for Heroic's team fight based on the two heroes we see so far.
Ideally, you will preemptively use Repel. Like Repel Earth Spirit, he rolls in so he doesn't have to care about the silence. Or like you said, they're initiating on you, so you get to quickly respond with the silence. But if you have to run in to save someone, that's where things get really hard for Omni Knight, because his cast ranges are so small that if the calling comes out, if you can see him and dead shot him away, right, that's where your saves aren't going to come in on time, and maybe he'll have to consider like a Blink Dagger. But we'll see what other heroes come out first in the meantime.
Oh yeah, that's a Siamese Cat classic right there, dude. That's
sick. A strong lane.
Elder Titan Luna, we've been seeing this get a little bit more attention as a specific combo because of the level 20 talent with the Luna and Conda. So if you manage to get to that point, you just kind of throw the Spirit out, let it, get rid of everyone's magic armor, go for a quick Lucent Beam with the Luna. It's a great combo. You do have to get to that point, of course. Not typically super difficult with what we've seen in this patch, but it reminds me of like the Elder Titan Zeus combo we saw maybe a few patches ago, where they were picked together a lot. In the mid game, it was just like scout someone with the Elder Titan Spirit, and then Zeus just nukes them for 1,000 damage. And now we're just seeing that with Luna.
Yeah. And then Morphling we see as a common response to Luna, and it's Parker is exceptional on that hero.
Oh, yeah.
But there's already that ET like preemptive counter. You can technically still do it, but it's just so much scarier. You like stand next to ET, get hit by a Conda Lucent Beam, and you're like, oh, my entire health pool's gone. Oops, I'm not nearly as tanky. I usually have 50 armor right here. So maybe you go for a different hero here. But at that point, Luna will at least be having a decent time.
Okay. The Beastmaster pick is kind of cool. So rather than picking the safe lane matchup, they want to see a little bit more. They go for the Beastmaster. They're going to be able to ban out, the off lane matchups for their carry. And now they still have a pretty decent matchup into the Luna. Like Lion Beastmaster, it should never like kill the Luna or Elder Titan, I don't think. But I don't think they're going to slow down Divine Llama all that much.
Seems like a farming lane. Yeah.
Yeah, right?
If you try to use the Boars and the Hawks, the Luna Glaives accidentally kill them quite often. So I think you go Axes with the extra mana from Lion, and then just use your Boars to go stack, right? And the spam will be annoying for Luna to keep her at bay. Same with the ET, but you're probably not killing them either, because they're gonna get magic sticks versus a Lion Beastmaster. They're gonna be topped up a lot of the time, and so it'll just a lot of farming in that lane, I imagine.
The Razor Band's actually really sick. They do not have much of an answer for the Razor. He is a great anti-carry against the Luna, and they don't have a way of like really making space once he presses BKB. I'm trying to think what else. Like you said, the Morphling's rough. Terrorblade is one of those other heroes that used to be a great matchup into the Luna, but he just seems a little bit underpowered right now. And then you're also into an Elder Titan, which just makes it substantially worse. So a lot of like the traditional Luna counters don't feel great, because there's also like Sniper, but Sniper isn't like a great safe lane hero.
You might consider Medusa. I feel like you need someone ranged, because that's going to be easier for Omni Knight to just sit behind them, so he doesn't have to worry about running into Stomp, Calling, like any of that stuff. So you just sit behind a ranged hero, and then you even have the Lion to give mana into the Medusa. But the scary thing is that you don't have last pick, right? So you pick Medusa. We've seen teams go offlane anti-mage, right, to counter it, and maybe that's something Heroic's a little scared of. I don't know if I've ever seen New play that, but yeah, I would be open to it. But any other ranged hero, I'm also fine with. Just someone who sits far back, that Lion and Omni will just back them up. Earth Spirit go start fights, Beastmaster start fights, and then, I don't know, like a Drow hits things or something. All right. Okay, or you go Alchemist, full melee. Ignore everything I just said.
Okay, so this is kind of sick, because this is it is another really good way to play their draft. Like Earth Spirit, quick tempo, likes to get active early. Beastmaster typically is the same thing, and now you picked the number one carry in terms of I'm gonna run at you after just a couple items, right? And I think the lane right now, seeing that you have a Muerta, you have an Omni to back you up, there's not a lot of offlaners left in the pool that you're super worried about. They're gonna go for the Underlord. Kind of a stall tactic, and I don't hate that, actually. Like, that's definitely got a lot of play potential. If they are trying to get aggressive around the map, you can respond pretty easily with the Fiend's Gate across the map and assist.
Yeah,
this should be a fun draft. I like it.
3 melee cores, right, who are gonna have to deal with the Pit, Stomp, and Omni can't save everyone. So
they will all get ulted.
yeah. I feel like if Heroic is in the lead, which is what they're going for, right, with that Alchemist, and then Alchemist goes, I don't know, like Radiance, Blink BKB, then it's easier, even though it's a melee hero that you got to run in with, Omni Knight can use it preemptively, and then Alch blinks in as the stun is like charged up, and you take that fight from there. But if you end up falling behind and they're pushing the tempo on to you, then that's where I kind of see those issues I was talking about, where I think if you have a ranged carry, you don't see those as much. But as long as you're in the lead, it'll be fine.
I think the Alk pick should work. Like, theoretically, it should work. On paper, I like everything about it. Corrosive weaponry is like one of those skills that I think people don't pay enough attention to. Luna is typically someone who can like kite out and respond with like a BKB. But if the Alk's already stacked corrosive weaponry on you and is just like laying into you, there's not much you can do to try and get away. So I kind of like the pick. We'll see. I think this is very much a heroic draft, and I think Azure Ray has a lot of what they like, right? Siamese Cat on his Elder Titan is a classic. We're going to see Planet once again on the Muerta and Low on Luna. I mean, everything kind of coming together for both these teams.
Yeah, I think I'm looking at the mid lane a lot, and whether Planet decides to get a Spirit Vessel or not, it's something you sometimes see on Muerta, not something you really want to build, but I feel like it would help you a lot versus some of these really tanky heroes. If you see like Ags from Beastmaster, Omni healing, Alk healing, right? Repel makes it a little weird, but if you can get that, and then from the mid lane from both teams, very active gameplay, like who slows down who, essentially, right? Does Earth Spirit make space for the Alchemist, or is Storm able to zip around, get kills, build up those galvanized stack charges?
Yeah, well, time to find out. As we are going to smoke out onto the map. Alchemist forgot his items. All right, well, it's okay. He'll get it. There it is. Nicely done. Not the standard starting item, I'll be honest, but we'll definitely help him get some last hits. As we take a look at some of the facets here. Fist of Death for the Lion is the one I'm most excited for. Everything else looks about standard, right? Static Slide, the Abyssal Horde, Dance of the Dead, and then Momentum, I believe. Yeah. So all of this stuff looks good. It's mostly the Fist of Death for the Lion. So Schofield gonna just turn into a fourth melee core here at this point. That's the game plan. If we're all in there, what can they do? It is one of those things. It is a little bit of a snowball mechanic, I feel like, where if you happen to get, you know, your first Finger of Death also gives you two stacks because you get the melee attack off. Lion can turn into a pretty scary scaling forward position, and that's, I think, one of the reasons we're seeing this hero a little bit more and more is that Finger of Death.
Okay, get this, dude. He was looking at this. He's like, oh man, they're all melee. I'm the only one who's not going to be an Omni Knight ult. If I go melee, I also get to be in there.
No way. Did they just 4 bounty rune them? Okay, no, Han gets 1, but Parker in the bottom lane, 4v1 all alone. That will be first blood.
Oh, miss?
Going over to Low on the Luna. He does buy out boots. So you get 3 of the 4 bounty runes, but first blood for the Luna is going to make it well worth it for Azure Ray's time there.
It's pretty interesting. Based on his quick buy, he's going straight power treads into Radiance.
That's sick. I mean, part of it is he needs the mobility for this lane. And I don't think he wants to stay in this lane super long because Underlord is just very annoying to CS against, which is why he's gone this, you know, Belt of Strength early. He needs that just flat extra damage. So I like it. KJ here playing with Planet. Needs to be a little bit careful. Does have a salve though.
I guess it goes with pushing the momentum. Like, I thought phase boots might be good versus an ET, extra armor. But yeah, I guess if you're trying to play fast,
he needs the attack speed to farm.
Yeah, and the repel will maybe protect you from the aura plus your own BKB. All right, well, you know, I'll check it out. I'm sure Parker's a much better alchemist than me. I believe in him.
The Centaur, the not so neutral camps. Now, I think part of it is he just wants to accelerate his farm speed, like you were saying, and Treads definitely helps him do that more so than a phase boots. So I'm okay with it. Gotta be careful. Elder, okay, he doesn't hit that hard. Doesn't get too many creeps. I'm surprised that the hard camp is available and that they have not stacked the small camp there on the side of Azure Ray, because we typically see that with a lot of Elder Titans, right? Like they want to stack up those side camps to get value out of the Spirit. But a lot of creep dragging so far in the lane, and Beastmaster makes it a little bit difficult as he's got the Hawk out as well. Dive Bomb does not connect, but a lot of slows coming through. There's gonna be the Hex, the Blood Grenade, and now Siamese Cat just ran down by Divine Llama. Now looking for another. Do you have another stun? It doesn't look like it, so they will back away. But a really nice kill there in this off lane.
Stepping up a bit too far. You got to be careful. Beastmaster, he's the tempo hero along with the Earth Spirit. You know Alchemist's going to farm no matter what. But then Schofield, if he gets a fast blink, that'll also help a lot with threatening the Storm Spirit.
I mean, if he just gets a fast level 6, I feel like Lion in games where they get an early level 6, like can just shut down a mid laner. And Storm Spirit is definitely one of those heroes that does not want to see an early level 6 out of a Lion.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Looking at it, I'd say this is okay for heroic so far. Right, it's like kind of even,
but even.
Yeah, it's like kind of even, but when you're an alchemist, that's exactly what you want. Like if everyone's farming, I feel that favors an alchemist typically, just because you come out so much ahead with that extra gold.
Yeah. I'm curious how long Low is going to be able to hold his lane. If they actually stabilize this and he's starting to CS pretty well on the Luna, which is pretty standard, right? As she gets more levels. If he's able to stabilize his lane, get early treads, his Mask of Madness, and he can keep his tier 1 tower alive, I think that's going to do really, really well for them. But obviously, not an easy task against a Beastmaster who is going the Helm of the Dominator build, right? Sometimes you see the Aghanim Scepter, which isn't as great as pushing. It's more of a, you know, farming-based build. But we're going to see them make the same play here once again onto the Elder Titan. The Hawk. It dive bombs the Luna instead, so that actually will bail out Siamese Cat, but ends up being a lot of damage into the Luna as well. I love the dive bomb. It's so good.
It's been a really interesting change from the old Hawk that you used to just be able to move around the map, get insane broken vision. Now it just circles around you, but the root is also really good.
Really good early. Speaking of the root, bottom lane Parker stuck in the Pit of Malice there for quite a bit. Does have the Omni, so that'll be able to help him out quite a bit. Once again, looking at Siamese Cat on the top side. He's going to be able to take down the boar here in a moment with the help of the Luna, but they will just continue chasing him. That's the full treads.
Omni's
and they're bringing the Omni top as well. Now, the question is, who do you go for? Who do you want? It looks like it will just be Siamese Cat, but the TP coming through as well from the Muerta. Stun out from Schofield. Great Fear holds Divine Llama back, but the Purification to find the kill. And now a roll-in. Analog joining the fun in the top lane. Both supports will go down. Some early rotations from Heroic. And that means Muerta has no way back to the lane. She TP'd top for this. So she has to walk to her lane. Bottle refill mid there for the Storm, though.
Just in time as these 6 minutes coming up. So that'll be another big action rune for both of these mid heroes. Bro getting active first. They want to draw attention away from the Alch, because this is the really weird period with the item build he's going for. He doesn't have 6. This is where Firestorm and the extra damage from Underlord can start to punish you if Muerta's there just poking at you as well.
Rune spawns bottom, and it's an amplified damage. That is huge for Han here. Is if he can actually find the Alchemist, he can easily kill him, right? Alch's not quite level 6 yet. They do have a ward that will scout out the Storm with the amplified damage. So my guess, Alchemist gonna retreat a little bit into his jungle. Well, maybe not. He's gonna get scouted on a ward. They know exactly where he is. They've even brought in Low on the Luna, and Parker in some trouble. They're gonna go in for the play here. Vortex, the stun out. He doesn't get the deny. Goes the way of Planet. Roll off the mark as he just continues to dive. The Hex does catch the Storm Spirit, who is out of mana. The Magnetize, it's only on to 1. They do manage to redirect it over to the Luna, and now she's got to be a little bit careful. Blood Grenade is out. Can he chase the stun? It's almost there, and if he has a Boulder Kick, that's a kill. Analog gets them. So they end up trading the carries, but Planet on the side with the help of New here now. Inside of the Pit of Malice. Analog does have a roll, will get blocked, and that's a big kill going the way of Azure Ray. Well, KJ steals the wisdom. All right, I don't actually know who comes out ahead here. I feel like this is actually even. Like,
I think
so
before
bizarre.
that wisdom rune steal, Azure Ray would be relatively happy because you get the Alk kill first. Storm gets a galvanized charge, and you get the Earth Spirit later, even though you lose Luna for it. But the wisdom rune steal is pretty significant for your supports to get your high levels, right? Like Muerta and ET are not the fastest farming supports. So if they end up under leveled, it's not like you can just send them to the jungle real quick. It's like, oh, you take this lane for a moment, right? They want to be winning fights to get some of this XP.
Yeah. The other thing too, though, is during all of this, right? Divine Llama just takes top tower. He's almost level 7. And this is that Helm of the Dominator we were talking about, right? Like, once he has this item, it really comes up to how long they can keep their tier 1 alive. Well, they put pressure bottom instead, and nice kickback here onto the Muerta. She's dead. Analog needs to be careful as the Fiend's Gate coming through from New, and now they're just going to go ahead, focus up onto Schofield, bring this pesky Lion down. It's a 1-for-1 trade and a good rotation in from that Underlord. Looking for Han. He's actually really low on mana. The kickback, it doesn't connect, but the Magnetize is out, and Han's going to need some help. The stone, it connects. Does he have another roll?
He's going to go for it.
He does not.
What a dead shot.
Fear. Planet. What a dead shot. That was so sick.
Dude, that was practically a perpendicular angle, too. It's not like you can just line it up in the way he's rolling it. That's such a good shot. What timing. Because he has enough stones. I think if he can drop another stone, yeah, I think Storm's dead.
He doesn't get the bottles off because he gets the refill, and then he had Boulder Kick up as well. So that, I mean, that would have been like another 600 damage coming out. So a very clutch save there from Planet. Magnetize is down as a result. So you have a little bit of space to breathe on Azure Ray.
Alchemist's Radiance is on the way? Oh, no. It's just the Sacred Relic. Okay. I got thrown off because originally he had like the whole thing in his quick buy, and then I didn't see it, and I was like, did he just finish the whole thing in that time? Because all these fights have been away from him for the last like minute or so. That's usually where Alchemists can just like surprise you and pop off.
This is such a good smoke. Roar for the Luna. Schofield will get the initial stun, the Hex to follow it up, the Roar soon to follow, and with this damage, I don't know if they can save him. The Hurricane back for a safe measure. The Eclipse does not quite connect in time. The Earth Splitter off the mark as well, and Divine Llama gets slept. Great find there from the Elder Titan Schofield. Is he gonna survive? And is Divine Llama actually gonna survive? That's the bigger question. This guy,
he doesn't have TP.
Yeah, one of the top net worth in this game. He's just gonna have to run. We'll have another boar in a moment, but I don't think he's going to be able to do a whole lot here. Turns it around onto New, but does not have it. Really well played there from Azure Ray. A good response, for sure, to the gank.
Now, Luna actually lived a little longer than I thought. If she lives 1 extra second, the Eclipse gets to go a bit more. You know, maybe get something like even more out of that. Maybe your Luna gets to live. But again, with the Luna being killed, you know, I feel like it's fine. The Alchemist is getting a lot of space. Storm is getting charges. That's a little scary.
They really want to keep this catapult alive, like really badly. And they're doing a good job of getting the creep wave in place. He's going to tank with the illusion rune as well. Just try to force down this tier 1 tower in the mid as they know there's no fortification. And Analog, he might roll in for it. It's so low. He's going. He's like, nah, man. Uh-oh. Get in here, KJ. They got it. All right.
That's a high-level thought right there. He knows, like, oh, I don't have the damage. If I hit first, Storm's going to deny it. Like, you got to get in here. There's some quick math while under the tower.
Yep. That's good stuff. All right. A little bit of stacking with the Radiance going on for Parker. As you mentioned earlier, he went for just Tread's Radiance Rush this game, knowing that he was going to have the space to kind of get that done. So he's having a good time. Oh, it just steals 2 creeps there.
Value.
New is also really farmed on the Underlord. He's having the best game so far for Azure Ray. Luna and Storm, not too far behind, but he is level 9 on the offlane Underlord. That is impressive. jump in. Rune's going to be top. Storm Spirit should have no problem securing it now. It's going to be an invis, though. Not the most useful rune.
Heroic's been slightly unlucky on the runes, I feel like. There are times they've got like 3 heroes set up for one, and then it just spawns on the other.
Yeah.
Gonna smoke up, look for the Alchemist.
Huge smoke. Schofield in a good spot to break this. He is going to go down, right? He gets hexed, gets silenced up. They're actually TPing in a lot of heroes. Omni doesn't quite make it in time. But here comes the Earth Spirit, drops the Magnetize, does get some space on KJ, and Han doesn't have a ton of HP left to stun out from the Alchemist. Do they have the Roar? They do. They throw it. They're just going to be able to turn their attention. This Magnetizes onto all 5. You got to back out. Azure Ray starting to just tick. Can he keep it going is the question. Looking for more. The stun onto 2. They've got the Luna right in their hands, and it's a 4 for 1. Did the Lion die? I feel like he did, but an ultra kill for Parker of all heroes. Oh, man. Look at the Earth Spirit there.
Magnetized there. It's like his one spell that he used other spells. I just think they didn't quite connect. Magnetized did all of that. I mean, that's the risk of going into the enemy triangle. So we see here, right? They bring the Underlord in, and then because they all have to come up through that staircase, they're all funneled together for this Magnetize, and then Omni Knight's like a pretty tanky support, so they try to kill him. It gets close, but he lives long enough because he's Omni Knight, and then this Magnetize just on to everyone.
As soon as this hits your entire team, this fight is over. Like a 5-hero Magnetize is unbelievably difficult to deal with. Like you just see their health bars just getting deleted here second after second, and you have a Radiance on an Alchemist to dump into here as well, right? These elongated fights massively favor Heroic.
Yeah, and I think that was the blink there too. Otherwise, Alchemist maybe doesn't get to join in, and maybe they back off on it. But I think that blink had just finished. And because he has the Omni Knight, actually, I'm checking in on him. He's going to delay the BKB. He's actually going to go for an Orchid, which is going to help a ton with killing off the Storm Spirit, or maybe one of these supports, right? You jump them, he stomps, runs away, they deadshot you. But now you can just silence and finish up a solo kill on your own. Trusting KJ to, it's like, I don't need BKB, right? Like, I'm not just being a typical carry here. Like, I genuinely don't need it right now, right?
Yeah, nah, he's so farmed, and he knows he has the saves of his team behind him.
Oh, Pipe Courier.
Wow, that is a really rough one to lose.
There's some great Courier kills for Heroic this game. The Treads in the laning stage, now the Pipe at a period where you want to be fighting together.
New? Does he even make it out? It's gonna be close.
Dude, what if Roche had bashed him?
Yeah, I was gonna say, dude, Roche was close to securing the kill almost. We're gonna see a good ward place here from KJ. As Analog will just clean up the creep wave. They really want to pressure this bottom lane now, take away the Ancients that, you know, Luna needs to farm for recovery, but also they know the 20-minute Tormentor will be something they can maybe play for as well. So good rotations from a Heroic, good focus on objectives. But 9,000 behind now already. Mostly just off the back of that triangle fight, right? Is so much of their lead came from there. You have the Helm of the Overlord already done on this Beastmaster, who can just cut waves so easily with the Black Dragon.
Some of this is the inflated Alk value, but even then, it's a very nice lead considering it's only 16 minutes.
Yeah.
Quick grab of the haste and a zip out.
Nicely done.
Oh, they're looking bottom since they know there's a couple heroes up here. They want to try to find something down here, but
they're just gonna try and get the dragon, right? They need something. He gets the resummon though, so they end up not losing the gold bounty for that. He did a lot of damage to that tier 2 as well, down to about a 3rd HP.
Feels like, despite being the team with the Underlord, the global hero, it feels like Heroic is outplaying them on the map. And this blink on the Lion, it's only about 700, 600 gold away.
Yeah, that's not going to be too far.
Yeah, you don't have to go too crazy right now. Like, I think you're still... Oh, no. Okay, he does have the Orchid. So yeah, they're going to smoke him and go, actually.
I was just about to ask about that. I was like, where are we at on that Orchid timing? Because I think this is something that Parker really wants to put to use. And yeah, he's actually closing it on a BKB even as well. But if he runs into the Storm, the hero is dead. Instead, he's going to look for New with the Orchid as well. The stun to follow it up there from the Earth Spirit. And they just delete the quote-unquote tankiest hero on the map. The Underlord falls with ease as they pressure both mid and top eventually.
Heroic has such a strong hold on this game right now. They have vision across the map, so they can see anytime Azure Ray is split up and go for these types of pickoffs. At some point, like, I think you can actually do Roche whenever you want at this point, but it's whether you want to give up the map space for that.
No,
because currently
KJ walks up and denies the Overlord creep. You're kidding me, man. They don't give anything away.
It's a lot of money.
It is.
It's a lot of money to give away.
I was just
Good
shocked.
deny.
I was like, what is he doing? He just takes away the creep. Oh, my goodness.
I mean, at this point, you'll take anything you can get on Azure Ray. Things are looking kind of grim. What about their own item timings? Doesn't really feel like anything major. Luna, she's got Mask of Madness and Manta, but you need a BKB to even be able to stay in the fight.
Well, I don't think she's going to have many options here. Analog is just kind of waiting for her to go somewhere. And the roll, it's going to connect from the fog. You should have the follow-up there. The roar from downtown. Even a magnetize, assuming there might be someone showing up to help. But instead, they actually just find a little bit of a solo Lion on the bottom side of the map. I mean, I think you're okay to trade your position for the carry Luna.
That's just a Schofield classic. That was intentional, man. They don't care about that at all. That's part of the game plan. Oh, we might see that solo pickoff. Out TPing bottom.
This is a kill for sure. Like, that is
one auto tap. Wait.
Yeah. It's the soul burn. I mean, he did so much damage during there. So,
maybe
unstoppable
he had,
on Parker now.
He had 2 healing lotuses, so it didn't combine yet. So he can only use 1 at a time because of the cooldown. Maybe if he had 3, he might have lived there. Like, the burst heal might have kept him alive to zip away.
Yeah.
Unfortunate.
Analog hanging out in the enemy triangle while his team takes Roche on. The classic Beastmaster just soloing Roche, by the way. Love to see that. So they will get that here fairly soon. Not the fastest, right? He doesn't have the Aghanim Scepter. The Helm of the Overlord's a little bit of a slower attempt, but they will get it eventually.
Yeah, it's a little riskier, but considering the state of the game, they're not too worried about Azure Ray doing anything. Just trying to get away. Don't kill me.
All right. That's actually a really good timing now that we think about it. But bottom lane, another pickoff here for the hands of Alchemist. Is Schofield just hasn't even used Finger of Death this game. I was talking earlier, I'm like, oh yeah, he'll want to get this bad boy rolling, take advantage of like the early stacks he can build. And instead, he's just walking around, giving kills to his Alchemist. Super selfless play. And
this is not the Lion way.
Nah, not me, dude. Ain't no way. I'm stealing every kill.
Ain't no way this isn't a Midas in my inventory instead of Blade.
The 20 minutes means for the Tormentor, and Analog rotates over immediately to make sure Azure Ray are not getting this. And with that, they will take the enemy Tormentor. And a free shard for Dude, this shard is actually super annoying to deal with because he does have 3 points in mana drain right now, so he can easily just drop the 4th point in there now.
I thought this was such a good mana drain game that he would go the other facet. I actually didn't expect him to go the Fist of Death or whatever. And the fact that he doesn't have any finger kills, you know, maybe you're wishing you went that other facet now because that would combine really nicely with this shard. But either way, like you said, still a really good shard to grab. It'll still be annoying even without the facet.
There's a BKB now done on Analog, going for his Shiva's Guard. This guy is so hard to kill. So we'll see what they can do. He's just, again, playing this initiator. I'm just going to go in, cause a bunch of havoc in team fights. And if you don't respect his damage as well, you just lose the fight. So I like the decision to get the BKB early, as Parker has now finished his Bloodthorn. So BKB Bloodthorn done on your Alchemist with an Aegis. and a 16,000 gold lead here. So they're going to start chipping away at the high ground. They do have a catapult here. They want to try and keep it alive as long as possible. Stomp onto Divide. Silence actually catches the Omni, so a lot of extra damage going to come through here. Nicely done. We'll push them away. I'm sorry, Aegis is on Divide Llama, not the Alk. Sorry. I just realized I misspoke.
Alk didn't even want to go over. He's just like, I'm farming. You take it.
I mean, Alk's
I'm curious
almost
what they're
1,000
waiting.
GPM right now.
Yeah, I'm curious what they're waiting for, because it does feel like you could just go up, but maybe just fully respecting Azure Ray. Like, ignoring the gold lead, Azure Ray's lineup would be extremely difficult to push the high ground. So maybe that's what they're still respecting, not fully knowing the exact amount they're ahead.
Not again. Use the ult, Schofield. Do it. Do it. All right.
Schofield.
Dude, come on, man. Get them stacks. That's 2 stacks if you do this, you know? Maybe he's waiting till level 2 ult when the cooldown is much lower. That's what it is. All right. He's actually just playing the long game.
Big brain.
Yeah. He's like, guys, I'm almost
after level 24 minutes in, first ult.
Yeah. I mean, this Alk Blink Orchid it was a massive problem earlier, but now with Schofield also having the blink, if the Storm Spirit's seen anywhere on the map, he's pretty much dead until he gets a Lincoln's, which is not going to be easy.
And Schofield accidentally buying a gem instead of an Ags, but at least what this gem will let you do is that you can now remove the vision from Azure Ray, and the game is so scary already, right? So you need to see them like, okay, Alchemist is over here, so I'm at least safe for a moment up here. But the more vision you lose, which with this gem, he's already taken out every ward they have. Oh no, there's one in the bottom.
Oh, he's gonna walk into Luna. I don't think he knows if that's real. He thought it was an illusion.
No.
He actually thought it was an illusion. Gets the hex. He dies.
Gets the kill. He's too scared to get the gem.
He's gonna go for the kill with the Bloodthorn. I think they were like, all right, what do we do here? No way he goes through, right? Okay, he cancels.
Do it. Do it. Come on, Parker. he's messing with it. I think he's going. He's committed.
He's got team here. He has a BKB, but the Earth Splitter is out. His BKB committed, and in goes Analog, gets the Magnetize onto Planet, who's just gonna TP. Kind of a wild decision, but they feel so strong. It's one of those things where you just forced a lot of your own cooldowns, though. Double BKBs and the Alk ult. You have to be a little bit careful. Atos out. Stomp's going to connect. They are going to have to save him. You do have KJ nearby. Divide Llama is just going to immediately take down Siamese Cat, and they also get the concoction onto the Muerta. They're going to lose 2 here. Well, Siamese Cat's getting some distance. Oh, we finally see it. The finger of death. The first one of the game. He's got to punch some people. He has like, what, 20 seconds to use it?
Yeah, he's got like 8 seconds left at this point. Please punch something.
The only finger of death we'll see this game is him ulting a 100 HP Elder Titan. Incredible.
Maybe. Because that choice to go through the Twin Gate was, or not Twin, the Fiend's Gate, kind of scary. It was essentially a 2-on-4 that went even, which kind of shows you where the game is at. But if it had worked, right, that would be a winning fight. Luna dead, get another kill or 2 literally in front of their base, right? That might maybe just ends the game. So
that's true.
I think that's what Heroic maybe was testing the waters for. In the end, they get a little bit of a smaller fight, doesn't let them go high ground, but just continues to grow the lead. And they do have the AC on the Alchemist now, so now if you win the fight, you can just go straight in. He's just going to go in
he's
beforehand.
Gonna go straight in. Finds Planet of all heroes, takes the Muerta out of the fight. She's got no buyback. The saves coming in from the Omni. You can't escape the corrosive weaponry as this Magnetize is rolling onto 2. You've got to back away. He can keep this going as the Earth Splitter gets sent out. 2 heroes dead off Azure Ray as now it's just Heroic's time to siege the base.
Where's the Alchemist?
He's cut bottom. He didn't have bottom that expired, yeah.
Okay, that's fair, that's fair. I was like, where's the AC for this tower push? Where's the 26k carry? Get in there, Parker.
I mean, maybe they don't know that the Underlord like doesn't have buyback. I mean, it's so early that a lot of people sometimes don't, but if you extend too far and ult from the Underlord could be pretty punishing.
Yeah. It's the only way you lose is if you overextend trying to break the base. I feel like they could have done it right there, but, you know, wait Roche, maybe wait another fight. Doesn't really hurt. Yeah, we see the Eclipse come out and literally do nothing because they're both BK. I swear she's taking more damage if she wasn't BKB'd herself. And I know she's not taking it from the reflected blade mail, but it looks like it. So that's not good. That's not a good place to be on the Luna.
Nah, not at all. I mean, 27k behind at 27 minutes, now 28 as they pick up some bounty runes. They do drop a ward here that's going to scout Schofield. And amplify damage spawning top, though. So that's a pretty big rune. It's going to be bottled up by Analog here on Azure Spirit. He's going for a Scythe of Ice next, has level 18, so level 3 ult. It does a lot of damage now. And I mean, not that it didn't before, right? It did a lot of damage before, but now it's even scarier.
Just trying to bait a response. The Underlord Fiend's Gate just pretending that he's stealing Wisdom Rune.
Dude, I'm trying to think how many Wisdom Runes Azure has got in this game. I think it's only one. Schofield finds Luna. What a Glimmer Cape play. Into the mana drain. Has the stun to follow this one up. He has the BKB.
Wait, that's a little early, isn't it?
He's going to get the TP out, but yeah, didn't have enough. They didn't have anyone else TPing early enough, it looked like, but.
Because that's the one he TP'd to, so it ended up being a 5-second cooldown.
Yeah. I mean, you get the Luna BKB for nothing, right? So, I mean, I guess for an Alk TP, but
Alk, in the time it takes him to walk back, you still have like 50 seconds of BKB cooldown. So it's a perfectly fine trade, and you can maybe poke the towers a little bit more. I mean, mid's almost dead if you want to grab that real quick. But you also know Roche could be up. I don't think they've scouted it yet, but maybe you just don't want to risk that. You want to go get Roche first. It's definitely the safest way to finish the game. Like 30k. Yeah. It's probably secured if we're being real, but
probably. Yeah, I mean, there's no reason to risk it, right? You know, Roche is going to move bottom here in a minute. Parker gonna look for the pickoff. Do they go in the high? I mean, he gets immediately jumped onto this Underlord, and my lord, the overwhelming blink. Combine that with obviously the repel coming in from KJ, and they get the best target again. That is your wave clear. That's your D push. 40 seconds, no Underlord. Yeah, pretty much everything's still available. Parker just fishing on the Alchemist now. Meanwhile, an amplified damage Earth Spirit is just beating down your mid barracks. All right. That's going to be potentially 2 lanes. Blade Mail's out. Great response from Schofield. They managed to catch the storm. The stun is out. The Finger of Death. They get the kill. Deleted with ease. Buyback is available. But this, again, this is the problem with that Storm Spirit opener with the Lion still in the pool. How do you respond at this point? What is your options? They're going to go into the Fiend's Gate and Eclipse out. They take the Omni. That's a good way to start this one out. BKB from the Alk here. Divine Llama stuck inside the pit, but does have everything available. Looks like they'll take the Omni kill. They will back away as the Omni buys back into the game.
And Omni's a great target to get because they were cutting through the base like that, but the fact that they're not even willing to chase shows how scared they are. And now with the buyback, they're just gonna go for the win here. Get the Luna BKB.
Storm, or I'm sorry, Earth Spirit on the backside drops his BKB. He's gonna kick back new. It just rolls to safety. In comes the Storm. No, buddy, you can't do this. They're right here. Does get caught, but a nice Lotus Orb to buy him some space. The roll back in, though, from the Earth Spirit to magnetize the silence onto 2. They've done it. Storm, as well as Underlord, removed from the game. There is a buyback, but it's a 3v5 against an Alchemist who has almost as much net worth as your whole team. He jumps in, finds the Muerta, stunned to follow it up. In comes the Storm. Omni should be in close enough, does just throw the Guardian Angel. They take the Storm Spirit, the Finger of Death onto Siamese Cat. The GG comes out, and my lord, heroic. An absolute dominant performance here in game number 1.
I I guess they just off of a strong lane, right? I'm trying to think back of when it was last close, and I don't know.
Never was.
Yeah, it feels like, you know, the lanes were maybe okay, but it's an alchemist who's farming up, so it's not really ideal to be going quote unquote even. Like Storm was finding kills, Earthspear was finding kills, but I feel like we didn't really see that Underlord make those global rotations we like to see. The top lane was a little weak for Azure Ray, and then they tried to make that play into the triangle, and it goes disastrously. And then that felt like it was it, right? Like after that,
the game almost just ended at that point.
Heroic just had it the whole time.
Yeah, you had a 10-minute radiance for Parker, and at like 12 minutes he gets an ultra kill, right? Like at that point, you're just looking at you're looking at the game in a nutshell, and you're just like, well, how do we kill this guy now, right? There's an Omni behind him. He is pretty much the equivalent net worth of 2 cores on our team, and he has more backup, right? Like this fight right here just breaks this game wide open. It goes from like what was like maybe a 2 to 3K lead to almost 10,000 in a matter of minutes.
They were pushing high ground at 26 minutes. That dragged on a little bit to finish it.
Yeah,
but just maybe playing it really safely to close it out, because it's the very first day of the group stage, but 4 teams are eliminated, right? So every win really does matter. And so going ahead, just making sure, you know, just take the extra safe steps, just make sure we get the clean wins. And that way we give ourselves the best odds to make it past this group stage and go on. I respect it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think just playing it safe, playing it smart, it's definitely the way to go. When you're that far ahead and you're that comfortable, there's no reason to risk it and try and just be like, you know, we're going to set, you know, the speed record for how quick we can end a game when, you know, give yourself a few extra minutes. You get the
trying to speed run professional Dota here.
Yeah, you know, it's unnecessary. Parker getting nearly 1,100 gold per minute this game, over 1,000 XP per minute as well. A lot of this is just how they played the lanes, right? They early on, like really early on in the lane stage, they put the pressure on the Luna, they rotate up there, they get some heroes, and then Beastmaster gets really farmed, and then they do the opposite. They're like, all right, well, we'll bring the attention down to Alchemist, gives Beastmaster a massive amount of time to take the tower, get towards his Helm of the Overlord, and it was huge. It was really nice.
Yeah, I think the lanes are maybe where Azure Ray is going to have to look to, maybe draft-wise as well. Like a couple early kills on the ET as well got the Beastmaster off to a great start.
Yeah.
And then
he had a really good lane.
Yeah, that 7-minute Wisdom Rune, I think off of this play, actually, that we're seeing right now.
Yeah.
That got you the
KJ
support.
just runs by and takes it.
Yeah, you got the support level advantage, and you don't have the heroes who can jump these supports. Like, it's just Storm, but Storm literally can't grab both supports. So whoever you grab, the other saves who's been focused. And like Underlord will never do that, right? So maybe some of a draft issue there, but maybe a laning issue, because if you're coming out ahead and Luna's the strong point, right? You don't need to jump the supports. They got to get to you. They got to get through the Underlord, right? It works that way, but it doesn't work when you're behind. So
yeah,
I don't know what they want to throw that up to, but that's kind of how Heroic just steamrolled this game.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a very fun game 1 to start things off, but for now, we will be going to a short break, and then we'll be back with game number 2 here of Heroic versus Azure Ray on Dream League Season 24. Everyone, stay tuned. We'll see you in just a bit.
We have here the golden ticket to the DHL Super Drop. I'm gonna get the box over here.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back here to Dream League Season 34. My name's Cryptic. I'm here, of course, with ZQuixotics. Now, we've had a pretty fun day so far. Heroic may be having the most fun right now as they look quite good after game number one. Zach, you talked about it a little bit, after game one, what can Azure Ray do differently here for game number two?
It's difficult to say, just lane better, right? So maybe you need... I don't even know where to point an issue with the draft, though. I think the opener was overall fine. I think maybe that Underlord pick is where a different hero could do better. Something that more directly shuts down the Alchemist or helps to jump the backlines a little bit more in that Omni and the Lion. But I think at that point, quite a few heroes have been banned out. So, maybe you switch up your pick order. Maybe you grab the offlaner a little bit sooner, and then you're looking at... I don't know, maybe a carry later on in the pool. I don't know. Again, it depends really on how a team wants to prioritize it. But it did just feel like once, you had to win the lanes, or otherwise your game was super hard. And it's easier if you have more contingency plans than that.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. When we saw the Doom ban come out and the Alk pick, I was like, oh man, I literally don't know what you can pick to deal with this hero and with this draft from Heroic, because it went from being a potential space-making draft, to we're going to run over you at 20 minutes. And Azure Ray's draft was not prepared for something like that to come out in that 23 pick. So we'll see what they do to a draft, to adapt things here in the draft for game number two. But this time, first pick. Oh, actually, first pick still for Heroic. All right.
10 seconds remaining.
I mean, they don't need to change anything. They did amazingly in game number one. I feel like you could just go straight back for the Earth Spirit if you wanted. It's up to Azure Ray if they want to change that ban. Maybe take it out a little sooner.
Oh, Shadow Demon made it through a game, apparently. That's shocking.
I think the supports of started to decline a little bit with the rise of alternatives like Enchantress or Muerta, Pugna, Lion, right? Like some of these heroes are getting a little bit more popular, which you kind of like skip that middleman step of like, okay, I know you're gonna ban the supports, I'm gonna ban the supports, we're gonna pick Enchantress, you're gonna get Lions. So like, let's just skip that. Let's ban cores instead, and then still go with Lion and Enchantress, because probably a lot of teams aren't practicing with the Naga and Shadow Demon as much, just because they're always banned. It's like, you know what? At this point, we feel more comfortable with the quote tier 2 supports. So that's usually what you see if like the patch goes long enough. They start those like absolutely broken heroes slowly start to drop off as the meta shifts.
And there's the Enchantress you speak of, right? So quite a few changes in the initial bans, but the Earth Spirit not being available for Heroic means they aren't going to overall phase one or overall first pick it. They go for the Enchantress instead. A very safe pick, blocks things like the Beastmaster as well potentially. So if Beastmaster is not banned by Azure Ray in phase 2 here, I would have to imagine Heroic will be taking it themselves. And there's the Tusk. All right, a hero that we were talking about last game. Surprised that we didn't see it.
Yeah, he's a... So we're changing it up, right? From like the Earth Spirit first pick. So you quickly grab your response, Storm. Otherwise, it's going to get... Like all the other good mids are going to get banned out. But this time, since no mids have been revealed, you're kind of also hiding your hand, just grabbing a very solid support. Which you have a little bit more flex with the Tusk. He can play 5 or 4. He's got a little bit more wiggle room. But you'll at least have your own strong lane to match versus the Enchantress.
And I'm curious what they're going to pair it with, because we have seen Tusk do really well with certain heroes, the Visage being one of them. So I am wondering if Azure Ray are going to whip the Visage out here and try and get aggressive in that side lane with it. And there's the Beastmaster ban. Yeah. Okay. An early Shadow Fiend. All right. So Shadow Fiend Tusk, one of the classic side lane duos. Now this is probably a 5-position Tusk now, but a very strong lane.
Yeah, there is some flex. So if you want to match that a little bit, like you pick an offlaner that you think can do well versus that lane, but could maybe move, or I can't really do it with the support anymore since you know Enchantress not move around. All right, they're just gonna try to meet that lane directly with the Mars.
That's actually so sick. I'm really curious what they're gonna pick as the support to pair with it. My thought here is the Snapfire. It's a very much comfort hero for Heroic. It synergizes well with the Mars. You can get out of shards.
5 seconds remaining.
And Clockwork's still in the pool, so if you're worried about a Clockwork, it just removes it. Okay, they go with the Hoodwink. A little bit more damage forward, but still pretty good.
Yeah, you could, if you can get the Shadow Fiend away from the Tusk, you can put in a lot of damage. But otherwise, I feel like Snowball save could be kind of good as the Acorn's bouncing around, as you see the Bushwhack come in.
5 seconds remaining.
Potentially, you do Tusk 4 now, pick a different 5, but I do think just Tusk Shadow Fiend is really strong. But the Mars kind of works because you push him away, Gods Rebuke him, or now you have like, you Bushwhack, pull him away. So it's harder to apply that combo.
All right, the Dawnbreaker that was banned last game, they will grab, and then of course the Lion to follow it up. So really nice double pick here for the side of Azure Ray. Most contested heroes of the tournament so far, Invoker and Naga Siren, which are not surprising to me. Invoker is without a doubt the best mid lane hero of the patch. Naga Siren and a certifiably broken 5 position. So I think this is not that surprising to me. That being said, Invoker is currently not banned. So with the few amount of heroes that are left, do you want to go for something like an Invoker here and, you know, then pick a different safe laner? You do see all of the safe lane matchups.
Yeah, I think you could either grab your carry here, mid Invoker, just because he's so strong. Like, I'd be open to it, but this Tusk and the Lion are supports that are willing to rotate.
Yeah.
Which you kind of need to do versus the Invoker. Like if you just leave it to a one-on-one matchup, it can be a bit rough. They are going to grab it for themselves, but I think you got to be careful of those rotations. We might see the observers do that for you because, right? I mean, if you see them coming, then that's fine. You just back away early, play it safe.
Invoker's game is not easy, and I will say there's not a ton of mid heroes banned out either. So going into the final phase here, we're going to probably see a Puck ban. There it is. And outside of Puck, who's the other like real rough hero for Invoker right now?
I'm not sure. Like Puck is the main one. Beyond that, we see a lot of more neutral matchups, but I don't think you strictly have to ban those.
Yeah, exactly.
So I think it kind of comes down to what carry you're thinking about that does well versus Dawnbreaker plus one of those supports. And maybe you pick a mid laner who's good versus the carry in the game, because in the lane itself, Invoker should be fine versus quite a few of the remaining matchups. And from the
tiny ban makes sense.
I think I'd be open to that because for Azure Ray, they do need a playmaker.
Yeah,
right? Like
that was my
Dawnbreaker follows up. And these supports, okay, Tusk can kind of do it early enough, but Lion often needs a blink first, right? And you don't want to be waiting for that before you can make plays. So mid hero who just comes online early.
We talked about the Medusa last game, right? Very good against different types of minus armor scenarios. So this is pretty solid ban. The Alchemist, of course, just a good tempo hero that can respond to potentially early aggression from heroes like the Dawnbreaker. And you already have a strong laning support in the Enchantress. Yeah, we'll see. Depending on what they want to pick here for Parker will definitely influence the mid ban. I feel like Tiny is one of the other few heroes we see people pick into the Invoker, just because he can get a couple early denies. The lane goes well for the Invoker overall, but like you were saying, they need a playmaker out of mid. They need someone to start these fights that they can follow up with a Dawnbreaker.
Trying to look through the carries. Who's left? You want someone who's not susceptible to being 100 to 0'd. Because Enchantress is kind of strong, but Enchantress can also be 100 to 0'd. So the positioning is important on Heroic. Or you pick a carry who can also disrupt the combo. But there's so much crowd control from Lion, it's actually potentially pretty difficult to do that.
It's kind of a sick Drow game. But the big question, right, is whether or not the Lion or whoever they're going to pick in mid will be able to find her. Because if you cannot, this Drow will shred the team. We don't really see it that often, but every once in a while, peeks its head out. And then, of course, Parker is also an exceptional Templar Assassin player. So it's something you always have to... I think that was probably the hero that people started recognizing him most on. So my thought process, probably a Templar Assassin, maybe a Drow.
For now, they do take out that playmaker we were thinking about, the Ember. Maybe not the hardest crowd control, but with level 6, even in a rough matchup, you just get active. 1 point in Searing Chains is enough to make sure one of your supports could follow up. The Dawnbreaker ult could follow up. You're pretty fast. You can get out of arena. Lots of good things about it. There is that TA you were just talking about, a classic for Parker. Should do pretty well here. They can kind of break refraction, but it's not going to be the fastest out of like some other heroes that could do so. So you should at least get some decent sustainability out of that without being completely killed. But you do have to be careful. Like anytime refraction is down, TA is a squishy hero and will be destroyed. So you will need to be careful with your positioning, but I trust Parker. He plays plenty of Templar Assassin.
I think I'm still on Team Tiny right now. I think it's a pretty good hero for the game. Unless they want to swap and put TA mid with an Invoker safe lane, but like that's super rare. I would say Tiny is still pretty decent in these matchups. He gets a lot of extra armor to survive against Templar Assassin. And it is an initiator that Dawnbreaker can follow up. Oh, okay. Sand King, similar idea. A lot more squishy to Templar Assassin, though.
Yeah, you can build things like the Shivas later on. It's not going to be right away though, so like you said, maybe a little at risk, but lots of instances of damage so that when you initiate, you like, I assume you have Epi going, right? You pop Epi, Blink Stun, pop Sandstorm, so you'll destroy Refraction instantly to allow the rest of your team to follow up.
All right. I like it. I like it. I'm curious how he's going to handle the lane. He has gone Sand Shroud, which some Sand Kings will prefer the Dust Devil, and they will just like leave the lane, just drag the lane constantly and ignore trying to lane into the Invoker. But Sand Shroud does give you a little bit more of a like fighting presence in the mid lane, so I think we'll see how that ends up going. Overall, I like both drafts here. I don't think I last game, looking at the draft after the Alk pick, it was kind of obvious, you know, Heroic had kind of edged them out a little bit in the draft. This time, I'm not so sure about that. I feel like Azure Ray does have a lot of good answers here to whatever what Heroic are bringing to the table.
I do think the strengths of the lanes are at least easier to play than last time. Like last time you have like Luna ET, which can be strong, but it's a little harder to play and practice. I think this time it's easier, like Tusk SF, you know, Dawn plus Lion, straightforward. So hopefully, for their sake, they can have a stronger show in the lane so they can show us what they can do. I feel like we didn't really get to see their full strength, you know? They just kind of fell behind and couldn't do anything after that. So for their sake, get a 1-1 in their first series of the day and of the group stage. Maybe we'll have to find a smoke to get them started.
Yeah, not a bad smoke. Does get the Watcher there. For those of you just tuning in, this is game number 2 of Azure Ray versus Heroic here. Game 1 going the way of Heroic, but Azure Ray coming back here in game 2. We'll see what they can do as, like you said, smoked up, going for a wrap around here. Heroic not taking the bait though.
There's a lot of observers, like so close to each other too.
I think they pinged the ward as well next to the tower in mid. So, because they saw them take the Watcher. So I think they're aware that there's probably vision on that side of their tower. They might go for it. I think KJ will be the one to try and deward it as they move bottom.
Looks like he was trying to place a ward first, but smoke broke.
Oh, they dropped the sentry on the bottom side. Okay, they thought it might have been there.
Well, this one's also useful because you see the facet Sand King has taken, right? And yeah, that means there's a sentry war in the mid lane. Otherwise, this is how you get past that Invoker matchup who has so much damage. Like, he can't see me, you know? So I just shove in the lane. And Invoker does not have good wave clear. So that is kind of what you want, what Sand King will do even if he does lose the vision war. Like, you just shove in lanes, go jungle. Invoker can't match that as well. But you want to at least help yourself out by getting vision in the mid lane with the sentry there. I think that's why they opt for it.
Yeah, I like it. You get a lot of sustain just from Cold Snap as well on Invoker. Like, it's just a lot of sustain. So having as much damage as Invoker does, if you can get like 1 or 2 denies early on, it'll matter. But no, nicely done from Han. Manages to secure the last hits there.
This time Divine Llama's courier was killed. Last time, so now that I'm thinking about it, Heroic had a lot of good courier kills that helped them out as well throughout that game. So there's like just across the board a lot of little things that was good for Heroic. Let's see if you know, maybe courier kill removing some tangos. Maybe that's some of the difference they need.
See, this is where I was a little bit worried about picking something like a Hoodwink into the Tusk in the lane. He did end up going Shards level 1 though, so not a ton of damage that he can do. It's mostly just Devi and Low taking blows back and forth, but a triple raise onto the Mars. Tusk not in range to get the shards there, otherwise certainly would have been a kill.
This is where that courier kill is painful, since you would have another set of tangos right now. Start healing up. So even though you don't get the kill, Mars has to stay so far back. You're gonna get a couple extra CS advantage here. Not too bad, though it did cost a lot of mana. That's a little sad. Your kill threat goes down if you don't have enough mana for the combo.
Well, speaking of kills, First Blood comes out top lane to the Enchantress, and now Schofield taking quite a bit of damage the bottom lane as well. Snowball's going to come out as he hits level 2, but it drops him onto the low ground. All right. I mean, so far, the lane's dominant from Azure Ray this time around. That level 2 timing of the Lion getting the Hex out. Very big.
I like this Dawnbreaker, which got banned out in the last draft, right? So Heroic had done their research. Maybe they want to try their hand versus the Dawnbreaker this time, but I like it a lot more for New because I feel like he's such a good offlaner. But Underlord, there's like only so much you can do on Underlord. You know, you're like a classic aura builder. You show up to stuff, but there's some players where it feels like you want to give them something flashy because they can do more. I feel like New is quite capable from the off lane to make something like a Dawnbreaker. Still brings that global rotation, but has a lot more individual playmaking potential as well.
Yeah, it's a good point. Right, it's similar to the Underlord in that way, but could maybe get a little bit more done. The mana burn.
Unfortunately, he is.
That's annoying.
Yeah, he's gonna have to deal with this Enchantress and TA, like fairly strong laners. Though they already picked up 1 kill. See if they can find any more. Yeah, in that mid lane, we see when the Sand King shoves it in, Invoker's just got to slowly clear him out. Give Sand King time to go wander, pick up bounty runes to heal up after being poked down by the Invoker.
Yeah. I mean, overall, he's actually doing really well in the mid lane, right? Not too far behind in CS. Yeah, you're going to struggle a little bit, but Invoker low on resources will make things a little bit difficult there. Nice shard block out. Divine will spear away the Shadow Fiend, and with that, it might be enough to survive, and it will.
No kill, but you see, because you push him off and they're so low, you do get to secure the hard camp. So it's all these little things that help you build up a lead.
This is where I was a little bit unsure of the Hoodwink pick, right? I feel like it doesn't do as much. Analog should just get the deny here, maybe? No, doesn't. Nice bro strike there from Han. The Hoodwink doesn't feel like as strong of a lane hero, right? As you could pick up with something else, but they want the damage, I'm guessing. Top lane, a lot of damage there onto New. No way to secure this kill, though.
Yeah, ever since the Acorn shot got nerfed, she hasn't been as dominant in the lane, but a lot of utility later on. I think that's where a lot of teams have been starting to move towards.
Yeah, I mean, the Bushwhack is going to do wonders this game. It's a really strong spell against heroes like Shadow Fiend. Spear will push him away. She's going to be stuck inside of the Ice Shards. Bushwhack to follow it up. There's going to be the Drinking Buddies to try and get him close, but Blood Grenade will slow them up enough. Man, bottom lane for Azure Ray is just looking so good. They're going to rotate here, however, on KJ. He's bringing a Wolf. Not the most useful creep in terms of control, but they will scout KJ. Planet comes bottom as well. I don't know if you're going to be able to secure this. Do you have the Enchant Drinking Buddies? Oh, ends up doing a lot of damage there, but a nice snowball in. Stun out from Planet. They do manage to secure themselves 1 kill. Will it be a second? Oh, the spear just barely off the mark. All right. Well responded to.
That almost worked out anyways, though, because so they saw the Enchantress. They're like, oh, we can bait this in, bring the line in. That Acorn shot did a little bit more damage than I think they were expecting. But they do manage to find a kill without giving anything up.
Yeah, that was
Acorn shot.
It did so much work. I
guess with the Wolf aura
almost
too.
Killed him too. Yeah, that was big.
Man, one more attack from that Wolf probably finished up Planet.
All right, well, really good lanes this time from Azure Ray.
Radiant's middle tower.
Slowing down the Mars, I think, is really important because he definitely is like your playmaker in a way, right? Like you don't really have great tools this game at starting fights on Heroic.
Invokers nowadays, like, they still make plays, but they've been going for this right-click build that's been popular lately, and that does limit it compared to when he used to build orchids, spirit vessels, things like that. So, like you said, because of that, Mars is absolutely the main initiator for his team. So
his game
now
is
being
so
at the
rough.
bottom
Look
of
at
the
his
course,
net worth.
yeah,
He's had to buy so much regen this game.
this is where sometimes getting the kills, you know, he would get to come back to lane with the full resources, right? But because you live, you're like, well, I don't want to walk back. I guess I gotta buy a salve. You know, in a way, it has its own economic advantage over getting a kill if you can fully capitalize on it, which in SF can, because you have so much damage, you can get so many denies when Mars has to play it safe.
Did Invoker just clear the hard camp there?
I missed it. Maybe
I think he might have. I mean, they brought KJ's Centaur. Oh, great Centaur Stomp into the Tornado. EMP Han out of mana. They're going to jump in with the Dawnbreaker. The shards, they're bringing everybody into the mid lane here. The Spear will not be able to save Analog. Still not even level 6 here on this off lane. Mars, and that's a fantastic rotation to the mid lane.
And Dawnbreaker ult already feeling better than the Underlord ult, because I can't really think of a time last game the Underlord ult. Like, I know it can, I know it should, but we didn't really feel it because of the time it takes for the Underlord ult to come in and start having impact. But this time the Dawnbreaker ult already joining in, finding a kill on Invoker. Pretty much the best here we could find. Already at a 3k advantage.
Meld Strike. Nice Drinking Buddy save, but here comes Analog here. Snowball. This should just be a Tusk kill with a quick Cold Snap. He's got a little bit of minus armor still on top of him. The Courier ends up... Wait, how did the Courier... Does Psyblades not affect Courier?
I guess not. It did hit
not
it,
anymore. It used to. Yeah, he hit it twice. I know it used to affect Couriers.
Do you clear up their stack before it can get stolen? Well, looks like there's one creep left that you're gonna grab.
All right. I mean, overall, they're still doing quite well on the side of Azure Ray. The 3 cores, all farming fairly decently. You'll get a good timed Blink Dagger out of your mid lane Sand King. And Dawnbreaker, I'm mostly curious what she's building, because sometimes it's the Echo Saber. Sometimes it's more of an aura. It's things like Guardian Greaves, but they're going to go for the dive. She's going to be able to get caught here for a moment. Tornado, EMP is out. The Cold Snap, not actually there, as Parker is now in a little bit potentially too far, as they're going to TP in some extra heroes. Snowball on over to Analog, and now he's the one in trouble as the Shadow Fiend comes in, takes him down with a raise. Very good stuff here. They do have a trap on the backside, but it will get dewarded. Chasing through the TA traps is always a nightmare, but a Bro Strike in from Han. He's rotated from the mid lane. They get themselves 2 for this. Azure Ray responding to the aggression from Heroic with numbers, and it's working.
The rare Shadow Fiend rotation, but it pays off. Gets himself a soul. He's got 2 stacks of Lasting Presence. Yeah. This is a Catapult Wave. If you can push this fast enough, maybe you can take this tier 1 kind of quickly.
Dude, Lasting Presence, we've talked about it, because this is one of those facets that, I think for a while teams were not respecting. Great dodge. The Requiem comes out as well. They're just chain stunning down the Mars. No Arena coming out. The Sharpshooter off the mark as well. Azure Ray just baiting in Heroic to taking these bad fights.
I mean, that was an amazing Snowball save and such a well-timed Requiem to match. They're not done. Schofield. Found Schofield.
Yeah. You're at such a huge level disadvantage right now.
We have a Finger of Death stack 10 minutes earlier than last game.
Huge. Han's coming in. Sees Parker, gets the Bro Strike onto 2. Gonna just pop the Epicenter, and the question is, can you follow the TA? No. They're gonna settle for King Jungles here. The trap should slow him a decent amount, and KJ's tanky. He gets out. Okay. Not the worst, man. That Snowball save, perfectly timed Requiem. The Snowball actually chipped the Mars as he was rolling in. Yeah, that's so well done.
Yeah, otherwise that combo, Sunstrike plus Sharpshooter, should just delete 1 hero and then you go from there, but instead everything whiffs. Chain stun the Mars, maybe a little bit by accident, you know, who knows, good luck. But
yeah,
either way, it leads to a very nice sequence of plays.
I mean, this Mars has no game right now. I mean, you pick this knowing the lane, right? You see Shadow Fiend Tusk, you get the Mars, and that's kind of where I come back to. I think you just need to pick a stronger position for the lane. And Hoodwink just is not that hero right now, so we'll see, as they've got a lot of stacks in the jungle here for Parker to clean up. Ice Wall to help slow up these Ancients, the Alacrity. They're doing a lot of damage here.
Yeah, fortunately, Parker is still... He's keeping up, right? He's not in the #1 spot, though. After this Ancient stack, I think he might be, at least for a little bit. So you know you have the damage to eventually get kills. Alacrity.
Ooh, nice arena. They're actually off the mark. The Spear off the mark as well. It's just an EMP that catches. Nice 2-hero bushwhack, but what do? You just got to run. You missed everything in this fight, and now they're just going to turn it around onto Schofield, find themselves an easy pick onto the support. Spear still doesn't connect.
Still, considering this was Azure Ray's move, only losing your Hoodwinks, maybe not too bad. We'll see if they can convert this to some mid lane pressure. Then it does kind of pan. Actually, looks like they're going for both.
I mean, compare this to what happened last game. They made this same movement, right, into the triangle around 13 minutes. Parker gets a quad, like an ultra kill, right? He gets 4 kills off the timing of the Radiance. This time, you lose kind of some of the hero. You lose like some of the pressure. You manage to finish off the stacks, but you just lose the Hoodwink, and you get nothing. You're still almost 1,000 gold away from this Blink Dagger on the Mars. He is having such a rough game. Like, Lions is going to be out at the same time.
that is very true. But I do think, like, you just need the blink from Divine Llama. And even though he is dirt poor, he just needs to find someone, stun them, and TA will kill them, right? And you, like, that's your way back into this. You have to wait for that. Schofield's going for a toast. Someone needs to find someone for Parker. And fortunately, like, this is kind of your ideal situation where the playmaker is the one who's kind of struggling, because in the end, they don't need a lot. As long as they blink stun, the guy who does the damage, if he's keeping up, then you can still get the kills. If the damage is lacking, then there's nothing you can do. Even if you make plays, you find the individual heroes like, we just can't get kills.
Oh, nice find on the top side here once again. They bring the damage now to take down the Enchantress. Why not?
They want that, though. They want Enchantress to just take that risky farm. No tower there. Shove up to the enemy tier 1 tower. Just get the rotations there so that Divine Llama can quickly farm. Try to get his recovery blink. Get yourself back in this. Midas finished up for Invoker. So the recovery's going to start. If you can find kills with the blink timing, that's Heroic's way back into this.
You need to delay this game so bad. You need to stall out this game for like the next 5 to 10 minutes without falling too far behind, because you need to get some items here. But
Azure Ray,
they're going aggressive.
And this should be easier for them because they have the Dawnbreaker, right? She should be able to help them play map efficiency while also still joining these fights. Currently, they're looking for the Mars. I don't even know how they fully knew he was over there.
They're just boarding and just
cut him
barreling down this mid tier 2. They're daring you to fight them. You've got to do something. Snowball is available, of course, if they want to try and save him. He's going to pop the Manta.
It's kind of risky to do this, though. Sand King and Lion left. I think if Heroic knew that, they would take that bait. Like, they would actually just fight, and they would win.
I mean, you just lost a tier 2. I know about a deep ward that's going to be placed up there for sure. There is a TA trap scouting a lot of this. And like I said, you kind of need to stall this game out. I feel like you're losing a lot. Blink dodge from Divine Llama.
Blink.
I'll always remember how foolish you look.
All right. Up to the top lane they go. Azure Ray is just waiting for your Heroic to do something in this game. It is 9-1. A super different game from what we saw before, but See if Azure Ray can take this tower. Maybe look for Roshan immediately after. I mean, you've got a decent team for taking Roche.
Yeah, I could see that. You've already set up all this vision here too. Looks like a kill onto Schofield. Okay,
he's got the sharpshooter up to the high ground.
Sharpshooter up. But now that's no sharpshooter, which is one of the ways you can do damage in this early game. Not too worried about dying anymore.
They are in a little bit of a troublesome spot here. Analog's going to try and TP out. Ooh, the snowball's barely not in time. So they will both escape. Parker, mid lane. Got to be careful. Planets here into the follow-up Requiem. And, of course, the Dawnbreaker. Quick kill onto the Templar Assassin. As we get another Finger of Death stack here for Planet. I mean, he definitely is stronger into the Shadow Fiend 1v1, right? And he saw some heroes bottom. He's like, you know, maybe they're not there, but Dawnbreaker can just join globally.
Yeah, and this is where TA, like, you just build damage items. So you're always very squishy if your refraction can be broken. Which even if you don't have abilities to do so, when you have 3 heroes hitting you, like, the refraction charges go.
Actually might just get rewarded with a Wisdom Rune here. All right, Schofield happy about that. Figuring out who he's going to give it to. We'll just take it himself. Invoker going through the Twin Gate. And now it is time for Roshan. All right. It's not the fastest, but it's not that slow. Shadow Fiend is pretty dang good at this.
Heroic does not want to take a direct fight for the most part, which typically Roche, if you're going to contest, you need to bring all your heroes, and that's where you're going to be at risk of the Blink, Epicenter, Dawnbreaker ult, Requiems, all of that. Does get scouted if maybe you want to go for a YOLO steal attempt, but don't really have the heroes for that. So Roche over to the SF.
They're pushing all 3 waves is what they're doing, right? They cut mid, or they cut top. They're pushing mid and bottom. Divine Llama is going to get found here from Han, and he gets himself another kill here on the Sand King, 4-0. Schofield will TP to safety. Snowball's going to catch him this time. That was a long TP as the Dawnbreaker ult actually off the mark with the shard. Schofield going to just take them for a run here.
There's no TP, so he just has to run out of here.
Yeah,
doesn't
I'm surprised he didn't just run south, but tries to break some ankles there. Hopes maybe he might be able to dodge it.
It's kind of close, actually. If Scurry had lasted a little bit longer, which it used to, and they moved that to the other facet because he went tree bounce trick shot, that kind of got him killed. Otherwise, maybe he does slip through there. They actually do have an observer over here, so they would have found him eventually, but kind of shows the mindset why he was trying that.
All right. It's a 7,000 gold lead here for Azure Ray. Curious to see what they're going to try and accomplish with this early Aegis that they have on the Shadow Fiend. I'm assuming BKB will be coming out for him soon. Analog bottom. Going to get scouted here from the Tusk. Tornado just off the mark. Beautiful grab there. And Analog's going to go down. This is just how they have played the game from Azure Ray, just constantly looking for pickoffs. 13-1. Heroic is barely on the board.
I mean, this is what you need to do when you feel you can't fight directly, but when you have a global hero like Dawnbreaker, and then you have the instant catch from like a Blink Sand King, Lion, he actually went 8th or 1st, but the Blink is still almost done.
Okay, Arena Spirit, they actually catch Han. He gets the Burrow Strike on the Bushwhack, did not connect, and they're afraid. I mean, if the Bushwhack connects in time, maybe the TA can get that kill, but this is just the level difference in these heroes. Really well played. And with this one, they're just going to jump in for more. Burrow Strike comes out, but nice amount of damage coming in from this Hoodwink. Hold up. They get the Tusk. KJ still alive, but they've got to get Parker out of here. Spear from Divine Llama will buy him a little bit of space. The TA traps silencing and slowing the whole team will get him to safety. Heroic doubling their kill score.
Fortunately, they had like 5 traps in their own triangle. You gotta help them see what was going on, get the kill, get out.
Azure Ray, they're playing this a little bit patiently, but I don't mind it because you actually have a Lion who is pretty dang farmed, and it's not like Heroic's finding anything. Like, they're trying their best just to like get scraps at the table right now, but Schofield's gonna be found bottom here. Dude, this Dawnbreaker has an Axe. Good luck. Schofield trying to drag this creep wave as far as possible. Gets the sharpshooter to the low ground. He does have a TP available. They lose Parker mid instead. An Arena gets dropped as well, but where's the damage? There's nobody here to help. Han had a shield rune. Planet goes in, gets the strike to follow it up, and Davai Lama dies as well. Oh boy. Heroic falling apart here in game 2. Azure Ray just playing the aggressive movements around the map, and it's paying off.
Yeah, they're doing great with this global lineup strat. Much better than the Underlord. Now, it doesn't feel as dominant as game 1, so it does feel like Heroic could maybe get back into this, but they have yet to find the fight where TA is free to just do damage, and at this rate, they might not get a chance to.
That's a big tornado, cutting off the whole backside. Otherwise, probably a very dead Enchantress there. She did cut the wave as well, so there is no more push coming through. I don't know why I said Enchantress. That was Hoodwink that almost died, but I was thinking about Enchantress.
They look the same. They're very similar.
Creatures.
They're nature heroes. They're tiny, brown, green.
Both kind of annoying.
Dire's bottom tower.
They do insane amount of damage. Actually.
Who got the Tormentor on Dire's side? I didn't even notice. I'm guessing Templar Assassin. She usually gets it.
Like bought it?
Yeah,
or?
okay. Yeah, no, the Tormentor for Dire. Yeah, so they got it, went to the Hoodwink. Because she can solo it. I just like noticed it was dead. I was like, wait a minute.
Yeah, she also has her shard. So actually both supports and the TA have the shard. So
yeah, it went to Schofield. So
the silence might help you get back into this, right? You like silence the Tusk or the Lion, take out some of those saves. They don't have ways to deal with that quite yet.
Yeah, he bought it very early, and it is helping. Like I said, they're delaying the game here. I don't know if they actually outscale Azure Ray, though, is the problem. Because for a bit, they've been struggling.
Well, it's definitely better than at least where you're currently at, so.
Yeah.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I do think the game is... It's within reach. Like, if Heroic finds one massive fight, Azure Ray slips up, right, then Heroic's back into this. But so far, Azure Ray has been playing very patiently.
It's a really good wraparound. Well, did they find him is the question.
Trap's
They
gonna help
have a
him
trap
out
for
here.
Planet. They might just get themselves a free Lion kill and back away. They do. In comes the Dawnbreaker. Now, this is the Ag, so she can chase a little bit. Gonna look for Schofield Tornado. EMP, not gonna connect, but Schofield looks like he's going to be the casualty given away here. Well, I say that Heroic's bringing the numbers. They get the disarm. Here comes Parker as well. Can Davai Lama connect on the Mars? He needs to if you want to take this fight. Somehow Schofield's still alive. In comes the Requiem. On with his own Sandstorm as well. Oh, no. Azure Ray, make it happen. And you lose 2 heroes on the side of Heroic. You just can't get this Mars into the game at all.
It looked like that was going to be good for Heroic. They already killed the Lion, and they were closing in from every angle. You can see it on the minimap, but just lacking the damage. Parker blinks in, but it actually just means like the free SF ult from up here for the crowd control. Combo that with the Sand King stun. So TA must live. She's the only one who has a chance at getting the kills because she's somewhat kept up in farm.
Yeah,
but
she's
so
the only
far,
damage right now.
Yeah, all these fights, like they know that as well. They just look for the TA, like break her refraction, and she has to step out of the fight.
Yeah, Sand King and Mars were both running to the fight from the same angle, but the Mars is too afraid to initiate. He really is. Like, he knows that Mars is not a hero that really does any damage Like, he drops team fight stuff, and then he's like, all right, guys, finish him off, especially when you're behind. This hero feels incredibly weak. So he knows that, like, if the fight is already going in a way where, like, the TA is getting jumped, him going in an arena and, like, dropping arena isn't going to do anything. So it looks weird, right? Watching the Mars just kind of watch as his whole team dies, but might have been the right decision. We'll see. It's time for Azure Ray to start chipping away at the high ground. It's a long Roche respawn, over 2 minutes. Let's see what they can do here. Schofield. Oh, great bro strike. It actually catches two. The chain stuns. They've got the Invoker and the Hoodwink. Very nice find from Han. No hesitation. They get themselves the kills. And with this, a full lane of barracks, uncontested. Azure Ray just going to keep this pressure going. The Spirit back into the Shadow Fiend. They pull him right in. Do they have the damage to do with the side strike? The buyback, it pays off. Han's going to pop that Bloodstone. His BKB, try to TP out. He's going to be successful. The question is, does Heroic find anything else? They need more.
They're really hoping to find one more hero and then get Roche, but it looks like everyone's out and it's a long Roche spawn. Actually, they should know that because they have TA, so maybe they're just hoping to take a better fight. I guess
the traps don't give vision in Roche anymore, right?
Well, she has the innate.
Oh,
now.
the innate, yeah.
So they actually know the exact timing.
I think it's so useless.
It matters in a couple situations, but yeah, in this case,
Invoker?
You get
no way, no way. Oh, he gets hexed. He walked into vision. Analogs have to BKB Tornado to get him some space. Deafening Blast as well, but he didn't TP in time, and Analog's just gonna die here. Oh, that is a costly death. 77 seconds, a dieback on your Invoker. Was there a Sentry, or do they have Gem on Tusk? Oh, man. That hurts.
It? I thought it might be that the Reflect is actually larger than the Night Vision, so he was still walking in and he didn't know what was happening, but they saw the reflection like go out. So yeah, I think they saw between the Tusk Gem and the Reflect. I don't know what it was, but yeah, they find the Invoker. You got the SF kill earlier, but I don't know. This doesn't feel like it was worth it in the end now. Now that you know, your Invoker has died back. It should mean it's a free Roche for Azure Ray. And even though your SF did die, like, he'll get the next Roche. You're still in a very commanding spot. Top lane's always going to push in for you. Gonna find a Hoodwink kill for yourself. What stack is that? Number 4 on the Lion.
This is the difference, right? When a Lion does not hold back on using the Finger of Death, it's now at 4 stacks. He's got the max health per stack as well. This hero is almost 2,000 HP with an Aeon Disc. Planet will not die. And this Finger of Death is going to be doing upwards of 1,000 damage here fairly soon.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Parker going to try and maybe take the Tormentor. Nope, just realizing they are pushing mid lane.
You have 30 seconds, no Hoodwink. I don't know if you can fight this.
You have to hope for an overextension or for them to split. I don't know how you get... Oh, the head! What? Planet! What? He was just spamming it! You got a pre-BKB! Oh my goodness. You know that Blink play is coming and Planet reads it like a book. And now the Requiem off the mark, but you got the Dawnbreaker to follow him up. 3 dead now. King Jungle's in troubles. They pull Parker and he's gonna have to BKB. This game looks like it is over for Heroic as they cannot get out of these ice shards. A decent amount of Sideblade spill damage, but it's not enough.
Epicenter for domination in front of the fountain.
Yep. There it is. The GG comes out. Divine Llama having a really rough game. I mean, you know the only play you make is the spear back on the Shadow Fiend, right? So you just sit there and hold down Hex. And if you don't pre-BKB on the blink in, you are not going to win that. So very good heads-up play from Planet and a really good execution overall from Azure Ray as they take the series 1-1.
Yeah, honestly, like that Hex was sick, but even if you do spear that SF back, I don't know. I guess if you kill him, you delay it a little longer. Maybe they can find something going back. But Azure Ray, much stronger performance this time. I think really coming back to the lanes again in the same way that in game 1 it felt like Heroic won the lanes and Azure Ray never had a chance back into it. This time Azure Ray it's like, that sounds like an awesome strategy. Let's do that for ourselves. They won the lanes, and with the Mars struggling so much, they just were never able to make plays to do anything to get back into it.
Yeah, I think a lot of the early rotations from Azure Ray pretty much crushed Heroic's ability to play this game, right? Your offlane was such a disaster that when you finally try and make some plays in the top lane, right, your Invoker is diving behind the tower and just dies with nothing that you get in response. And like this fight right here kind of just shows how far behind that you are. Parker, the only damage dealer, they dropped the entirety of their team fight on him to secure the kill. And this burrow strike right here, absolutely perfect.
Yeah, a really nice performance from Han this game, I think. Invokers looked like such a strong mid laner. So one, managing to get through that lane, and then just finding so many fights throughout the game for his team, for the supports to follow up, for the Dawnbreaker. Made SF's life a lot easier, right? So then he gets to choose the right time for the Requiems, just gets to hit objectives. Just great performance from Azure Ray for game number 2.
Yeah, absolutely. Really slick stuff there. And I gotta give credit to the Dawnbreaker. Like, just 5-0 and 11, flawless game. The Aghanim Scepter pickup is so clutch this game as well, realizing that what do they do when the Dawnbreaker ults? It just stops Heroic's fight in a nutshell. So it's just so well done. Yeah, Azure Ray looking very good here. A little bit of a rough game 1, but come back very strong in game 2. They get the win, and excited to see how this group stage is going to kind of develop now that we have like quite a few draws, I believe, so far.
Now that you mention it, I think a decent amount of 1-1s. But, you know, just all the teams have only played one series so far. So like you said, we got 3 more days to go. It'll be very fun to see where the teams play out. Just because at the beginning, like right after TI, a lot of teams took breaks. But this is one of the first tournaments where we actually have like quite a few of the top teams all in the tournament. It's not like some are on break, some are joining. So yeah, it'll be like, where do these teams actually fall out?
Yeah, absolutely. Ooh, fun game, fun series. I will say, I like this roster. I think Azure Ray are going to be pretty happy with this team. So gotta be excited here for the Chinese Dota fans, right? Because after watching game 1, we're like, you know, well, a little bit of a rough start, but
it was a stomp.
They come back. Yeah, they came back super well, and you know, didn't let the game 1 mishaps kind of get in the way of their like mental attitude for the day. So always nice to see.
Yeah, if anything, good mental resilience, but it also shows the importance of the drafting. Like sometimes it really isn't necessarily a statement of skill on a team if you get crushed in a, like, it's not always clear from the outside perspective. Like you look at the game 1, it's like, oh, Heroic's so much better than Azure Ray. But some of it is like, we drafted to do a certain thing, and yes, we messed up, right? So maybe a Heroic outplayed us there, but it doesn't mean you don't have a chance to come back, right? You fix those mistakes, or you change the way the draft works. That's kind of why I feel like competitive Dota is so close right now. Like it's very hard to figure out what team is better, because it really feels any team can take at least one game off another. Doing the full series, climbing all the way through the playoffs, right? That's truly the best teams will eventually make it there, but it's such a fun time to be a competitive Dota fan right now. Like you don't know what's going on.
Let's go and take a look at the standings for the day. I think we've got most of the games wrapping up. So for Group A, as you can see, a few draws, but a couple teams coming out with some 2-0s. Dude, the fun part of this right now, the team at the top, Paravision, looking good. Starting out the day with a 2-0 over Avalis.
They've done it. Secured. Just screenshot this, guys. This is it. Yeah. Day 1 has determined the rest.
Yeah. No, I think there's a lot of games. Gaming Gladiators going 0-2. A little bit of a surprise, but it is against Team Liquid. So still a lot to be played. But yeah, I mean, looking at just the teams that are present in these groups, you're like, man, this is a stacked group. But there's, a whole nother group with some other really good teams in it. So cool stuff so far.
Yeah, I am curious because there was a tournament so recently, right? Like, I do wonder if some teams are going to be tired coming into these first days. That's part of the competition, not just Dota, just right, like the grind, the mental tax. But it is part of being a competitor. So kind of curious how that's going to work out, because it's rare to have two tournaments literally so close to each other.
Yeah, and like the last game currently is still underway, which is Waska versus Team Spirit right now. And Waska up 1-0 in the series is, I would say, I wouldn't say it's necessarily an upset. I think Team Waska is probably just an unknown for a lot of people who maybe haven't been keeping up too much with like the South American teams. This is a stacked lineup, so I'm not surprised to see them doing well already. But I'll definitely be tuning into that series afterward to kind of see how it ends up finishing. But yeah, that'll be a fun one.
Excited to see it.
I know we do have an interview coming soon, which I'm excited to talk with Azure Ray and kind of pick their brains a little bit about the differences between the games. So I don't know, man. What do you think was like the main thing that helped them in game number 2, or like one of the main things?
I think the lane pairings were quite significant, right? In the past, Mars, Hoodwink, that's perfectly fine lane. That was dominant, but it is just how patches go, right? Some stuff gets stronger, some stuff gets weaker. In this case, we see the Tusk SF lane be a lot stronger. Heroic did try to make some plays like this. I think Azure Ray, this is where their wards helped them to like outplay just a little bit. It was just like a lot of small things that went their way. They didn't have the Wisdom Rune stolen this time, right? So they get to play the game on a much more even footing, and it felt like their heroes were a little stronger, or maybe just easier to execute. It's like, I pop Snowball, you guys press your stuns on the guy I hit, and look at that, Dead Invoker. The SF rotates in, right? Gets a lasting presence stack. You get to push towers. So it's easier to play, and the heroes felt stronger. And I don't know, that felt like the story of both games, where like the side lanes went well and you just go.
Yeah. It really just, the momentum, I mean, you can see early on, right? Like they're 6K behind here. It's 18 minutes into the game, but this solo kill, or I guess not solo kill, the pick off onto Parker there, there was just nowhere safe on the map. Like really, it was just pick off after pick off after pick off. And a lot of it just set up between Planet and Han and Siamese Cat, right? Like these three heroes, all great initiators, great gankers. And this is the really rough death here from Analog. The ward behind him, scouting him as he's coming through invis. And then the ward on the Tusk is like, oh, there's a free Invoker kill behind us. How about we deal with this,
Yeah, that was off their buyback, which I appreciate. You have to go for something like that, right? So they go for the buybacks, they find some big kills, but you have to push it to the absolute limit to have a chance to get back in. So unfortunately, you do end up losing someone, but you kind of have to, because if you just play it safe, it's like, okay, Azure Ray is like, oh, we'll just reset, we'll find another pick off. You just bought back, like we'll just win. So got to take those risks at that point for Heroic. But yeah, I do think it's day one, so Heroic has some room to try some of this stuff. Like after game one performance, you could try to like completely run it back, but it did feel like they went for like a new set of heroes, I do think it's important for going further. So just because they lost game two, right? Game one shows Heroic still looked great. So I think both teams will be in a good spot moving forward.
I'm going to be keeping my eyes on this Lion hero, man. The more we're seeing him, the better it looks. And this game, it wasn't even the Blink Rush, it was the Aether Lens. And he got enough done with just that, right? Between the Sand King and the Tusk being able to find heroes for him, and then just the follow-up Hex, stun. Like, there's so much lockdown that he brings into the game. And they get First Blood top off of the level 2 timing, right? The Hex and the Earth Spike at level 1, the amount of stun and control that it brings to just like help secure a single hero is wild, right? Like 2.5 seconds almost, like if you time it right. So good stuff. It's rising in priority. It definitely feels like.
Yeah, as other supports have been slowly nerfed, but it did take some time. 7.37D came out, didn't have a ton of time, but as teams like moved right into tournament. So I think now that time, like more time has passed, you get to like test out those heroes that were on that tier 2, tier 3 list, like where do they actually fall out now that we don't always have to pick Naga, Clockwork, Tusk, Shadow Demon, which those heroes are still strong. We saw them banned out. I think it's still deserved.
100% of games, yeah.
Yeah. I do wonder though, like if Lion does come back, Lion's pretty good versus Naga. Yeah, it takes a little bit because you got to get that shard, but it is kind of nice. Maybe we'll see her slip through as teams end up prioritizing Lion. But I don't know. You just get so much done in the laning stage. Like we were just talking about, like how games 1 and game 2, you win your lane, you push the tempo so fast. Naga is just ready to go, right? From the lane, she's strong, hits level 6. The Lion counter is like, okay, I have Blink Shard. Like now I can deal with the Naga, and that's just too late.
I think that's the main thing. Is like Naga Siren is too good in the lane, and she's so good at turning team fights. And it's like one person on your team gets caught with a BKB, it can actually massively backfire, right? Because you can actually focus them down. But if your whole team, doesn't pop BKB, then you just song and reset, right? So the hero just offers so much from the support position at all stages of the game. It's just, I don't think we'll be seeing the hero make it through the draft very often at all. I don't think she'll ever get ignored for sure, right? Like, I think she's going to remain 100% a contested hero this tournament. It doesn't seem teams have an answer to it. So, let's go ahead and take a look real quick at the schedule we have for tomorrow. We've been trying to get an interview here with Azure Ray, but we have been having some issues with getting the players in here. So we may be cutting the interview, but for now, we'll take a look at the schedule for tomorrow here on the Ember stream. Zach, tell them what we got.
Avalis versus Liquid, which I've still got my hopes up for Avalis. Liquid was actually saying like they won TI, right? They actually played Avis a little bit. They really respected what Avalis brought against them. So eyes on Avalis. I want to see how they're gonna do here. Heroic, we just saw them play there. They're gonna be going against Tundra, who we just saw had an amazing grand finals performance. Unfortunately, just fell just a little short, but they were clearly looking very good. That should be a hype one. Extreme Gaming versus Nigma, that's gonna be hype. Nigma, everyone wants to see them do well, but there's only a few Chinese teams like doing strong right now, so I think a lot of people also want to see XG do well. And finally, Palinatia, Team Spirit, that's the true one everyone wants. Fortnite Man's gonna be playing the last game of the day there.
I just love how there's gonna be never a moment in Dota where it's just not gonna be funny, right? Where we get to yell like Fortnite Man or talk about Fortnite Man. So yeah, that'll be a good one to watch. Palinatia, I think, is one of these teams that a lot of people are excited to watch. They gained a lot of fans really quickly with their run through the qualifiers to this event, upsetting some big names that I think a lot of people were kind of shocked to see get knocked out. So Navi, it was what Navi and OG, if I'm not mistaken. So
I believe so.
Good, yeah. Well played from them to get here. Okay, so I think we had confirmation. We are not going to be having the interview, unfortunately, with Azure Ray. So definitely unfortunate, but we'll talk with them again, I'm sure. We have plenty of group stage left, but every game matters. So for them, they got to be really happy to at least get the one win here today to start off, because like you mentioned earlier, 4 teams from each group eliminated before the second group stage, which I love this format, by the way.
Yeah, it just means you can't be resting too much. You do want to test some stuff, right? You don't want to run the exact same strat the whole group stage, then get eliminated, but you got to try some stuff and not lose too many games in the process.
Yeah. Well, we'll see what happens as day 1 of this group stage has now come to an end. So we just want to say thank you all so much for tuning in, of course. My name's Cryptic. I've been here with ZQuixotics. Have a wonderful night. As always, we'll see you tomorrow for more action on DreamLeague Season 24. Have a good night.
DHL Super Drop. I'm gonna get the box out